as we celebrate the 41st anniversary of independence here in Barbados. I'd like to welcome both teams, the Leeward Islands, Jamaica, to a very exciting independence celebrations. We have become accustomed to exciting cricket on Independence Day, and so I hope this game really lives up to that billing. I would just like to advise you, exercise good sportsmanship, be gracious in victory, and humble in defeat. Good luck to both teams. Thank you.
A momentous day in Antigua and Barbuda. 41st independence. And it really promises to be an exciting day of cricket. It's the third time you have top-level cricket being played on Independence Day. And we're expected to see a big crowd out for this encounter as the day progresses. Antiguan independence. And we have to speak to the man himself. One of Antigua's proudest, Sir Curtly Ambrose. Sir Curtly, good day to you. Happy independence.
Thank you very much, Mikhail. It's a wonderful occasion, not only for the cricket, but it's a national food fair as well. We got lots of food and drinks and music and party and fun. And of course the cricket. So it's always a special day, you know, for us here in Antigua. Everything just bubbling in one pot. Independence, food fair, drinks, music, everything in one. So today should be a great day.
You can see the local cuisine already in terms of out from the patrons, and then the Leeward Islands. They will want to win today because they've already picked up a win in that first game. But now when you have a packed crowd in, full of Antiguan cricket lovers, they want to make their nation proud and win on a day like today, Sir Curtly.
They certainly will have to. I mean, they won their first game, but it wasn't the most inspiring performance from them. But they have to do a lot better today against a very strong-looking Jamaica Scorpions lineup. So I'm quite sure that Coach Williams and his deputy, William Cornwall, will probably have a chat over the first game, and I believe we'll see a better performance from the Leeward Islands Hurricanes today.
Well, a look at the two 11s. The Leeward Islands making one change. Kieran Powell missing out, and Ross Powell coming in for him. And then the Jamaica Scorpions, their first match. And you can see there Rovman Powell leading the line. Tons of experience. Jermaine Blackwood, Nkrumah Bonner, and Andre McCarthy, Brandon King. So they'll want that bowling attack to really come through for them in this initial 50-over phase. Good conditions for cricket, of course. It's a beautiful day here in Antigua and Barbuda at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. That's Ross Powell on screen, who will be playing today in place of Kieran Powell. He's got big shoes to fill. He's only played 5 live stay matches. A couple of them came in that 2021 Super 50 just a year ago, where he opened alongside Kieran Powell for the majority of that tournament. He's going to be very important, getting a good start.
He may feel a little bit pressured because he's just coming into the game at the last minute, but it's important for him to just stay calm and play what he knows. Nothing too extravagant. Take his time, building innings, and it's an opportunity for him as well to show that he belongs in this big league, you know, if he can get some runs on the board. So I think he'll be okay. He's a confident young man, and once he gets going, he just might be okay.
Yeah, for this Jamaica side, a team that finished 4th in 2021. They've got new leadership in terms of head coach Andrew Richardson, Nikita Miller as the assistant. But having someone like a Rovman Powell, very ironically a man that Sir Curtly Ambrose just worked with at the Caribbean Premier League, where he was captain of the Talawas then and led them to that tournament win. Sir Curtly, do you think he can do it again for the Scorpions?
He's a good, strong leader. Very calm, hardly ever raises his voice, even though he's upset. He's a very cool customer, and he tends to get the best out of his players because he got good relationship skills. So I think he's going to be good for him as long as he got there. And of course, a few of the guys he have played with as well before. So they all know what he's like. And I think that he's a good, strong leader, and he will lead his troops very well today.
Yeah, he's the West Indies vice captain, of course, in that T20 format. So big tournament for a lot of members in these two teams. And Devon Thomas is another one. Just got one delivery in that first matchup, opening the batting. He's still trusted as one of the more experienced members. Jermaine Blackwood, another integral part of a leadership group.
Just giving his team one last pep talk, Captain Rovman Powell. Getting them all psyched up, ready to do battle. And this should be an exciting and intriguing matchup. Jamaica versus Leeward will always be an entertaining game. Let's see if that trend continues.
Yeah, spot on actually, Sir Curtly, when you look at it in 2021. A very narrow margin of victory for this Jamaica side. They just won by 6 runs. That was at this very venue. So familiar signs and familiar times for a lot of these players involved in this matchup. Of course, the Leeward Islands winning the toss, electing to bat first. Devon Thomas, beginning proceedings, 33 years old. Born in Antigua, big day for him because he want to score and get a substantial performance on Antiguan independence.
Especially when he was dismissed in that first game, quite, well, it was a terrible shot. The word I was going to use, not good for television. Yeah, but he needs to come to the party today, and we all know he's capable of scoring heavy once he gets in. So a lot will be on him to nurture the young Ross Powell.
Very excited about this young man on screen, Marquinhos Minley, and to get your analysis and insight of him, because he's been around and on the fringes of West Indies cricket for a while, but hasn't really broken in as yet. Big Super 50, big CG United Super 50 Cup for the 27-year-old. Two slips in place for Marquinhos Minley. Of course, in this initial power play, the first 10 overs, only 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle. First delivery, here we go. Well, in the last game, of course, Sir Curtly, we started with a wicket on the very first delivery when Jeremiah Louis for the Leeward Islands got that wicket of Teddy Bishop. Today, though, the Leeward Islands batting first.
A lot will be hinged on Devon Thomas at the start of the innings.
First runs off the bat, down to deep third. And you look at the decision by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They've won the toss and elected to bat first. After, in the last game, Sir Curtly, on this similar deck, they opted to bowl. Spoke to Jamar Hamilton after that toss. He mentioned the fact that they were surprised by how dry the surface was.
I think it's a good decision to bat first. It certainly is a dry surface, look very brown in color. Nothing like the first game a couple of days ago. And I think batting first might be the best option. Get some runs on the board, and maybe later on, it may take spin. Some may keep low, you may see variable bounce.
Yeah, in that first matchup, I was really surprised to see the amount of purchase that the likes of Kevin Wickham were getting on this surface, especially when the lights came on and it got dark. And with the spin that the Leeward Islands have as well, it'd be interesting to see how this decision fits in their mold and their lineup.
That's exactly my point. I believe later on we may see variable bounce because of the dryness, and if it cracks up a bit, the spinners may be a handful.
33 overs of consecutive spin by the Leeward Islands in that last game. Today, though, different challenge, batting first. I know it's very early. Par score in 21 internationals here, 230. What do they need to do in the first 10 overs to ensure they can get close to that?
What they need to do, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, is to try and not lose too many wickets in that first 10 overs. Even if they don't score at a rapid rate, keeping wickets in hand is so important. But at the same time, you want to keep the scoreboard ticking over so you don't put yourself under any kind of pressure. But this first 10 overs is going to be crucial.
Getting some good shape away from the right hander. End of the first over, 2 for none.
Opening the bowling from the superbly Ambrose end.
Crowd slowly building at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, North Sound Antigua. Javor Royale, left arm spinner. The youngest member of this Jamaica Scorpion side. He's been in and out of the side, but I think after that Caribbean Premier League performance, he's going to be vitally important with the new ball.
Pop. Oh yeah, good start. Good start.
Right on target straight away.
Start tally.
For young Royal, boys the left arm spin.
Oh, sweet.
He only picked up 4 wickets in that Super 50 last year in 4 matches. But what stood out to me about Royal was the economy rate. Under 5 and over when he bowls the majority of his overs in the initial power play. Does it in T20 cricket as well.
Oh, yo, goalie. Goal.
And that's exactly what it's all about. The economy rate and not so much the wickets column. Seem to have got that one to bounce and turn a little bit.
Oh, none. Beautiful stuff, Ryan.
As a bowler, and you can keep pressure on the batsmen, you tend to force them into playing silly strokes, and the wickets will come. But containment is the name of the game in one-day cricket. And once you can contain long enough, you build pressure, and the wickets will come in the end, as opposed to trying to get wickets and go for too many runs.
Fish.
But he's being aggressive at the moment, Royal. He's got that slip in place. Bowling around the wicket to the right-hander, long off as well. So he's trying to bring that outside edge into play. Much better improved start, though, for the Leeward Islands. After it was frantic, they lost 2 wickets in the first couple of overs in that last matchup. Excited to see, though, for the young man, Royale, how he takes on this challenge of bowling 10 overs. I just feel in that T20 format, it's almost like he runs out of overs. Just 4 he has to bowl. But now with 10, can sort of develop a lot more of his skill.
Non-goal, non-goal.
Over. Brilliant over to start. Just 2 from it, 4 for none. City start so far, just 4 for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, winning the toss, opting to bat first. Goes aerial this time, Devon Thomas, and I think he's got enough on it. Sorry, yeah, it is Devon Thomas, and he will get enough on it. Good piece of work done by the Scorpions captain. They come out for 3.
A little bit risky that time from Devon Thomas. Wanted to play it a little bit straighter. Took the outside half of the bat, went aerial, but was safe. A good work by the Scorpions skipper. Saved them a run.
Quick single. Good running by Ross Powell. Bit of a tumble in the middle as well. Not good sign to see to start your tournament. The Jamaica Scorpions, let's hope he's okay.
Looks like he stepped on his foot there. Hope there's no serious damage done. Well, he's okay, so that's good news.
If you're joining us for the first time, momentous day in Antigua and Barbuda, 41st Independence. National dress out in the stands, but also here in the commentary box. Sir Curtly, you got to tell me a bit about that.
No.
You turned up to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium today, and I was so impressed with this wear. Tell us a bit about it, the history of this.
Well, of course, I mean, it's our Independence Day, and this is our national attire. And I think it's fitting and appropriate to deck myself out in the national attire for this special occasion. And if you look in the crowd, you see many of the spectators just the very same way.
Pulled nicely, but there is that lone fielder actually a ways in of that boundary at deep backwards square. Sir Curtly Ambrose, a man from Sweets here in Antigua. Do they have a statue of you there yet, Sir Curtly?
No, they haven't. I'm not just sure if I'm due one.
Oh, come on, Sir Curtly.
Yeah, but the national colors are always on display, especially at Independence time.
Really impressed with the intensity that Ross Powell has brought to the innings so far. He's only 4, but you can clearly see him edging Devon Thomas on to get to the other end.
That's what I like to see. You know, the urgency, the intent to look for every opportunity to score. Too many times in regional cricket, batsmen tend not to run as well between the wickets. And that is so refreshing to see. Straight away, he went and got there quite comfortably in the end.
Looking, but not there this time. End of 3. 10 for none.
Catch him, Rafu.
Interesting in the length that Javor Royale bowls Sir Curtly. He's operated sort of on that good length. You see that grassy area. Is that probably the optimum length he wants to be throughout this innings?
For a spinner, you generally want to bring the batsman on the front foot. Hoping to induce an edge with a slip in place, forcing them to make an error.
Oh, yeah, goal.
That's good bowling. If a batsman is playing on the back foot, simply means he may be a touch too short in length. So you want to bring the batsman forward as much as possible.
No, fish. Moving.
Does seem to be bowling a lot slower than when you watch him in that Caribbean Premier League, and I guess it comes with the format.
Hey, go
In T20 cricket, batsmen are coming at you from the get-go. So you never had a chance to settle. In this longer format now, you're a little more relaxed, have a little more time to get into a good rhythm.
Catch.
Sweeps hard,
Fish reach.
and will be in the gap as well for Devon Thomas. These are the strokes this man is capable of if he gets in and builds an innings.
It was a good shot. He got to the pitch of the delivery. It wasn't a bad delivery, by no means. He took his chances, Devon Thomas, and got away with it. But it was a good delivery.
No.
Good batting all round from the Leeward Islands. Ends the 4th over, 16 for none. Just seem to be getting some reinforcement to that leg. Well, in the first matchup, Devon Thomas, he's got a good start, was dismissed on his very first delivery, just hung his bat out to dry and easily taken by Teddy Bishop. And you don't expect that from someone who's so experienced but also so important to the Leeward Islands.
It was a nothing shot, really. That is why it is so important for him today to get a good total, to set his team up. He got to lay the foundation. He's top of the order, which is always difficult, but he needs to come good today and guide young Powell as well as a junior player. So a lot is on the shoulders of Devon Thomas.
Miscommunication, trouble at the bowler's end. Direct hit could have been very interesting. Again though, Ross Powell, that intent to get to the other end, almost to his detriment there.
Direct hit would have been a goner. His intention is good, but you got to be smart about it as well.
Just getting back to Devon Thomas, I think when you look at his importance, you look at the last 2 seasons he's played for the Leeward Islands in this competition. 2019, 10 matches, he averaged 46, 100, 350s. Then last season, he scored 100 opening the batting, is what propelled him up the order. Just think he's got to put more prize on his wicket.
He's a good player, Devon Thomas. He's a good all-round cricketer. And quite right, you got to put a bigger price on your wicket.
Again, in the gap. Hasn't quite timed it though, so I don't think he'll get to the boundary. But you're already seeing that positivity from Devon Thomas early in this innings.
Short delivery, and there's hardly any pace in the surface. It's very, very dry, no moisture whatsoever, very brown looking. Don't think the fast bowlers would really enjoy bowling on this too much. It's a good thing it's just a one-day game and not a test match or 4-day match. The spinners, on the other hand, may be a bit of a handful if he's gripping because of the dryness.
They do, of course, have spin of Royal, which we've seen from the other end, this Sir Curtly Ambrose end. But, of course, Andrew McCarthy, who's been a handy option for them in the middle overs with his off spin. Curtly standing at short, fine leg. Then they've also got Jamie Merchant, who's been more successful in the red ball first-class format, but can also bowl his off spin. Expect to see how those options come into the game, along with someone like a Odin Smith, who's got those variations. Good start from Marquinhos Minley. Just 10 from his first 3 overs. Conceded. End of 5 overs, 18 for none.
Lazo.
Such an exciting prospect. This CG United Super 50 Cup. For me as a youngster, Sir Curtly, but also for a young man like Javor Royale, who's the youngest member of this Scorpions team, but with huge responsibility on his shoulders.
No. Yeah, brother. Well done, big chop. Sweet,
Big
sweet.
responsibility indeed. And so far, he's doing a good job of it. Not giving anything away.
Tight, eh?
And as you say that, he drops one short. Don't think he'll get to the boundary. Good piece of work being done by Nicholson Gordon. Down on that leg side boundary. Keeps it to just 2. Could have easily been a boundary.
Just dragged it down a little bit too short. Good work by Gordon.
1.
Short again, but man, in the deep. Interesting though, the advent of left arm spinners in the Caribbean. All of a sudden, we've just seen a surge. Joshua Bishop from the emerging players. Royal, who's played in the CPL now for a couple of seasons.
There we go, boy.
In Trinidad and Tobago, Akil Hussain, Carrie Pear. Seem to be all around the region.
Ball. Yeah, that's it.
May have been put down.
Easy now, easy.
Carry to slip. Be interesting to see that one on the replay because there was no real excitement from the keeper and Pai signaled. Just came off the upper thigh of the keeper, but it tells you about this surface. Things beginning to happen already.
1.
That's the point I made a little earlier, that with the dryness of the surface, the spinners could be a bit of a handful. 6 overs gone, 22 without loss.
Second game for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. In the last one, they were 43 for 3 after the first 10. Today, a much improved start. Haven't lost the wicket yet. This partnership developing nicely. Marquinhos Minley, though, looking to get into that rhythm and has bowled a couple impressive deliveries so far. Should get the quick single and do. Again, Ross Powell, very positive on that front foot. Interesting that Minley's opted to come around the wicket now to the left-handed Powell.
That seemed to be the norm in regional cricket. international cricket, cricket in general in the region, since it's a left-hander at the crease, the bowlers tend to go around the wickets. I'm still trying to figure out why.
So Curtly, it's an interesting point you make, because I'm a young man trying to learn the game of cricket, and who better to speak to than legends like yourself. I always wonder why someone like a Marquino Minley doesn't opt to go over the wicket to that left hand. He's got to slip in place and push the ball across.
That would be the preferred choice, obviously. And then if things not quite working, you can go around the wicket to change the angle. But that doesn't happen even from the start of a game, and he's a left-hander. We've seen the bowlers going around the wickets.
Short again, but it hasn't quite come out the middle of the bat. Coming back for two though, excellent running. That would have been a single a lot of other times, but Ross Powell clearly brought that extra intensity in his first matchup.
Which put the fielder under some pressure, hence the misfield, and they ended up getting the second run. And that's what it's all about. You put the fielders under pressure, there's always a chance they could fumble. And immediately the slip has been taken out and put into the short mid-wicket position.
Down the track. Mid on up in the circle though, and he'll get runs, Devon Thomas. Not the most convincing of strokes, but he's got his innings off to start.
Didn't get a hold of it the way he would have liked, but got enough bat on it to get it past the mid-on fielder for 4. Didn't time it properly, but had enough legs to get over the ropes, and that's what matters.
You can understand the thinking by Thomas. Mid-on and mid-off, both up inside the circle. Just needs to get the elevation and he'll get runs. Something that was a big focus for the Leeward Islands after the last game. Spoke to assistant coach Wilden Cornwall, center of screen, along with Stuart Williams, the head coach. Both focused on the dot ball percentage, 58% in that last game, chasing 190. 43% of the runs came in boundaries.
That has been the norm in regional cricket, and I've been talking about that for many years, the percentage of dot balls. We need to do a lot better with those dot balls. 7 overs gone, 30 without loss.
Match number 4 of this CG United Super 50 Cup. We've had games in now both Zone A and Zone B. A good start from the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. It'll be a change in bowling. And from this Sir Currently Ambrose in, a man that has worked a lot with the legend himself. So Currently, you would have spent a lot of time with this, I can't say young man, 31 years old, but has developed nicely over the last couple of months.
He certainly has. Nicholson Gordon, one of those guys who worked very hard, always willing to learn. He's a bit of a skidder, a skiddy type of bowler. Gordon can be aggressive at times, smart as well, used a lot of variations, and he has done quite well for the Jamaica Talwas in the last CPL just recently ended. Took wickets at crucial times as well. Hard worker, easy to work with.
His economy in that CPL was on the high side. It was above 9 in the T20 format, but he picked up 9 wickets at an average of 22. Even in the Sky X 60, the tournament that was before that CPL, he picked up the most wickets. So clearly has been or has a knack, I should say, for picking up those wickets. Slip in place. So currently we mentioned in the last over, the dot ball percentage. We know across formats has been a big problem in West Indies cricket. I know you don't have a crystal ball or you're not a genius per se in some areas. How do you recommend we fix that or go about looking to fix that problem?
It's very simple. We have to get away from this notion that we're generally power hitters. And it's all about sixes and fours. There are going to be times when bowling is so good, you have to rotate the strike. Ones and twos are so important. Everyone in this team can hit a boundary. But my point is, ones and twos are so important in cricket, whether it's T20, 50 overs, or test match cricket. Because when you can't get the boundaries, there's no point soaking up dot balls and waiting for boundaries. Ones and twos are so important. You can still get 8, 9, 10 runs in the over without hitting a boundary. And that is one of the problems that's plaguing West Indies cricket. We soak up too many dot balls because our thinking is boundaries. Have to change that notion. Have to change that concept.
Latched onto that one. Don't bother running, Devon Thomas. He's looked in really good touch to start this innings. Moves into the 20s.
Shortish delivery from Gordon. And with a lack of pace in the surface, it was pretty easy for Devon Thomas to execute. If you're going to bowl a bouncer, bowl a bouncer. There's no half-hearted thing. Hit the pitch hard and pitch it a bit shorter. Get it up head high.
Yeah, he's got a big responsibility, Nicholson Gordon, in this Jamaica Scorpions seam attack. Haven't seen Sheldon Cottrell as yet. So without him, you'll need Mindley, you'll need Gordon to step up in a big way. That's probably the length he wants to hit there, Nicholson Gordon. No O'Shane Thomas either. Couple of players actually not in this Jamaica Scorpions side from that 2021. John Campbell, for obvious reasons, after picking up that unfortunate ban. Fabian Allen, Javal Glenn, Durval Green, another one of those seam options, and then O'Shane Thomas, not in the Scorpions side this year. Put down, big chance and big disappointment as well for Enkrum Abona, who's usually a safe pair of hands in the field. Devon Thomas survives. End of 8, 36 for none.
Come on, lads, come on. Low move here, boys. 1, 2. Don't slip, man. Come, fellas. Yeah, 1, 2, 1, 2. Right, time over. Somebody have to do short fight. Change the ball off. Right hand.
A possible big moment in the innings already. Final ball of the previous over. Devon Thomas getting put down by Nkrumah Bonner. Let's have a look at it from the reverse angle. Again, it wasn't too short. He's trying to drag it across to the leg side. It's gone hard, but you'd have to say pretty much straight at Bonner. And not a bad catching height either. Never hard, never easy rather sometimes when you're square of the wicket. Here's Jamie Merchant, off spinner. Starts with something very cuttable for Devon Thomas, and he puts it away. So already that drop proving slightly costly, Courtney.
Very costly. Merchant first ball being put away by Devon Thomas, who seems to be in good touch. And how much will Jamaica rue that chance? We'll have to just wait and see.
Oh, well, boy, Jimmy.
Much better length that from Jamie Merchant. All-rounder for Jamaica. 33 years old. Played in this tournament last year at a very solid West Indies Championship, the 4-day comp as well, with both bat and ball, averaging 34 with the bat, took 10 wickets.
Jimmy.
But apart from that drop catch, Courtney, it's been a pretty solid start by the Leeward Islands openers, who both went early against the West Indies Academy. They look a lot more determined, these two, to make sure they give their side a solid platform.
Well, they both didn't trouble the scorers in the last game, so they're making amends in this game. And you can see the intent shown by Devon Thomas. His 29 is just off, 33 deliveries. Powell a little bit more cautious, but the partnership is building up nicely for Leeward Islands.
None, Jimmy.
Well, he just floated that one up a little bit more, didn't he? Tossed it up a little bit more, hung it outside the off stump of Ross Powell, whose eyes lit up temporarily.
Keep going, Jimmy. Catch him, Banner.
Oh, big slog sweep. Trying to go aerial there, but he dragged it along the ground. Probably luckily for Powell in the end. They take the single.
Keep going, Jimmy. None, chap. Over.
So 6 off that first Merchant over. It's 42 without loss.
There we go.
Now, this is the game going on in Zone B. These are the televised games for you at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. There is another game going on in Zone B today, taking place at the Coolidge Cricket Ground between the West Indies Academy and Barbados Pride. The Academy bowled out for 213. Keegan Simmons top scoring was 64. The Pride, Barbados Pride, playing their first game of the tournament, going well, 47 without loss off 10. It's going to be Nicholson-Gordon to continue from this Kirtley Ambrose end. Short and pulled hard by Ross Powell. Good effort on the boundary, but not quite from the man out there on the leg side. That was well hit.
Normally McCarthy is a much better fielder than that. He would have been very disappointed. But was hit very hard by Powell. Middled it. Got enough pace on it to make it very difficult for McCarthy. He normally stops those, not this time.
Ross Powell's first boundary. That'll give him plenty of confidence. He has knocked the ball around pretty well. Strike rate 76 at the moment, but that is first boundary on his 21st delivery. Full this time. He just lost his shape a little bit there, Powell. Tried to overhit perhaps.
I think going for too much power there. Lost his shape quite a lot. Gordon gives everything he has when bowling. Would have been disappointed in the previous over that drop chance.
Yeah, it's a very interesting gather, isn't it? Interesting action. Courtney, a big bounding jump, and then he slings the ball into the pitch.
He's one of them guys who's just very strong shoulder and try to use it as much as he can. As I say with the gather, there's no major fluency with it, but he's going to give you 100% all the time.
And Ross Powell's found the gap again. It's not going to go for 4, but he's got a taste for attacking now. Ever since that boundary, perhaps even the over before, you could see he was just starting to tick Powell.
Well, this is everything you get from Gordon. Not a bad run-up, but look at just at the point of delivery, you can tell he's going for power. Gives everything he's got. And that's all you can ask for from a fast bowler. If any fine-tuning need to be done, then the coaches will have to work him down with that, but he's going to give you 100% every time. Looking at the ball, there might be some damage done to it. I don't know if it's from off the bat. Didn't hit much boundary ropes. Maybe I've just lost the shape a little bit. Well, they're going to put it through the gauge now just to check. And it's struggling a little bit in that one. Struggling a little bit. Almost going through. That one went through. Will they change it? Look as if they will. He's on his way to make sure that's done.
It's funny how the bowling side only ever really want to change the ball when things aren't going that well. 48 without loss in the 10th over. Let's chuck the umpires the ball and see if it goes through the gauge. Wouldn't happen, I'd imagine, if they were 20 for 3. Here's the score for you then. Thomas going really well, 29 off 34. He's hit 4 boundaries, well supported by Ross Powell, who's come in for Kieran Powell today, and so far justifying that decision. He's on 18 off 24. They're going along nicely at 5 and over. Four bowlers used so far for the Jamaica Scorpions. 2 seamers, 2 spinners. Mindley was solid, economical, as was Javor Royal, the left arm spinner. They both went at an economy rate of around about 4. Gordon so far has been slightly expensive, and Merchant's first over went for 6. So they're in danger here, the first change bowlers, of just releasing a bit of the pressure.
And they have changed the ball, so we'll have a new nut in his hand. But as you say, Matt, when you saw your up-front bowlers bowl reasonably well, you know the ones coming behind are going to be under a little bit of pressure. And this is where the likes of Gordon and Merchant has to step up to the plate and try to keep things under control. At the moment, Leeward's going pretty smoothly.
Interesting, isn't it? Ross Powell, he's just lost his shape a little bit the last couple of overs. Just fighting with his technique, trying to hit the ball too hard.
Yeah, I think he's treating it as if this is a T20 game. A lot of overs to come. You still have 40. No need to be losing your shape and going at everything the way he's doing. Just need to stay calm. Thomas is doing a wonderful job at the other end, scoring pretty quickly. Just rotate the strikes.
Could have been called a wide, but it isn't. End of the over, 49 without loss. Ten overs done and dusted. That's the first power play done. So now the field can spread. We're going to get some more spin. Merchant to continue with his off spin around the wicket to the left-handed Ross Powell. Now got a long on, long off, deep square leg and a deep point. Although as I say that, long on has been called up. Maybe sensing that Ross Powell's just willing to take a risk or two here, and they want to keep tempting him.
One by one.
Easy single for him there. But you're right, Matt. I think what's happening is that they realize that Ross Powell is getting a little bit over anxious, and they're just trying to tempt him and tease him to see if he'll play a false shot, because at this point of the game, Jamaica would like to get a wicket. But this is where Leeward Islands would like to capitalize and sort of just keep this partnership going much longer.
None, Banner.
just going past the outside edge. Good bit of glove work there by Alwyn Thomas. We haven't seen too much of that so far. Doesn't seem to be too much in this pitch for the bowlers at the moment. Saw a bit of swing early on in the first game against West Indies Academy. No real swing today.
You're not going to get much swing this time of the afternoon. I think we were fortunate in the last game. And because the wicket is a little bit greener, but looking at the pitch this morning, pretty flat, brown.
Keep going, Jimmy.
You're not going to get a lot of swing. Maybe this afternoon in the twilight, you know, you might get a bit of that when the atmosphere is changing. But for now, it's going to be like a batting paradise.
Hey, yo, hey, boy, Jimmy.
You do sense something's about to happen here with Ross Powell on strike. Keep your eyes on the screen. He does look a bit antsy.
Nice,
No real
Jim,
need
nice,
to be.
Jim.
They're going well here. Just under 5 and over.
Oh, yes, Jimmy.
And they are keeping knocking around the singles, which is keeping the score ticking along. Another one taken off that final delivery of Merchant's second over. It's 52 without loss. Happy Independence Day to all you Antiguans and Barbudans watching. It's a great atmosphere already here at the ground, especially over at the Sandy Roberts end. The crowd is steadily building. Flashes hard, gets an outside edge, and it goes all the way. So Powell's second boundary, not where he intended though.
Not where you wanted that to go. A thick outside edge. And third man had no chance. He had enough bat on it. And 4 bounces into the boundary. You can tell the disappointment scratches out a little, but the book will show 4 runs. Ross Powell, once it's close enough to him, he's going to have a goal.
Yeah, short a ball at the moment from Ross Powell. And again, this one carries through really nicely, actually. That climbed on the left-hander.
Do you think it's worth bringing in a slip for him at the rate he's playing? I would if I was captain. That one just left him just a little bit. I think you could, if he's going to bowl that line and length, employ a slip.
Upish, but there's no one there. That went straight through cover point. Would have been perfect catching height. That's what the bowler thought. And then he just remembered, oh no, I've put the man back. Still think a moral victory there, though. I don't think we'll give the benefit of the doubt to the batsman. Again, a little bit uppish. Just maybe held that one back slightly, Gordon.
Well, a much better line and length from Gordon so far this over. I know he went for 4. Streaky hedge down to third man, but a lot more control in this over from Gordon. And variation as well.
Leading edge, just evades the man at cover. He's had a bit of luck in this over. For one moment, he thought it might just loop straight to that man.
just been a little bit early, it seems. Trying to get at it. Ross Powell and just evading the fielder. And there goes the excitement again from Gordon. He's a character. The rate sneaks up to 5 and over.
This is in the gap as well. It's going to be a couple more for Devon Thomas. So in the end, it's an expensive over. 9 from it. It's 61 without loss.
Yeah.
Anyone can come in today to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, get involved in that food court over there. Some fabulous food and atmosphere there. And once you've filled your stomach, come over and watch the cricket.
Ball.
Fantastic atmosphere. They do it well, don't they, Courtney? I mean, you're practically an honorary Antiguan now, aren't you? You live over here, your wife's Antiguan.
Yes, I am. And I think I'm on the wrong end of the fence. I should be over there in that food fair. Look at them go. Look at that smoke. You can get the smell from over here. Beautiful food day that is over there.
Oh, ball, Jimmy.
And the beauty about that is that you can come over to the cricket after. So it's a win-win for us all.
Yeah, it's one thing that Kirtley wanted to emphasise. It's all about the food back there. Make sure you get behind if you can. We will try. Oh, that's a huge slog sweep, which he's missed completely. And I think it's bowled him. Just clipped the off stump. That was coming, you got to say, Ross Powell. He was getting so impatient.
You could tell it's going to happen soon, sooner rather than later. Merchant just deceiving him in the flight and disturbing the stumps. And that's the end of Ross Powell. But you could tell a couple of overs before that something was going to give. And Merchant celebrates. He's happy with the wicket. Jamaica's got the first wicket in this game. It's 61 for 1.
Casey Carty, fresh from his match-winning century in the previous match against the West Indies Academy, comes in at number 3. Super talented 25-year-old from St Martin. The first player born on the island of St Martin to represent the West Indies. And I suspect we're going to see him a few more times in a West Indian shirt, particularly if he carries on the form of a couple of days ago. First ball for him.
Oh,
that's a good start by Merchant. Fantastic area. The feet just didn't move of Carty, did they?
That's beautifully bowled. I was watching them at practice this morning and you could tell they've been doing a lot of work, the spinners, with Nikita Miller. That one was beautifully bowled.
Oh, and again, this time, Carty making room, going onto the back foot. That's twice now Merchant's landed it in a really tricky spot.
And that's where you want to be, especially as a new batsman. Could have been out bowled, could have nicked it. Super bowling.
No, yes! Well done, Poppy. Sharp, fish.
And again, still on naught, well fielded. Merchant strikes, 61 for 1. That's what's to come for the Leeward Islands. Skipper Jamal Hamilton, Rakim Cornwall, Karima Gore, Terence Ward. Not too sure what order they'll come in. It's quite fluid generally. And we've got a change in bowling. First time we're going to see Odean Smith today, one of 4 West Indian players who've returned from Australia after the T20 World Cup exit. All of them barring Sheldon Cottrell playing today. It was very full straight away. Should mention it's Independence Day. It's also Odean Smith's birthday today, Courtney. Happy birthday, Odean. He's 26 years young.
Oh, I remember when. Happy birthday. And it'll be good for him to give himself a present or two on his personal special day. I'm sure he probably won't be thinking about that while he's bowling, but if he was to get a wicket or two, they'll all remind him.
Thomas continues to rotate the strike well. 34 of 42 balls for him.
Start Ed.
Big opportunity this tournament as well for Odean Smith, isn't it? He wasn't in the last ODI side of the West Indies. He played 5 games earlier in the year, but hasn't played in the last few. He's a fixture in the T20 side, but this is an opportunity for him, with bat and ball, to lay down a marker in 50-over cricket.
It certainly is for sure. He's having his first ball in this game. This competition is ideally well timed for him to try to get back into the ODI setup. I'll just say he's more of a good fixture in the T20, but I'm sure he would want to be playing some ODIs as well. So he's got a golden opportunity now.
Casey Carty's away. Classy back foot punch. Yeah, I'm interested to hear your thoughts, Courtney, about Odean Smith and how his career might develop. When he played in the ODIs early this year, he actually caught the eye more with the bat than with the ball coming in. I think at number 10, his strike rate in those 5 games was 192. Do you think he's going to move up the order as his career develops?
I think if you're going to invest with him, you have to move him up the order with his batting. He's a power hitter. You give him a chance to settle in. So I think that could happen for sure. But I'd also like to see him do a little bit more work on his bowling as well, because I think that he could be a good asset to the team once he gets everything under control.
Short and pulled hard to the man out in the deep on the leg side. Well, he's got the raw tools, hasn't he, in terms of bowling. He can bowl 140 kilometres plus.
He's got raw pace, and that's a rarity these days, and it's just how you work on him to make sure that that pace is controlled, and he can have what I would call controlled aggression, so he doesn't lose the pace, hit the right areas, and you know how to outthink batsman and just keep working on that. But he's definitely got all the raw material.
Yeah, he didn't have a great T20 World Cup with the ball, Odean Smith. He was quite expensive, just picked up a couple of wickets in the 3 games. And in general, one area he can improve, clearly, is his economy rate in one-day cricket. Pretty high in T20 internationals, well, very high, 9.84 in 24 games. And list A, it's upwards towards 6 as well. Not a bad start here, though. 4 from his first over. 65 for 1.
No time, never inside. No. Change the ball out.
fairly watchful for the first couple of overs, the Hurricanes, but since then they've been very effective in terms of getting at least 4 or 5 off each over. It's brought Javor Royal back into the attack.
1-1.
Talented left-arm spinner from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Just the one taken there.
Nasser.
Might be a ploy for wanting to get more royal at Casey Carty. I think that the Jamaicans believe that this could be a good matchup, and bringing Royal right back into the attack. They're looking for wickets.
Oh yeah, Colin.
What I would say though is Jamie Merchant's just beaten him twice in a row, putting it in a good area, the off spinner in the previous over. Bit of a strange time maybe to bring him off.
None.
Well, I think that the think tank might believe that left-arm spinner has a better chance of getting him out. Merchant, as you said, completed the over very well to him, but they've given Royal that option to try to prize a wicket out.
No. Ball, Kali. Come on, boys.
Haven't seen too much spin just yet, but pretty good control from Royal. Ball definitely spun more as the day wore on in game number 1. That one just gripped a little bit.
It was well played in the end by Casey Carter, but it did grip a little bit and a little bit of bounce as well. So Jamaica will be looking for more of this.
None. Ball, goalie.
So solid return by Royal, just 2 off the 15th. It is 67 for 1.
And it's O'Dean Smith to continue from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Firstly, let me say a happy 41st independence celebrations to all Antiguans and Barbudans, wherever you may be. We've had a fantastic start to the game. Power play 1. Leeward Islands 49 without losing a wicket. Ross Powell just departing. Jamaica's creeping back. And he's been nicked off. The Centurion from the first game, Casey Carty, not managing to put in a similar performance. A pretty good delivery from O'Dean Smith. Pitched just on about off stump, just a little wider. No real footwork. Casey Carty departs.
Interesting, because Casey Carty played so well in the first game, but this time he's just been dismissed. I think a little bit of a loose language shot caught by wicketkeeper Thomas. O'Dean Smith gets his first wicket. He's gone for 2, 67 for 2.
And the new batter here is Kareem Ogor, hailing from Antigua, from the village of Liberta. Young prodigious player. He's also represented the USA in one-day internationals. So very experienced young player.
O'Dean Smith, for me, is one of those very underrated cricketers. I think he could be quicker than he bowls, That's a good delivery. A little bit of bounce, a shift away from the right-hander. Look at the bat away from the pads. That always brings about danger. Gets his wicket. But I actually think this guy could be developed into a very good all-rounder. He's a better bowler than people give him credit for, and he's a better batsman than people give him credit for, Odin Smith. Of course, he's been with the West Indies team, the World T20. Big boy, and he looks like he enjoys his cricket. Serious man. I've spoken to him a couple of times. Very serious about his cricket. I actually think he could improve. Good cricketer.
I'll have to agree with you, Colin. Good all-round ability, fantastic in the field, a real athlete as well. I think I'll agree that he's probably got a few yards in the tank. If he can get fitter, I think fitness is an issue for him as well. If he can get fitter, I think we'll possibly see the finished article.
Nicely played. They should be pushing for 2 here. So Gore is off the mark. But I think if you look at things overall, Jamaica would be pretty pleased. The Scorpions, they've already stung the Leeward Islands Hurricanes twice. They've gotten 2 wickets. And they've gotten the man who got 100 in that first game. 103 not out. It's the end of the over. 69 for 2.
Coming down with some heat there, man. Nazar! Wait. Keep going, boys. Man in the ring. Come on, boys. Oh, none puppy. No. Sweet Jimmy.
Devon Thomas leading the charge here for this Leeward Islands Hurricanes batting lineup. Disappointing performance in his first game, but here he's seems like he's set himself, Colin, to bat all the way, or as long as he can in this innings.
Oh yo! Keep going, Kali. Keep going. Fish take 2, sir.
Trevor Royal.
Keep going, goalie.
Slow left arm, opening the bowling. Doing a good job so far.
Hey, yo. Kali.
None for 14. This is his 5th over.
Strong finish now, goalie.
So he's doing exactly what his captain wants. Be frugal. Maybe get a wicket or 2.
No, you're not sooner. Well done, Nicky.
And backed up with such good fielding, he would be very much encouraged.
Strong finish now,
Jamaica look very, very keen this afternoon.
Oh, yo, goalie.
Again, nicely bowled. Brilliant over. We've had 17, 69 for 2. Never been on a cruise, but I've been living on a cruise ship for 2 months. Again, good fielding down to the 3rd man region. Cutting off 2.
Done slice, man.
I think it's fair to say that in the 1 1/4 games that we've seen so far, spin has been the most effective.
That's
That's
gone.
another edge.
Again, Odin Smith, confirming what I've been saying. He's quicker and bouncier than people give him credit for. That's a big wicket. Kareem Magor, he's gone. Look at the extra bounce he gets here, playing away from the body again. The wicketkeeper takes the catch again. Excellently done by the Jamaicans. Adeline Thomas, the wicketkeeper. Kareem Magor, he's gone for 4. It's 71 for 3. We'll have some drinks. Having won the toss and electing to bat first, I think the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they seem to be being blown away here. 71 for 3. We're in the 18th over. Big batsman Carthy just made 2. And these are the wickets. He was bowled, maybe just clipping that outside part of the off stump. Merchant, not a lot of turn, but that's a little bit of a swipe across the line there by Ross Powell. Then that one was caught behind by the wicketkeeper, Odin Smith again. And there's a second one. Odin Smith is such a good cricketer. Just a little bit of bounce, a leg cutter. The batsman offers the edge. The wicketkeeper does the rest.
I think that just illustrates that there's still something in this wicket for the fast bowlers, but you've really just got to bend your back and extract it. You know, they still got a good amount of grass covering. As effective as spin has been, I was saying just before that wicket, 1 1/4 games of the 16 wickets to fall in game 1, 13 fell to spin. But here today, Odin Smith, he's turned that notion on its head. And he's produced 2 fantastic deliveries. Bit of pace, bit of bounce, just outside that off stump. But the new batter here is Jamar Hamilton. Quite an experienced player. Hails from the island of Anguilla.
Sweet!
Probably could have gotten 2 had they been initially quick enough, but there was some hesitation. So when you hesitate, you stop. Jamar Hamilton, the captain for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, very well experienced, as you said.
Would have played some 57 matches now at this level, with an average of 25. He'll be hoping to possibly just boost that as his career progresses.
Again, they should be pushing here for 2. The fieldsman at square leg had to run a little bit behind the umpire in the boundary area, so he gets 2. If anything, this is my big concerned about O'Dean Smith. Yes, he gets wickets, but I think his line sometimes slides down onto the leg stump. He needs to be a little bit more off-stumpish, exactly where he got the 2 wickets. Like that. This is a big partnership in my mind. Devon Thomas, he's still there on 38, 52 balls, 4 fours. It's the ball with tremendous amount of power. And now he's got his captain. This is a partnership that has to produce for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Produces another fantastic one outside that off stump. O'Dean Smith on top of his game. Score 74 for 3. Javor Royal to continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
Go on, Kali. No, Stunner!
Quick single, and I think the bowler was a little bit concerned. They ought not to have been a single. Now he's bowling left arm orthodox around the wicket. He's got a slip. Backward point, short extra cover. Man on the boundary, the cover point boundary, and the long off boundary.
Hey! Keep going.
What I will say though, Colin, he seems to be a bit in T20 mode as we see this one here. Just looks like it's sliding down a little bit. Good shout from Javor Royal.
Oh, lovely!
The pace, I think the pace in which Javor Royal is bowling is very much T20 mode. We saw Josh Bishop the other day pick up wickets, slowing it up, getting that purchase out of the wicket, a bit of turn and bounce. I think he can just missing a trick slightly in helpful conditions.
Well, not only helpful conditions, that's out. So Thomas goes. That's a big wicket for the Jamaican Scorpions. Another sting in the tail. You might be right, because what he did here, he pulled the ball down a little bit. Good catch. Very, very good catch. So,
the best shot from Devon Thomas. 75 for 4. Big Rakeem Cornwall walks to the crease, strides to the crease, 29 years old. Didn't get many in that first game, but he'll be looking to rectify that here in the second.
That's a good catch here by a West Indian cricketer. Very well taken there by Brandon King. If you are playing at the higher level, you have to take catches like that. Excellently done.
Oh, non-goal. Sweet, come on, Tally. Ball.
Yes, Brandon King, the man standing asleep, took a very sharp catch then to dismiss the very dangerous Devon Thomas.
Oh, whoa. There we go, boys. There we go, boys. There we go, boys.
End of the over, 19 gone, 75 for 4.
A bit of a collapse here for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Mini collapse here for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, losing 4 wickets for just 14 runs. As O'Dean Smith starts again, like you say, Colin, just at times, just pushing these deliveries down the leg side. Consistency, an issue.
He bowls an outswinger on sometimes a leg cutter. The ball comes straight down, deviates towards the slip for the right-hander. But then sometimes he tries to push the ball in, either for an in-swinger or an off-cutter, and he doesn't control that very well. It normally starts on the midland leg, keeps going down the leg side. But a lot to work with here as a medium-fast bowler. I really think this guy could become a much quicker bowler than this, and with the same amount of movement in the air and off the pitch.
No. Keep going, fish. Keep going, fish.
I think he's going to be faced with a dilemma. I think Floydie brought it up. The fact that his batting has been improving at light speed. Him going for a big amount in the IPL, the last edition of the IPL. His reputation growing with every game, especially with bat in hand.
Like that. A little bit of quicker off cutter. Just short of a length. Jamal Hamilton knows he has to remain at the crease for an appreciable amount of time. We're in the 20th over. This is a 50 over game. A lot of batting, a lot of time to come. After this over, you still have at least 180 deliveries to face. He's gone. Same thing I was saying. Look at that. A little bit of outswing. Pitched the ball up a little bit. Hamilton nibbled at it again. Again, the wicketkeeper takes a relatively easy catch. Wicketkeeper Thomas. Look at this. Pitched up. No movement of the feet. And a nice, juicy edge. He should celebrate. Excellently bowled. Well, Jamar Hamilton is gone. He's gone for 2. It's 76 for 5. New batsman to the crease, Terence Ward, 33 years old. He's been around for a while. And this is the last wicket. Big one. Just a nibble. And again, no movement of the feet. Hamilton just pushing without protection, outside edge. And Dean Smith gets his 3rd wicket. Wicketkeeper Thomas also takes his 3rd catch.
That one didn't quite bounce as the previous 2, but it just held its line outside that off stump, good enough to take the edge of Hamilton. Smith is in here again, just pushing it down that leg side for another wide. Yet another extra added to the total.
confirming what I was saying, I think all he needs to do is to know how to bowl an in-swinger or an off-cutter. If I were in his position with his pace, I would not even try to bowl an in-swinger. Just bowl the ball straight down out of your hand, off-cutter, and that would be a lot to do with how he holds the ball across the seam and the movement of his wrist. But he's a young man. There's a lot to work with. He's already got 3 wickets. He's been successful today.
See a bouncer for the first time here. So everything coming out from Odin Smith. Run rate's gone down dramatically. Now below 4, 3.92.
In that game, Leeward Islands Hurricanes versus West Indies Academy. One guy got 103 not out, Casey Carty, out of 191 for 7.
Right.
So if one guy gets 103 out of 191 for 7, of course he's dominated, but it also shows that the rest of the batting is not as good as it looks on paper.
I think on paper they're probably one of the better batting lineups in this tournament. You think of Kieran Powell not playing today. He's a massive miss in terms of experience and no short amount of skill.
Right.
Odin Smith finishes his 4th, 3 for 13. The score is 77 for 5 off 20.
Fish, I think I can get yourself some Jimbo now run. Ooh! Sweet goal!
Javar Royal to continue into his 7th over here.
Fish. Upon it, fish.
He's been pretty economical. He's picked up that massive wicket of Devon Thomas as well in his previous over. Maybe a loose shot slightly from Thomas, a bit reminiscent of his dismissal in the first game.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Cully!
Now what
Cully, you see what I
the rest of the Leeward Island Hurricane batsmen have got to do is to set out to bat 50 overs. They've got to recover from where they are. This is the 21st over, so you've got a long way to go. But you have got to try to get a 50 overs.
None, Suna, none! Keep going, boy!
Anytime you get yourself out totally, the batting team, before the allotted overs, you have given the advantage to the fielding team. So they're going to have a different attitude now, the rest of the batsmen.
Hey, yeah, none, goal! Well done.
And if you think of what's to come,
Strong finish,
still got Hayden Walsh, who can bat.
Keep going.
Terence Ward at the crease, who's also got decent enough numbers at this level. And Colin Archibald, who would have scored a first-class century in the just preceded 4-day season.
Oh!
So still a bit of batting here to come. As Cornwall gets a single down to long on. Score moves on to... Oh, he's off the mark now, Raheem Cornwall, off 7 deliveries.
Yes, one to you.
Just 1 ball left in this Royal over.
Keep going, goalie. Keep coming, going, goalie. Keep
Interestingly,
coming,
I think
goalie.
he's done a good job. He hasn't gotten a wicket.
Finish strong, goal.
He's done a very, very good job. This is his 7th over. Excuse me, he's gotten a wicket, 1 for 16.
That was slow. That was the slowest delivery I think he's possibly bowled in that spell. End of the 21st, 78 for 5.
Changing bowler from the Security Ambrose end.
Well, over number 12 was very productive for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. But then a quick collapse from 13 to the 21st. They've lost 5 wickets. So we're going to go back now to another faster bowler from the northern end. It's the Curtly Ambrose end. The new bowler is Nicholson Gordon. And he nearly got a wicket with the first ball, just drop it in front of Smith there at a wideish mid-off. I think Raheem Cornwall knows that he has to stay there for a while. He's asking for some gloves. So it's either he's torn the one he's brought out or he's already been sweating a lot. It is hot. We started with about 30 degrees. It's supposed to go up to 34. We might even get some rain later on. So it might be the gloves. Oh, it's the bat. Well, maybe he didn't get enough purchase. Had he gotten that properly, it would have gone over the extra cover boundary for 6.
I have a question for you, Colin. What do you think of this tactic here in removing Odean Smith and bringing back a Nicholson Gordon, considering just how well Odean Smith has bowled?
I think it's a defensive move, which I don't agree with. The guy's bowling well. Why bring him off? He's gotten 3 wickets. He's got everybody nibbling outside off stump.
Cornwall new to the crease.
Both are new to the crease. Let them face the bowler who's been most successful. I think it's a wrong move, but I grew up in a time where you got to attack. Nowadays, they think about 50 overs. I would try to bowl the Leeward Islands Hurricanes out by 35 overs. That would have been my thought.
I mean, he's almost now holed out twice. Raheem Cornwall not quite finding the fielders there. And I think an observation as well is just the batters at times just struggling to time the ball. Crofty, we saw Devon Thomas take a bit of time to get into his innings, and it seems to be a broken bat here again for Raheem Cornwall. He just changed it on the previous delivery, and he's having another 3 brought out.
The bat makers must be smiling, because he's probably going to ask his sponsors for a couple more bats. This is the one to mid-on. That was just 1 shot with the bat, and he looks at it. It's cracked. That's the end of that.
Seems like he got the toe as well. But here he is facing up again. Nicholson Gordon, he's looking to get after him here. Likes the look of him. And that's it, stands up tall and just hammers that down the ground. Raheem Cornwall, 4 runs.
Now, technically, I think this is a return catch. Because the ball is coming back at the bowler. Here you go. It's passed about 2 feet from his right hand. It nearly killed the umpire. Look at that. So technically, that's a return catch. But it came back so quickly. I think he's done the right thing. Let it go. 4.
I think he probably would have taken 4 of his fingers with him as well. Nicholson Gordon, the ferocious power that was hit with by Raheem Cornwall. He's looking to go after Gordon here. You get the impression that doesn't want Gordon bowling to him at all. Just worked. Down to wideish long on, picking up 1.
But this pair must stay at the crease if the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are going to have a little bit more puff into the 40, 45 overs. This partnership must do well. Terence Ward, very capable batsman. We all know about Raheem Cornwall and his destruction, getting 200 in a 20 over game. Ward must also remember that Cornwall might not be as quick between the wickets as he is, so he's going to have to balance his running. He's going to have to balance the placement of the ball in the outfield. But this is a partnership now that has to think about repairing all the damage done by Odin Smith, especially.
Well, Ward has that ability to bat. He's got that solitary half century at this level. So like you say, Colin, these two need to go about in repairing this Leeward Islands Hurricane innings. 85 for 5 off 22.
Back up, pull!
Easy run for Rakim, the big man going between the wicket. Glorious sunshine here. Food fair still going on. Jamaica will be happy at the moment with taking 5 wickets. But this is a very crucial partnership for the Leeward Islands Hurricane. A lot is going to be rested on the big shoulder of Rakim Cornwall for the team to post what they would want to get closer to put Jamaica under some pressure. So at the moment, all to play for, and a lot is going to be rested on those big shoulder, Michael, of Rakim Cornwall.
Big shoulders, Courtney Walsh. Happy independence to you. I'm going to give the world an exclusive. Not many know that you're from Jamaica. The whole world knows that. But they don't know that this is your second home right here in Antigua and Barbuda. This is a big day for you.
I'm a Caribbean man. I live all over the Caribbean. But now, yes, I'm now based here in Antigua with the family. I'm working for Cricket West Indies as head coach as well for the women's team. So I've been here since just before the pandemic, full time, but I've always been in Antigua. My wife is from here and 2 sons. And they're all based here in Antigua.
Looking to cut there. Just the one fielder out on the deep cover boundary. 365 beaches, they tell me. Courtney Walsh, you've been able to touch all of those?
3, 6, or 7 the last time I counted. I found 2 secret ones.
Making it look easy at the moment, Rakim Cornwall, but really has been a roller coaster ride in terms of this innings. 61 for none, turning into 88 for 5, end of 23.
I think all the bowlers, Nicholas, bowled pretty well for Jamaica, with the exception of Gordon in terms of the figures mightn't show that. But Odin Smith, the big standout, I was a bit surprised when they moved him out the attack after 4 overs.
Well left from Rakim Cornwall, and you really have to credit the way that the Jamaica Scorpions have come back into this game. Led by that man on screen, Odin Smith. He continues to grow as a bowler in these middle overs. Overs 10 to 40. Did it for the West Indies earlier this year. I thought he was a bit unlucky to be left out of that New Zealand series, the last ODI series the West Indies would have played. He was there as a reserve. But he's picked up 6 wickets in 5 ODIs that he's played in. An average of 20.
A question for you is that would you have persevered with him for another over or 2 under the circumstances? 2 new batters in the crease.
I tell you what, Courtney Walsh, it's a good thing that you're sitting in the analyst chair, because you ask some tough questions, which I don't know if I always have the answer to. But I think when he's in a good rhythm, he's that type of bowler, a rhythm bowler, 3 for 13, maybe enticed to give him a couple more. Robin Powell deciding against. And I'll say especially because you have this man, Raheem Cornwall, at the crease. Didn't really get going in the last game. He came in at number 6. Just made the 1 from 6 deliveries. But you look at his record for the Leeward Islands, 35 matches, an average of 44. 400s for the Hurricanes. And we know the destruction he's capable of causing. So for that, you want to get him out early. He's gotten a start. May have persisted with Odin Smith.
I certainly would have for another over or two, especially with Raheem there trying to get him out, because that would be a very big wicket. A little bit of stop-start there. Not sure what happened. Umpire signaling dead ball. Maybe striker wasn't ready. But at this stage of the game, the Jamaica would still be happy because they lost the toss and was asked to field. So they would feel the more comfortable of both teams in the current situation.
Wait, Jim, wait.
Something about this matchup and the one that we had with the the academy players, it just tells me that this is going to be a low-scoring venue. Don't think it'll be easy to chase. Odin Smith, he's been brilliant today, picked up 3 wickets, and on that good length, you can see there both of those deliveries on that 4th stump.
All 3 taken by the wicketkeeper, which means he must have been bowling in the right areas, hitting the right spots, and that's what all you can ask from a fast bowler. And we were talking before that he's got the raw material, which he's got pace. And for him to get the wickets in that area is what you want to see. That's a captain's dream. And I hope that we can see a lot more of that from Odin Smith, because he has got raw pace.
3 wickets in total in 2021. Already 3 here today.
No.
Much improved over from Gordon. Just the 1 run from it. 89 for 5. At this rate, they get to 186. They'll want a lot more of that, especially with Cornwall at the crease. Still power. Hayden Walsh Jr. Some other of those hitters to come. So
a lot rests on the big man's shoulder, as you say, and as we have just seen with the projected score, anything is possible. They've got a big change coming up now with Nkrumah Bonner to bowl his leg spin to Raheem Cornwall, which tells me the Jamaicans are thinking about getting wickets.
Is an interesting ploy though, because Nkrumah Bonner hasn't bowled a big volume of overs in list A cricket, but we have seen him in the test level. A couple overs before lunch, he would come in for the West Indies and do a job. So far starting well.
Has started pretty well, but the question is that Merchant, who bowled pretty well, got a wicket in his last over, has been put aside for the leg spinner, I think. So Robman Paul obviously wants the ball to be going away from the bat from Raheem Cornwall.
Courtney, tell me about this though. You mentioned Merchant. I think Robman Paul may be a bit afraid to bowl the off-spinner ball spinning back into Cornwall. But I think it actually might work out for the Jamaica side, because that strong breeze blowing across the ground from the east-northeast area of the ground, you're then forcing him with the ball spinning back in. If he hits with the spin, he's hitting into that breeze. All of a sudden, mid-wicket into play.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. Obviously, with Merchant, and he still goes bowling a couple of drifters as well. So for me, he could have still bowled because he's bowling so well. But obviously, I think they're looking at taking the ball away from Cornwall, and that time he's hit it and hit it well. Didn't even think of running.
Overpitched from Nkrumah Bonner. And easy stuff, easy pickings for Rakim Kwawa. Been there now for a while. And just the line was all wrong. Probably a bit too full as well. Just one fielder at deep mid-wicket.
As much as I have an understanding of what you might be thinking, but if you have a front line spinner in Merchant, I would have to bowl him at Cornwall first. And if he doesn't get in or bowls well, then I would go to Nkrumah Bonner. But clearly Jamaica is thinking that if they can get the ball leaving Cornwall, it gives them the best chance.
Good over for the Leeward Islands. Get 4 from it. 93 for 5. At the halfway stage, 25 overs done and dusted. The pace of Nicholson Gordon to continue. Terrence Ward, he did get 23 in that last game in a very crucial partnership with Casey Carty. The two put on 56 from just 48 deliveries. Similar position though for the Leeward Islands, because in the last game they were 102 for 6. Today 93 for 5. Yes, that time they were chasing a low score, today batting first, but they're going to need that repair from the lower order again.
They're certainly going to need it. And what Jamaica should be thinking of or trying to do is not to get them to be settled where they can sort of get back into the game, but keep pressing, keep building that pressure.
Yeah.
Glorious from Terrence Ward. And it just slows up towards the end, but it gets there. And that is the shots you want to see from your experienced all-rounder.
Elegantly played. Elegantly played. Straight back past the bowler, almost clipping the stumps. And look as straight as you can get those drives. It's a proper straight drive. At one stage it looked as if Merchant was going to pull it back, but it was well timed.
Looking to flash hard. I just wonder, Courtney, if the thinking from Robin Powell is we want to keep Odine's last 6 overs for maybe the last 10. But captains is so intriguing to see the difference in approaches. Another captain may think we're going for the kill. We want to bowl them out as quickly as possible on a surface that could be dicey as it gets drier.
I've been thinking breaking this partnership because I think this is a very crucial partnership for them, so I would rather risk another over or 2 from Odin Smith, but also if Merchant is my top spinner, him as well, because he got a wicket in his last over before he was taken off. So I've been putting all these at them before I started to go to Nkrumah Bonner.
Have to reboard that one. Nicholson Gordon, definitely a wide. Interesting that they haven't used Andrew McCarthy. He's been warming up for a couple of overs. Many will remember that 6 for 16 he picked up against the Barbados Pride.
I think including a hat-trick. I was at that game, bowled pretty well. So they have got him to call upon as well.
Very full from Gordon. Yeah, a couple of off spinners in this Jamaica side. Think about McCarthy. Think about Merchant. They have the left arm spin of Javor Royale. And I think as this tournament goes on, those spinners will come into the effect and into importance even more.
And they've got a very good spin on the bench as well in Bulai. So they have not short of spin option, the Jamaican team. So a lot of depth in their bowling.
Yes, two teams with a lot of experience in this Zone B. End of 26 overs. The 100 comes up for the Leeward Islands. 100 for 5.
That's 100 up for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. 100 up for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Coming with 9 fours and 160 for the Leeward.
That's the Leeward Islands team there. Coach Stuart Williams drinking his coffee, I would want to hope. Winning the first game here against the Academy must have been pretty good for them, but they knew they were pushed and pushed well. They left out Kieran Powell for this game, so obviously they're thinking about going deep in this competition.
Keep going, chap.
The reason for that is that he's got a little niggle.
You just do that.
Ross Powell got his chance, had a decent start, but they would have wanted for him to carry on a little bit longer.
No, yeah.
So Leeward's team with so much experience, and I think it's why Stuart Williams, Weldon Cornwall, two coaches of the Leeward Islands, will be demanding a bit more from their batting unit. 7 international players within that dugout. One at the crease in Cornwall, Hayden Walsh Jr., Casey Carty right of screen. So they need to get that production, especially as this tournament goes on, and they face Jamaica, they face the Barbados Pride. Remember, only 2 teams from Zone A can progress into the semi-finals.
So it's important that the batting unit click, that they put partnerships together, and that those players you mentioned, Nikhil, stands up and start producing to give Stuart Williams and Cornwall that comfort zone and that confidence that the batting unit is clicking.
Bunny.
They had a very good start today, but then suddenly things start falling apart.
They're very confident, the Scorpions. Bonner didn't go up. That was telling. And Nkrumah Bonner didn't celebrate. He did not appeal. But Aldane Thomas, the keeper, was animated as well as Brandon King, standing at slip.
Well, we're very, very confident, and wow, that's very, very close. King, if he was going by body language, by the wicket keeper on first slip, you would have to say that's very, very close.
Catch him.
No DRS in this tournament, but the telling thing there was Nkrumah Bonner didn't look too excited by it, which always tells you a lot more than the keeper's reaction.
One fish.
Continuously looking to cut straight to the man. End of 27. 101 for 5.
Well, there seems to be another change of bowling now. Mindley comes back from the Sir Curtly Ambrose Hand. Had a decent spell this morning, 4 for 17 from no maidens. But it all started this way for the Leeward Islands. They had a decent start. And then the Jamaicans started to make some inroads into their team. But mainly now would like to get his name in that wicket column. He's coming back for a second spell.
Pulled powerfully, but there is that deep backward square fielder. They have 3 outside the circle for Cornwall. Deep cover, deep backward square, and a very fine deep mid wicket. The wickets for the day. First one was Ross Powell, looking to go across the line against the off spinner. After such a good start, 61 runs on the board. That was a crucial wicket of Casey Carty.
And this was the captain. He knew what had happened. Hamilton. And then a wonderful catch by King.
Courtney, if we could spend some time on Casey Carty, just 2 today. You look at his Super 50 last season, where he got 100 against the Barbados side. That was his dismissal today. He got 123 versus Barbados, but in his other 5 innings, he only got 94 runs. So how important will it be for him to carry on and build on that 103 he got, a match-winning effort in that first game?
Very, very important. You want to have that level of consistency, that level of confidence, and it should be playing in his mind a little bit from last season. He got 100 and then didn't get another score after that. Now he's got 100 in the first game of the tournament, and you don't want the same thing to happen. So he's got to prove to himself and his teammates. And for him, another 3 figures in this tournament or another big score would give him a lot more confidence to work with as well. But he's a class player, we can see that. And there's a man on your screen that did the damage today, Dean Smith.
I really hope that Ian Bishop is sitting in Australia watching this game, because he'll be very happy with the progress of Dean Smith and the way he's bowled those first 4 overs, because he's always spoken about Dean Smith's development in the middle overs, especially hitting that good length.
Well, today he hit those lengths perfectly. So as you say, Ian Bishop would be very, very happy. But Dean Smith would be happy with himself as well, because he's done a good job for his team.
No!
And this is something you want to see more of from him. You want to see him building on that. And not just Dean Smith. Any young fast bowler we have, you want to see them get that line and that consistency going. Hitting those areas consistently. Let the batsman has to play. And when you can nick people off in an ODI game the way he did, it just shows that he's got that pace, he's got the skill set, and just needs that level of consistency.
Just a single from the over. 102 for 5. Still batting to come. Here there was Junior, Kofi James, who batted at number 6 in the last game. And then Colin Archibald, who can hit a few out the ground. And Nkrumah Bonner, both 2 good overs so far. Cornwall beginning to look a bit more comfortable. These two will be a good battle between them, Cornwall and Bonner, because they both would have spent a lot of time together in the West Indies Test team. That tour of Bangladesh, I know for a fact they've got a really good rapport off the field.
Keep going, big chap. Doing well for us here, Barney.
Rahman knows about that. He was on that tour as well of Bangladesh.
Ow! Hey, something that butter is on the handler.
Another half appeal, but not as close to the first one. But Bonner job is to try to keep things down, but search for that wicket. He's getting a little bit of turn, as we saw there off the wicket, which is good signs for him.
Oh yeah, fish.
How much do the Leewards need? Because they'll be thinking they've bowled so much spin in that last game. This surface already beginning to grip. It's very dry. Good to see the celebrations continuing.
Oh! None pop.
Well, they must be thinking something over 200. 220, 230 on the surface. I think they'll be pretty comfortable with that. But as we can see, as the game goes on, the ball starts to grip a little bit more.
Catch him.
Pulled in front of square. Nicholson Gordon does on the boundary, keeps it to just a single. They've done well in the field, the Jamaica Scorpions.
My one concern is that in the twilight and the light change, the ball might not turn as much as it's doing now, and with it sort of runs onto the bat a bit better. Only time will tell.
Catch him.
Same area. Just slows up as it gets to Gordon. Another single. Gets away with a few in this over. Nkrumah nonetheless just goes for 3. 106 for 5.
Makino Mindley's going to bowl his 6th over. Trying to get this 6th wicket for Jamaica. Just a partial recovery happening here from the Leeward Islands. These two have put on 29. Immediately changes up his pace. That gripped as well. Big smile on the face of Rakib Cornwall. It was like one of his deliveries. Slow off spinner with a bit of bounce. But they need these two to keep on going here, Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Not a whole load to come after this. Well, that hasn't bounced at all. Again, another nice change-up from Mindley. Showing some nice variations here, Kirtley.
That one kept very, very low. And that's exactly the point I made earlier at the start of the game, that batting first may be the best option because the pitch could get lower and slower and maybe a little more challenging for batting. But after a decent start from the Hurricanes, they somehow lost their way quite a bit and are really struggling at the moment. But kudos must be given to the Jamaica bowlers. They kept the pressure on, they bowled well, continue to take wickets at regular intervals. So the Hurricanes are under pressure to get a decent total, but still a long way to go.
Yeah, how should we look at that period? Because they were going so well, weren't they? 61 without loss in the 13th over. They then lose 15 for 5. And it looked, even with the two openers, that Ross Powell in particular was getting a bit angsty, wasn't he? He was the first man to go. And then after that, things just really changed once that door was opened. Odin Smith then coming in and nicking off 3 right-handed batsmen in a row. Again, that change-up. He's using it well here. Mindley, he's changed things in terms of his approach in this over.
Keep going, Naz.
It's a good approach, especially to someone like a Rakim Cornwall, who is a big, strong hitter of the cricket ball and like to have pace on so he can go for his big shots. So I think that's good thinking on the part of Makino Mindley. Using a bit of variations keeps Cornwall guessing.
Well, that's tickle fine. It's going to be another boundary for Rakim Cornwall, his 3rd. And the score is 109 for 5. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. I think I'd rather be over there right now, to be honest with you. Good atmosphere over at the Sir Andy Roberts end. Crowd has filled out nicely after people have eaten their food behind the back of the ground.
Right.
And Kuma Bonner, with his leg breaks, fancies himself quite a bit, I can tell you that.
Hey, Bonner!
Well, down the track is Terence Ward, meets it nicely, but straight back to Bonner.
When I was the bowling coach of the CCC a few years ago, he was there, a part of the team.
Oh, yes! Oh,
And he kept saying to me, Coach, man, you know, I'm a good leggy. Always want to get in the act. So he does fancy himself and Kuma Bonner. But he's doing a decent job so far for his team.
None, puppy!
He just drags that one down short, and that's put away by Terence Ward nicely. Just had width there. All he had to do was beat the man behind square. Didn't try to overhit.
Welcome runs for the Leeward Island. I thought it was a pretty ordinary effort. Think he should have done better. Looks like Merchant should have done better.
Oh, yeah, Barney. Line up that one, yeah?
Does have a nice action, doesn't he, Nkrumah Bonner, for someone who doesn't bowl that often. Can see why he fancies his leg spin here. Good figures so far. Just going at 3 and over. That's dabbed around the corner. It's going to be another boundary, I think, for Ward. No, the fielder gets round and then misses his little back heel. Not good effort from Nicholson Gordon. Having got there, that'll be disappointing for Bonner. It's 117 for 5. Interesting card for the Leeward Islands. They were 61 without loss at one point, then lost 15 for 5. Smith getting out Carty, Gore and Hamilton in quick succession. Good bowling, Curly, in that he put it in the right area, but how many of those dismissals could have been avoided, do you think, from a batting point of view?
I thought there was some very ordinary attempt of shots, hence giving the bowler a chance to get some wickets. We got to credit the bowler, Odin Smith, for putting the ball in the right area. But I thought that the Leeward Islands batsmen who got dismissed played some careless strokes. Very, very good opening stance of 60 for the first wicket. And after that is all Jamaica. And now it's up to Rakeem Cornwall and Ward to build a partnership. Still got quite a few overs to go. 18 after this, so there's overs in the hut. They just need a good partnership here. But it's not the easiest of wickets to bat on.
Oh, pulled away hard off the front foot powerfully by Raheem Cornwall. That wasn't short at all. Dismissive.
By no means a bad delivery. Wasn't short, as you quite rightly mentioned, but he stood there and slapped it to a wideish mid-wicket. He got away with it this time, Matt, but you got to be very careful with the low ones, playing that cross-batted shot.
I think you described it better than I did there. You said it was a slap. That's exactly what it was. It wasn't really a pull, it was a front foot slap. Man at deep mid-wicket goes a little bit squarer. He's playing a good hand here, though. Raheem Cornwall, 27 off 37 on the whole. He's been fairly selective of the balls that he's wanted to go after. In the first game against West Indies Academy, he was trying to hit everything out of the ground. Didn't last too long. Whipped away. Straight to the man at deep backward square leg.
This partnership is going to be very, very crucial for the Leeward Islands Hurricane. Another white called. Second one of the over. Otis Smith just struggling a little bit with his direction.
Does do that quite a bit, doesn't he? He's bowled really well today in terms of bowling that off stump or corridor of uncertainty line. But he has also slipped quite a few down the leg side in between that.
Wide, Jim.
Is that something to do with his action? Does he fall away a little bit and just tend to push the ball down the leg side?
Sometimes he does it from time to time. Just tend to push the ball a little bit. And then with a strong breeze blowing from left to right as we look out of our commentary booth, if it's a little too straight, he could always slide down the leg side. So it's better to start it just outside off stump.
Same again. And this is only going to bring a single. Could have been more damage. Plenty of protection on the leg side behind square.
Just need to start the delivery a little bit more outside the off stump. So when it gets that drift into the right hander, it end up on just inside off stump or on middle stump, which isn't too bad. But if it started on middle and leg, there's always the danger of it sliding down the leg side.
Pulled off the front foot again, but again he picks out the man just behind square on the leg side. A lot coming off the middle of the bat at the moment, though, for Raheem Cornwall. It's 126 for 5. That's the situation right now over at the front of the ground, just round about the Sir Vivian Richards statue and behind the Sir Andy Roberts end. What's good over there, you reckon, Curtly?
Just about anything your taste buds desire. I've already been over there, had a nice lobster with some ground provision. Really, very tasteful.
Stop it, you're making me hungry. Stop it. Right, we've got a new bowler. It's going to be Jamie Merchant back into the attack. Off spinner, picked up at the first wicket to fall, actually got things going for the Jamaica Scorpions, and then maybe slightly strangely got taken out of the attack. 1 for 9 off his 3 overs. He's got 2 right-handers to deal with immediately. bowled well actually to Casey Carty, beat him twice in his first 2 deliveries, just outside the off stump with balls that went straight on with the arm.
Oh yes, puppy. Catch him!
That was in the air for a while, and again straight out the screws, but straight to mid-wicket, just in front of him.
I'm a little bit concerned the way Raheem Cornwall is playing. Those cross-batter shots can be dangerous. He's standing upright, looking to hit through the onside, and I'm afraid that if one keeps low, he may not be able to get down in time to stop it, and could be bowled, or even leg before. It's a dangerous shot to play with a lack of bounce. But so far it's working for him, but I'm very concerned about it.
Well, deep mid-wicket's just gone out, quite square as well in response to that previous shot. Does like to hang back, doesn't he, and play a lot off the back foot. On to 30 now, or 43. The next generation. The next lot of Curtly Ambroses, possibly, if you can get more.
Seem to be more interested in what they're eating than actual cricket.
I hope he's not on the lobster as well.
No, Jim. Yeah, come. Nishi.
Again in the air. Did that carry to mid-wicket? I think it did. Captain Rovman Powell. I think it was quite low. Could well have been an opportunity there for number 6.
Keep going, Nish. Get back closer. Oh, whoa. Over.
A decent comeback over by Merchant. Goes for just 1. 127 for 5. All of the Jamaica bowlers today, barring Nicholson-Gordon, have been very effective, very economical as well. Look at that, 4.4 runs per over and under for the other 5 bowlers, and 1 standout, Odean Smith, with that triple strike in the middle of the innings, which really shaped what we've seen since then as well. These two having to rebuild for the Leeward Islands. Again, he pulls off the front foot. This time he gets it behind square enough to beat that man out on the leg side boundary.
More welcome runs for Raheem Cornwall and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. He still continues to play that cross-batter shot. That wasn't very risky that time. Had enough power in it to take it across the boundary ropes.
All right, let's have a look. Was this a chance then? Previous over, penultimate ball. Oh, it certainly was. It was high, actually. High up to Rovman Powell. It didn't look like he was convinced whether he should go reverse cup or with the hands pointing down. And in the end, He kind of went in between and the power defeated him. Big chance that.
Another wide called as Odin Smith continues to push that ball down the leg side. Speaking of that catch, Matt, the position that Rodman Powell, the captain, was in, he was very close in that short mid-wicket area. I reckon it was a reflex action, didn't have enough time to complete the catch. Maybe should have been a little bit deeper, closer to the circle, because we all know Rakim Cornwall will not take a quick single. So the captain could have allowed himself to stay a little bit on the circle and move in from the circle. Had he done that, would have probably taken the catch a lot easier.
Yeah, without doubt, because the circle quite a way further back than where he was. Short and pulled by Ward, bit of a short arm jab. He continues to tick along, 18 off 42 for him. This partnership now up to 58. Exactly what the doctor ordered as far as the Leeward Islands are concerned. They would have been worried at 76 for 5. In fairness, they haven't really taken too many risks, these two. They've put the bad ball away.
His struggles continue, Odin Smith. Just losing his direction since he came back for this spell. I reckon that's about 4 wides in the last 2 overs. Just need to get back on track.
He's done a lot of work on the boundary, that man at deep backward square leg. Well placed fielder for Rakim Cornwall. That's Javor Royal out there.
Wide.
So again, a bit of a mixed over from Odin Smith. Couple of wides, boundary off the first ball, and he's now on 3 for 31 off his 6 overs. It's thirsty work out there. We're all going to take a break for a drink.
Sessions, because I was allowed him, yeah. How he does that, I don't know, all day. In the heat, yeah, I know. Where's it gone?
It's been an innings of momentum swings so far. Leeward Islands got off to a great start through their openers. Then in the middle, Jamaica struck 5 times in quick succession. But since then, Rakim Cornwall and Terence Ward have just started to mount a rearguard action and put the Leeward Islands back into a half-decent position. They've got to keep going here, though, because of those 5 wickets. First to go, Ross Powell. Big heave-ho. He was playing well. The openers were playing well. 61 without loss, and that started a bit of a decline. Casey Carty never looked comfortable today. Century maker in the first game. He was followed by Kareem Gore, bat well away from his body. This was a good catch, good bit of bowling as well. Devon Thomas was looking dangerous, 38 for him. And then a third right-handed batsman nicked off behind by O'Dean Smith. That was a good delivery to get rid of the Leeward Islands skipper, Jamar Hamilton. And he's been the standout, Smith. He's been a bit expensive just in his last couple of overs. He's bowled a few wides, but he's still made 3 crucial breakthroughs, 3 for 31 from his 6. In general, all the bowlers have been very economical, barring Nicholson Gordon, who's gone for over 6 and over. Special mention for Javor Royal as well, left-arm spinner who opened the bowling. He was excellent, 1 for 19 from his 8. Seen a bit of leg spin as well from Nkrumah Bonner, which you don't see too often, but he's done a pretty decent job as well. His 4 overs, none for 16. It's a very interesting few overs, this game, isn't it, Curtly? If the Leeward Islands can keep some wickets in hand and go into the last, say, 8 overs and have these 2 or one of these 2 at the crease, they can have a real go here. What do you think is possible?
This present partnership is going to be key. So far, 60 runs, building quite nicely. I reckon if they can bat with 16 overs left, if these 2 can bat another 10 overs, they could be in a much better position. But the flip side to it is, if one of these are dismissed soon after the break, it could cause more problems for Leeward Islands Hurricanes. So this partnership is crucial.
Jamie Merchant's going to bowl his 5th over. He's been economical too. Came on and broke that opening partnership. And he hasn't given too much away. 1 for 10 from his 4 overs. What's Raheem Cornwall going to do here, though? Is he going to be tempted to go after the off-spinner? Leg side well protected, long on, deep mid-wicket, who's quite square, deep backward square leg.
1. That's a 3 o'clock. What time? 3 o'clock, yeah. Center. Yes. Come on, Nishi.
Bit of gamesmanship there from
Jimmy.
Merchant. Just making sure that Terence Ward isn't cheating, trying to run down the track at him. Oh, that's a genuine nick. Only going to get 1 though. I wonder if that came off keeper's gloves.
That will go down as a drop catch.
Oh, backs away and whacks him straight down the ground. Full toss. Well fielded by the man at long on. Brandon King, I think, down there. No, it's not. It's McCarthy.
Good bowling by Merchant. Saw Cornwall backing away. Looking to go through the offside. And he followed him. Could only hit it down to long on for a single. That's good bowling.
Could be a sign that, though, couldn't it? Is this the moment where Raheem Cornwall goes up a gear, presses the go button?
I I think with 15 overs remaining after this one, he have a lot of time still left. Shouldn't take too big a risk or too many chances at this time. Try to bat at least another 8 to 10 overs and then launch an attack for the last few.
None, Pop.
5 singles and a dot. 141 for 5. The very impressive Javor Royale is going to bowl his 9th over. Superb economy rate so far, just over 2, bowled in the power play. Just kept it very simple. Didn't do too much, got the odd one to bite a little bit, but there wasn't too much assistance for him. Change in field. There's plenty of room behind square on the leg side for Cornwall. Oh, that's a big heave, which he's missed.
Goal.
I am not so sure this is the time for that.
Bang! That's gone a long way. Out of the park. First maximum of the day. What a shot.
That's probably what he tried to do the delivery before and missed it. Made no mistake that time. Got a hold of it and clobbered it over the longest part of the boundary, the mid-wicket boundary for 6. And that's what Cornwall can do. But I still think, Matt, he has to be careful. Doesn't want to get out at this time.
Yeah, still a key moment, isn't it? They lose a wicket here, they could easily fall down like a pack of cards, be all out for 170. Not sure that'll be enough against this powerful, strong Jamaican batting lineup.
Oh!
Cornwall need to be there
Keep going, Kali.
to at least the end of the innings or as close as possible to the end. If he stays there, the runs will come.
None.
Very good partnership so far of 7-1 and building.
Catch!
Full toss. Where's that gone? A long way. That's even bigger than the first one. 2 6s in the over for Cornwall, and he's got to 50. Big smiles in the Leeward Islands Hurricanes dugout. That was a humongous hit. It wasn't a good ball, it was a full bunger, but that came right out of the middle of the bat. That would have been 6 pretty much every ground in the world. Well played, Rakim Cornwall. 5 4s and 2 6s. He's enjoying the responsibility today of having to rebuild after those wickets. Can he keep going all the way to the end here? Strike rate is very good, 92. Just needs to make sure he sticks around.
None.
Yes, Floyd, it's been a fantastic performance from Rakim Cornwall. He's led the rear guard action, really put his hand up and led this recovery by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. 51 of 56, partnership 77, Terrence Ward 20 of 45. I think these two should be looking to go into the final power play at the crease, looking to make as competitive a total as possible. Good afternoon, Courtney Walsh.
Good afternoon, Mali. You're correct there. These two need to be there towards the end. At least one of them should try to bat the innings out. The mood Cornwall is looking in is as if he's ready to go. He's ready to press that buzzer to get on with things, but you should still be mindful that there's still 14 overs left to go.
A lot of deliveries indeed for Raheem Cornwall. He's already set. And that's a bit of innovation there from Raheem. Not something you see too much of. A reverse sweep going down to the third man boundary, but only picking up that one run. But from 76 for 5 to now 155 for 5, Courtney Walsh. It's been a good effort.
A top effort, a big partnership from these two. They've got put on 79 from just 108 deliveries, so they have rebuilt very, very well, and they've put the game back in the balance where if both are there at the end, you expect the Leeward Islands Hurricanes to have a decent score. They could get another 100 runs if these two bat, so you'll be looking in excess of 250, 260, which would be a perfect recovery.
Definitely scored a score of 240, 250 would definitely be competitive in these conditions. We saw in the first game just how much of hard work the Leeward Islands Hurricanes made of 190. To get 50 or 60 runs more here would take some getting indeed. Merchant again. It's been quite steady here today. He's gone for 18 runs off his 5.5 overs, just one delivery left here for Merchant, but he's also done quite an economical job. I'll be interested to know what you think of how Rovman Powell has used his charges here and really rotated his bowlers.
I think he has rotated them reasonably well. There was just one question sign when he brought on Bonner to bowl in probably instead of Merchant. At 157 for 5, I think both teams might still think that everything is in the balance.
Overall, it's been pretty economical stuff by the Jamaica Scorpions, but just being held up with this partnership of Ward and Cornwall as Ward pulls away to a wide long on for 4 more, and this partnership continues to build. Jevor Royal into his final over, going for 4 runs off the first delivery.
And that puts pressure back on the bowler. Well executed by Ward. Merchant Royal will be looking to finish up on a high, but he's under tremendous pressure now with the first ball going for 4. And all you need to do in a situation like this now is just make sure you get off strike, get that single going, and you can get 9 out the overs or 8 without playing another powerhouse shot.
I think it just shows the value of taking one's time, absorbing pressure. Leewards were under enormous pressure at 76 for 5, but these two absorbed that pressure. I think Jamaica let them off the hook slightly. As we see Ward again clipped into the onside. Are they going to come back for 2? Raheem, yes, he turns and comes back. That's good. Good batting there by Ward. Good running from Cornwall as well.
Nice easy jog too for the big man. Under no pressure. Running in cruise control. Good good to see. But as you're right to say, this partnership is a very vital one. And long may it continue as far as the Leeward Islands is concerned. Allow the peel.
Close. But from our vantage point, just possibly just sliding down that leg stump. Terence Ward going for that sweep there. Yeah, just possibly, maybe just missing. But that was close. It's definitely a close shout.
Yeah.
These two have done well. They've really rotated the strike. As Royal finishes his spell 1 for 37. The score is 164 for 5. Partnership of Ward and Cornwall has really led this charge for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes from being 61 without loss to 76 for 5. Now 164 for 5 and looking to get as much over 200 as possible. This is pulled away quite powerfully into the onside there. Just for one run. But Courtney, I think if we look back at the pattern of this game and when Odin Smith was into his spell, at the end of 4 overs, he had bowled 4 overs, 13 runs for 3 wickets. And Nicholson Gordon was brought back. Do you think that was possibly a mistake, just looking back in hindsight?
That one is hit high and hard and far. Another 6 for Cornwall. When the big man loses those shoulder, the ball will have to travel. I'll answer your question after this one.
Yeah, Rakeem Cornwall on the charge here. He signaled his intentions about 3-4 overs ago. And he's putting the foot to the pedal here, and it's 6 more runs. Run scoring becoming easier by the ball. Oh, it's going to be 6. Oh, 6. It's going to be 6 runs again. Rakeem Cornwall, consecutive 6s. Smoked over the onside. Going after Jamie Merchant here, Courtney Walsh.
Well, how close was that to the fielder who I thought gave it up very early? But it was over the ropes. At one point in time, Rakeem paused as if he thought he didn't get hold of it the way he wanted to. But he's such a strong man. Even the miscues will go for 6.
Scoring at well above 100 here now, Rakeem Cornwall. This one smashed again, way over mid-wicket. That one went even further up onto the bank. And the locals here are loving what they're seeing from their countrymen. On the 41st independence celebrations, Rakeem Cornwall making the local crowd very proud here.
This time he got a hold of that one. He waited and he knew he hit it pretty well. He didn't have to look to see where the ball was going. That was well executed from Rakeem Cornwall. With all the strength and power he had, middled it. And a lot of concern now for the Jamaican contingent as Rabman Powell, captain, vice captain, Jermaine Blackwood, having a chat with Merchant. The big man is on the go and he has unsettled the Jamaicans who a couple of overs ago were nicely poised, in good condition, but it just shows what a partnership can do. This partnership now is 107 in just 122 deliveries. Very, very big partnership for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
And if we think of when Nicholson Gordon was brought back, Rakeem Cornwall was still very new to the crease. Didn't go for the jugular, the Scorpions, and they're being made to pay for that here now as Rakeem Cornwall gets yet another single down to long on. Moves on to 70. Merchant under pressure.
And just to answer that question, because I didn't forget about it, I would have given or Dane Smith that extra over or two when he was getting wickets, because at that point you need to break this partnership to be in total control or a better place in the game.
Right. Go back.
End of the Merchant over. 39 gone. It's 184 for 5. All the senior players now having a conference, trying to work out how they're going to stop this charge from Raheem Cornwall. He's been ably supported by Terence Ward as well. Let's not forget about him. He's now got 30 of 57 deliveries. He's played a very, very admirable supporting role to Raheem Cornwall here. He's put away bad balls as well. He's rotated the strike. And with 11 overs remaining, Leewards are in a position here to now press forward with the 5 wickets remaining. They've managed to keep the wickets in hand, and we know how important wickets in hand are, Courtney Walsh, towards the back end of an innings.
Well, they've hit 15 fours and 5 sixes so far in this innings. And with 11 overs remaining, they should now be thinking in excess of 250, 260 or more. Especially if these two stay. Jamaica need wickets. They need to try to break this partnership to try to get back into the game. At the moment, I think the Leeward Islands are now in control again. And with Raheem Cornwall at the crease, and we know what he can do. The longer he bats, the better it will be for Leeward Islands Hurricane.
What are some of the things that the Jamaican Scorpion bowlers now will be trying to stem this tide? We've seen the run rate fly up in the last couple overs or so. What are some of the things Minley and some of the other bowlers will be trying on such a deck?
They'll be trying something like that, but he got hold of it. They'll be looking to bowl those wide Yorkers. But once you get bat on it with 3rd man up, it's going to be 4. They need to now start thinking about variation. How can they get him out, have him hit into the field, getting him off strike at this point in time, because he's now in a change of gear mode, and you need to try to get him off strike to try to stem the runner flow.
Amazing shot that from Raheem Cornwall. We've seen power throughout his innings, but on that occasion, deft touch and real control, supple wrists. Raheem Cornwall pulling out the full repertoire here. Slower delivery, that variation you talk about, oh, falls into no man's land. Raheem Cornwall survives, but just what you were saying, Cuddy, those variations, keeping batters off balance.
That is what's required. It's unfortunate it did for Jamaica. It didn't go to where the fielder was, but from the Leeward Islands point of view, they're very happy with that. But Cornwall was showed his intent. He's not afraid to have a go. He's already made his mind up. He has changed gear, and the 76 runs that he's got has only come off 64 balls.
Especially when you consider the way he started, scoring at well below 100. But as his innings has progressed, he's just grown in confidence. He's picked up the pace and the bounce of this wicket. I remember Curtly Ambrose talking about just him playing those cross-batted horizontal bat strokes to the ball, just skidding through. But he's kept his eye on these deliveries, and he's survived, and now he's pushing his team forward. That's edged away. It's gone down quite quickly. Is he going to get round? Yes, that's a fabulous save there. Fantastic save by Andre McCarthy.
Good cricket by Andre McCarthy. And that's what he brings to this team. A lot of energy in the field. Thick outside edge. We all thought it was gone for 4, but McCarthy sticking that left hand out, and excellently done.
Yeah, and he's going to have some batting to do as well later on this evening, Andrew McCarthy. They'll be looking to him to be one of the players to possibly chase this total down. Mainly again in slower ball this time, just work down to long on for 1 run. No real pressure on Raheem Cornwall. Sometimes, you know, the fielders can really put pressure on him to run a bit quicker. But it's the end of the 40th, 1-9-1 for 5.
Just now. Okay. Thanks. King.
It looks like it's going to be Nicholson Gordon to continue, actually to come in from the Sandy Roberts end. Something Sir Curtly Ambrose spoke about is his enthusiasm. Every time the captain looks to him to throw him the ball, he does it with great enthusiasm, doesn't he? Always looking to put his hand up to make a performance, and we saw that in the CPL as well.
Yes, certainly he gives you 100%, and I've just seen the umpire giving the final power play signal, which means we're into the last 10, and this is where Leeward Islands can capitalize. If these two bat and they score at 7 and over, it's 260. Anything above that is going to be between 280 290, so all to play for, and as long as Raheem is at the crease, this run rate could move up in no uncertain terms in a hurry.
Swell ball by Gordon there, that Yorker. Nailing the Yorker there on that big boot of Raheem Cornwall.
A good old-fashioned Yorker, really good to see. Nothing is better than those. See him trying to give himself a bit of room and followed him, the perfect Yorker. It might not be spot on for the stumps, but it has done the job.
He was injured with a similar delivery in the CPL against Alzari Joseph. But this time he gets away with that one, Nicholson Gordon. Just strayed a little bit down that leg side, and with the 45, that man on the 45 up in the circle, escaped a little bit with that one. But he's bowling that length, that right length, nice and full, looking to nail that Yorker, not allowing Raheem Cornwall to get under these deliveries.
Well, that's Tree's perfect delivery. He's also bowling to his field, because if you look at the field that he has, it's a 5-4, and he's got 3 sweepers out: square, mid wicket, and long on.
Yeah. Good stuff so far from Gordon. Halfway through his 7th over. And that's fabulous stuff from Raheem Cornwall. Deft touch again, showing that full repertoire like we spoke about. Not just power, but a bit of precision as well. Raheem Cornwall showing supple hands here.
Great improvisation from Raheem Cornwall. He knew what the bowlers are going to do because he's got 3 spot on. And that's what the batters do now. You've got to try to upset his rhythm, and he's done that perfectly well. From a bowling point of view, there's not much you can do about that unless you pre-plan that you're going to bowl a different length to him from now. But Raheem read it well and executed well.
And make no mistake, that's real improvement in the batting skills from Raheem Cornwall, knowing him since a youngster. And the shots that he possessed. And he's just grown in stature as he's gone around the world and played a bit more international cricket. We've seen him become not just a power player, but like you say, showing great innovation.
And showing some sympathy for the bowlers. There's not much you can do differently if that's your plan. The plan was just overread well by Raheem and executed well. And in the context of this game, that's an excellent over. just 4 runs taken from it. He has nothing to be ashamed of. His execution was spot on. It's 195 for 5.
Minley to continue. But that was a very good over, like you said, Courtney, from Nicholson Gordon. He executed just what he wanted to, had the field set accordingly, only going for 4 runs. So we see those variations from Marquino Minley, just bowling that off cut outside that off stump. Terence Ward not managing to make contact.
Another very good delivery, pace off. And when the batsman can use your pace, it's always a good sign once you can control it. What you want is for the batsman not to be able to pick when you're going to bowl that pace off or that slow delivery.
Yes, the key is to keep the batter off balance as much as possible in these situations. Slowey again worked into the onside. It's going to be a chance. Raheem has given up, but it wasn't a direct hit. We spoke about the running a little earlier on that occasion. A real run-out opportunity there, but Odin Smith not managing to hit the stumps. As we see that one.
Also, where is the wicketkeeper in this picture? I believe that the wicketkeeper should have been up to the stumps. Raheem is coming down. You've got to give yourself every chance of getting this run out. And the only way you can do that is by the wicketkeeper getting to the stumps, know the wicket, you still have a chance of taking those bails off. I think Jamaica has lacked that little bit of urgency in the field, especially with Raheem running between the wicket. You need to put the pressure on him all the time.
And on that occasion, just a bit sloppy with the basics. Had the throw been to the keeper, Raheem would have been run out comfortably. But he's still in, 81 of 71, looking for his 5th century at this level. That's a slow, oh, and he's been bowled. Slower delivery again, that off-cutter. Marquino Minley picks up the dangerous Raheem Cornwall. He goes for 81. Fabulous innings.
Just clipping the bails, just enough to clip the bails. Excellent bowler by Minley. He celebrates. Yes, he's got the one he wanted. Jamaica is happy, and it's now 196 for 6.
Hayden Walsh Jr., the new batter. Raheem Cornwall going for 81. Marquino Minley, massive wicket. That could be the difference between 250, 260 and 230 here, as we see that slower delivery. Back of the arm, Slowey. Raheem too early through that shot. Bowled. Was a fabulous innings from the big man.
The danger man has gone, because in the next 9 overs, he could have taken this game completely away from Jamaica.
Edged away by Hayden Walsh there. Tumbling save again, Andre McCarthy. On the boundary, saving runs again for his team. That's exactly what the Scorpions need. They've been a little bit off the pace just recently, but McCarthy saving 2 runs there at least.
He certainly has saved a few for Jamaica. Very good fielding there, Andre McCarthy. We know what he can be like in the field. Full of energy. Save a couple of runs there, and those could be vital runs in the context of the game.
Every run counts. Every run counts in a situation such as this. Hayden Walsh facing up to Marquino Minley. Just the 1 run here. Partnership of 120 between Ward and Raheem Cornwall. Fabulous partnership. Came together at 76 for 5. Odin Smith with the wind in his sails. But real positive rear guard action from those two. And Ward still at the crease here. He's been done in the air. Oh, it's a fabulous catch. Odin Smith. Wow. Wow, we showed fantastic pace across the turf. Stuck out that left hand. Batsman done with the back of the arm slowly again. Wicket number 8 for the Jamaica Scorpions.
And Odin Smith back in the game again. Very good catch. Pace taken off by Mindley and running across, sticking that left hand out. Ball went in, stayed in. And Jamaica celebrates. What a catch. Very good catch done by Odin Smith. They're 197 for 7.
A 120-run partnership removed in the space of 1 over. Marquino Minley showing his experience, good variation on a surface that continues to be tricky for batting. Merchant brought back into the attack.
Hey, boy, Merchant.
Good afternoon to you, Colin Croft.
Good afternoon, Nikhil. We're going to either get these last 3 wickets very quickly or another 50, 60 runs going to be scored. Hayden Walsh Jr. is one of those who could get on with things.
One sugar.
18 from 19 in the last game for Hayden Walsh Jr. He will be important now with the wicket of Cornwall and Terence Ward. The reason Kofi James is here, though, brilliant piece of fielding.
Yes, you're really going to enjoy this because this guy has done a good job today. A little bit winded, perhaps. Got 3 wickets, and he moved across the outfield then like a cheetah and just outstretched his left hand, collected it. Excellent catch.
One that.
It'll be interesting to see how they go about now these remaining 7 overs, Colin, because that was a really vital partnership developing for the Leeward Islands. You have the power hitting ability of Cornwall, and he can take you to that 250, but now you only have 3 batters remaining. How do they go about here? That man has got to lead the charge, you think?
Correct. So he's going to have to mix power hitting with placements to getting 2s and 3s in the outfield. But if they bat intelligently, the next 7+ overs could get you another 30, 40 runs. 240 would be a very interesting total on this pitch.
None, puppy.
Much better comeback from Jamie Merchant because he conceded 20 runs in that 39th over. 3 maximums. Just tugged into the leg side by Raheem Cornwall. But to the left-handed, Walsh, he's backing himself.
No.
Good calling. That's exactly what I was suggesting. You got to get the singles, the twos. End of the over. 202 for 7.
This has been very impressive for Marquino Minley, and he's mainly known as a red ball bowler. He's been in the first class setup for a number of seasons, but the way he's used his variation in this innings, something that will make you as a former West Indies fast bowler very happy.
It's called experience. We've been talking about him. This is a guy I think should have probably gone a little bit further than perhaps he's gone so far.
Aerial. He's hit that really well here in Walsh Jr. Just stand and deliver stuff from the Antiguan.
Picked up purposefully. I think he recognized that this was another slow ball coming to him, except this one was pitched up. There's not a man at whitish long off. So he took a chance over the top, got away with it. Didn't hit it perhaps as well as he wanted to, but he's got exactly what he planned. 6 more runs, 208 for 7 now. He now has to continue batting like this.
Into the pitch this time. Saw something very interesting on that last delivery from Marquino Minley. He's bowled off cutters pretty much throughout. Look at this though, Colin Croft. It looked to be from the back of the hand.
Correct. That's the leg break he's trying. All fast bowlers try that. But it became a top spinner and spanked over extra cover, 6.
Obed McCoy, Jason Hall, the 2 men in the West Indies that I think have almost perfected that back of the hand slower ball and use it very effectively in the death overs. So good to see, even though it didn't work for Marquino Minley, the intent to try innovative things.
No.
Yes, I think Marquino Minley is one of those fast bowlers who you really want to be going forward. So yes, he's not done a bad job today. I think overall Jamaica did a bad job. I think at 76 for 6, there is no way for 5. Sorry, no way they should have been getting 200.
Really slow from Marquino Minley. Gets away with it, you think? Just a single down to deep cover.
Come on, me.
Earlier today, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they were struggling at 76 for 5. This man walked to the crease and got his 4th list day 50. All have come for the Leeward Islands. Averages over 40 with the bat. He hit 5 maximums.
Yes, 7-4. Good running. These two are making sure that they get as many runs as they can. Nicely done. 211 for 7. Now this is the big man hitting. That's a big 6 over long on. Another one over square leg. When he hits them, they remain hit. Now this is intelligent. He recognized there was no fieldsman down at fine leg. The fine leg was inside the circle. 4 more.
There's been a lot of questions asked about Raheem Cornwall, and people don't believe in his temperament and ability to spend time at the crease. But he's got 4 list day hundreds, and now 4 50s, and he continues to prove that when he is in Hurricanes colors, he can do that job in the middle order. Opens in T20 cricket, of course. Back over his head. Again, not quite timing it, Hayden Walsh Jr.
Impressed by the running by these guys today. They're making sure they get as many runs in the outfield. Walsh Jr., Hayden Walsh Jr., he is probably the best of the lower order batsmen in terms of hitting. He has to take as much of the strike as possible.
Two fielders, three actually on that leg side boundary. Really good intent though. Hayden Walsh Jr. is one of the quickest men in this region, whether it's in the outfield or between the wickets.
Yes, I think the Jamaicans have let themselves down a little bit in the outfield. There's been some good fielding occasionally, but like that one, that should have been just one. The ball went into the fieldsman's hand. That was our fast bowling friend, Odin Smith.
This time in the gap. Wow, as he latched onto that one perfectly. Hayden Walsh Jr. just continues to impress in whatever he does for the Leeward Islands.
Excellently played. This was just short, just about sitting up to be hit. Maybe trying something. Hayden Walsh Jr. didn't connect as well as you would have liked, but it was sufficiently well placed between long on and the man at mid-wicket to get it to the boundary for 4. Acceleration, excellent.
Well, and you keep saying he's not getting it as much as he would have liked, but Lord help us if he does actually get it how he wants then. Much better delivery though from Merchant because it was a lot slower.
If you look at Hayden Walsh Jr. when he hits the ball, the bat is spinning in his hand, and you could actually hear the sound. It's not as focused and full as if he hits the middle of the bat. But he gets the boundary, that's good enough.
This time, nailing it in, looking for that Yorker. Ball move as well to bowl the off spinner. I think you have a left hand at the crease, so you're almost trying to play the matchup, but still, you only have 5 overs remaining after this. We're in the death overs. Almost took out Kofi James in the process. This time will only be a single to end the over, but a really good one for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. 9 runs from it, 220 for 7.
Wendy was 5 to 6. 76 is 5.
5 overs remain in this contest. Of course, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes home side on a beautiful Independence Day. Happy 41st Independence to all of our Antiguan and Barbudan fans and supporters globally. They'll be hoping for their team to get a win, which would be their 2nd consecutive win in this CG United Super 50 Cup.
1981 was a big year for Antigua and Barbuda. Also had their first test match here at the venerable Antigua Recreation Ground.
Trying to be crafty. Interesting choice though, because there is a fine leg in place. So you do all of that, you take that risk if you're Hayden Walsh, but you're still only probably getting 1.
5 boundary riders allowed from over number 41 to 50. So this man at square leg on the boundary, long on, long off, deep extra cover, and 3rd man. The fine leg has to be inside the circle.
That is hit incredibly well by Hayden Walsh Jr. Vacant extra cover region. And all of a sudden, he's taken over the attack from Raheem Cornwall and Terrence Ward.
This one was hit properly. He hit that with a lot of power. Look at it, just short of the boundary, but with a lot of purpose. This guy has come out here to make sure that the last 8-9 overs go at least for 5-6 runs per over.
Slow ball again, misfield at point, and I think it'll be 4 more. Yes, it will. Hayden Walsh Jr. in front of his home crowd. He's putting on a show at the moment.
Well, Leeward Islands Hurricanes are now starting to blow. This is another slow delivery. I just have been fooling the man there at backward point. The man on the boundary had not a chance. Playing a real classy innings at this time of the innings, 30 from 20. I think that the Jamaicans are a little bit flustered and confused here. Ravman Powell is having some problems. He's not sure where his boundary rider should be. Remember, in the last 10 overs, you allowed 5 men outside of the circle. Supposedly, that is supposed to help the bowlers. I don't think that's happening this afternoon. The bowlers are being peppered non-stop.
But I think the entire plan of action has now changed for Millie. He's going to come around the wicket. He's sent back that man at deep backward square, and he's removed the point into a short fine leg. So he's probably looking to be a lot more attacking at the stumps now. Fires one in. Stop delivery, seam up this time. Good piece of fielding. Or, sorry, the opposite, but gets away with it.
Bowling around the wicket is a very difficult thing to do if you don't practice it. So just to go around for one ball to a left hand and then to come back over, it's not as easy as it looks. But he's been around a long time, admittedly. So I would expect that by now he's learned how to do that. Now, interestingly, they brought the third man back into the circle. So the men in the circle, third man, backward point, mid-off, and mid-wicket.
Clears that left leg, Kofi James, and I think it may have hit the rope on the full. It does. This is incredible ball striking from the lower order of the Leeward Islands, time and time again showing up in high pressure situations.
Calypso time. It's celebration times. Antigua and Barbuda's independence. Flat, hard, over mid-wicket, 6. Exactly what the Leeward Island Hurricanes need, 235 for 7. We still have another 4 overs after this one is completed.
I'll have to reboard that one, but many who don't know this, Kofi James, who's playing mainly as a spinner in this Leeward Island side, opens the batting that is in the T20 format for his Liberta Blackhawks, his local Antiguan club. So no shortage, in terms of the runs with the bat in hand. Of course, it's a different stage.
One of the coaches for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes is Kenny Benjamin, who comes from Liberta. He knows about him very well.
Immaculate. And it's in the gap again, and it'll be just get there to be 4 more. What an over this has been for the Leeward Islands. 3 boundaries and a maximum to go with it. Really good stuff. They've taken 20 runs from the over. 240 for 7. Very interesting captaincy and decisions from Ravman Powell. You look at the bowlers used. Odin Smith, his first 4 overs, 3 for 13. He was then brought back into the attack in the 32nd over. Just bowled 2 for 18 runs, and since has been pulled out of the attack. Haven't seen him return.
For me, that's bad leadership. I think the captain should have kept him on. Now, Odin Smith should be fit enough to bowl 10 overs straight. So don't tell me that he's tired. If you've got a team at 76 or 5, I'm looking for the next 5 wickets before you get to 150. He has got to continue and get more wickets. You don't pull him off and then hope that the rest of the bowlers do the job.
This is hit again in the air, but this time doesn't go all the way. It goes into the fielder's hand. And Odin Smith, the man of the moment, takes the catch. It's a big wicket to get Hayden Walsh Jr. But you just feel the damage done.
As I was saying, I don't think that he's holding that bat correctly. It is spinning in his hand. This one spun again, did not hit the middle of the bat. He's upset with himself. He holds out to mid-wicket, but he's done a tremendous job for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. 31 he's made. He's 240 for 8.
Incoming batsman for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, calling Archibald.
Right hand over, 5 to you. Yes.
Colin Archibald, 26 years old, from St. Kitts and Nevis, off the mark straight away. Can't bat. Was part of that West Indies 8 versus Bangladesh series in August of this year. Why he's here?
Yes, this one he's trying to hit across the line a little bit. It maybe became a little bit big on him, bounced a little bit more than he expected. It went up more than out. And a relatively good, easy catch taken there by Odin Smith down at mid-wicket.
Well executed Yorker from Gordon. Interesting to see Odin Smith moving so mobile in the field to take that catch. I have got young eyes, Colin Croft. I had a look over at the Jamaica dugout during the drinks break, and he was getting some treatment to that lower leg. I wonder if that is what's impeded him and stopped him from bowling his full quarter. But he looks pretty good there.
He looks as if he's in good shape. But I think that, and this is for any bowler operating in any team, if your captain asks you to bowl 10 overs straight in a 50-over game, you should be able to do it at the same keel that you started. So if you're not fit enough for that, you got to get that fit. It's as simple as that.
Also begs the question as to if he was in that rhythm for his first 4 overs, why not persist with him? Given the fact that his last over, he just went for 2 runs. When he came out of the attack, there were 77 for 5. Looking for 2, and they'll get it as well. Archibald's got long strides, making it look very easy in the end.
We have not yet seen Jamaica bat, but I think this game is moving away from Jamaica. They're supposed to have a very long batting lineup. I know they do, but over 250 is sometimes very difficult to get, even in a 50-over game.
Hasn't quite got it, but you have to credit the intent from Kofi James. Fine leg up in the circle. Had he got it off the middle of the bat, it would have been 4 or more. He's playing a good cameo here, 15 from 9. 3 overs remain, 244 for 8.
gentlemen, change in bowling from Mr. Curtly Ambrose M. Returning will be Odie Smith.
A decent looking scorecard for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They'll be disappointed though that they've got already four starts that were unable to kick on. Thomas, Ross Powell, Terrence Ward and Hayden Walsh Jr. Just the 150, that being Raheem Cornwall. Smith. They have hit the boot on the full. I think it'll be leg buys.
And for me, that's the kind of attack you want. He's bowling around the wicket to the right-hander. You spear the ball in from the leg side into the middle and leg stump. As I said earlier, bowling around the wicket is not anything easy. He stays around the wicket to the left-hander. He's probably going to have protection at third man, extra cover on the boundary, long off. Then he's moved the long on out. He's got a mid-wicket, a square leg. The fine leg is inside the circle. So any badly lined delivery on the leg stump could be four.
Into the pitch, it's in the air, chance of a catch, and well taken down at long on. He was slow to move it to it. It looks like Jamie Merchant, but in the end completes the job. And Odie Smith has got a fourth for the day.
Again, this one going up more than going out. At one time it looked like the fieldsman there was not take it, Merchant, but he was nonchalant enough to just collect it. Archibald now goes back for one. Merchant is gone. Smith has got four. 245 for 9.
Middle.
Jeremiah Louis, the last man in. He's going to have to try to survive to the 50th over. Because if you get yourself dismissed before that, you put the advantages to the fielding team.
Looking to go across the body of Jeremiah Louis. I just wonder if he could come over the wicket and just look to hit the stumps. He's got number 11 at the crease.
Yeah, this one bowling around the wicket, a little bit big to the batsman, Archibald. Instead of going out, it went up. He looks so nonchalant.
Should just be a single. That length that Odie Smith just hit there to get that wicket is something I think Archibald and Jeremiah Louis will look to in that second innings. On a slower surface, want to be hitting that back of the length or even short of a good length because you get that variable bounce, but also very tough to score on these big square boundaries.
But there's so much space in this outfield. You don't even have to have boundaries to get 8 runs per over. Just get the ball in the spaces. You'll get 2s. 3 or 4 of them, you end up with 8 singles, you end up with 10 runs per over.
Picked up, but again, protection down on the boundary. Good running though, they're coming back for 2. Jermaine Blackwood is very quick, but not quick enough this time.
Jermaine Blackwood is one of those cricketers who I have a lot of time for. Works at his cricket. He is going to be going to Australia in the test team. So this game is important to him. For form, fitness, and runs.
Fine leg up in the circle. Work to be done. This time on the right of Blackwood. Just displaying that pace. I tell you, Usain Bolt might be in trouble on this man's best day. Ends the over with a couple. 250 up. 2 overs remain. Interesting there, just the 7 overs for Odin Smith. He's picked up 4 for 36, but can't, well, he can bowl the final over, probably will. But it's a pace attack that has been on the expensive side. Gordon over 5.5, mainly over 6 runs per over conceded.
But that could well have come because they maybe just allowed the Leeward Islands Hurricanes a little bit of leeway. Remember, they were 76 for 5. At that time, Odin Smith was taking off the attack. Rovman Powell has a lot for me to answer to.
I want to ask you about Rovman Powell, though, because I wonder, he's shown that he can bowl. He's bowled for this Jamaica side in the past, much earlier in his career. He's picked up a 5-wicket haul back in the 2017 edition of the Super 50. I wonder with his cutters and variations, could have been possibly useful on a track like this, where the faster bowlers have gone for runs.
Well, he's got to think about the captaincy. He's got to think about stopping the Leeward Islands, perhaps getting to 260, 270. But I agree with you, he is a very useful slow bowler.
Just out of the reach of Odin Smith, who was waiting at cover. And they wanted to, but it just looked like Jeremiah Louis took a slip. "25 wickets for Rovman Powell in his 98 list A games.
Well, that's not so bad because he's not actually a frontline bowler. So he fills the last 10 overs. It's not a bad return.
Should look for 2 here, and they will get it quite easily. Kofi James is playing a good innings here, a good supporting innings for the Leeward Islands. Something, though, for Rovman Powell and head coach Andrew Richardson to think about. Sheldon Cottrell just confirmed it with head coach Richardson. He had some issues with his passport, but he is coming, expected to arrive this week. And he, with his international experience, will add so much to this seam attack.
Yeah, I was disappointed that he couldn't get in for this game because I was looking forward to seeing Sheldon Cottrell, another cricketer that I have a lot of time for. Pushing for 1, pushing for 2. So whatever happens here, Jamaica are going to have to bat exceptionally well, I think. Yes, they've got a very long batting lineup, starting with people like Jermaine Blackwood. Rovman Powell himself, the captain, expected to score a lot of runs.
Slower delivery, but over-pitched. And Kofi James, who's played a brilliant innings here, says thank you very much. Great way to end the over. 1 remaining, 259 for 9. Odin Smith will bowl the final over. Attempted slower delivery from Nicholson Gordon. 2 full.
What a chance for Odin Smith to get a 5th wicket here, bowling around the wicket. As I said, bowling around the wicket, you've got to practice it. He seemed to have lost his footing when he was just about to deliver. He's been around West Indies cricket long enough for me to believe that he bowls in the nets whenever they practice, both on the standard over the wicket and around the wicket. He's got a chance to get a 5th wicket in this innings.
Excellently disguised, slower delivery. Interesting to see him, though, pull out of that first delivery. And I think it tells you a lot about the surface because it is so dry and humid. I think his spikes may have just stuck into the turf.
When it's dry and hard like this, you actually sometimes change into the shorter spikes because that does happen, and it could also hurt you and injure your ankles.
Good start so far. Just the 1 run conceded from the first 2 deliveries.
Azari Joseph, the leader of the West Indies pace attack. What an improvement for this young man. He has done magnificently well. He must be enjoying this.
One of the most passionate people I've seen. You watch this young man around the Cool and Smooth T20, the local T20 tournament here in Antigua. They want 2. And they're playing it safe. Probably the better thing to do, given that you want to just ensure you bat these remaining 3 deliveries. But getting back to Azari Joseph, many people don't know this, but he represents the All Saints Pythons here in Antigua. He is so passionate about his club cricket, his local cricket, and great to see him here, even in his break time before he heads over to Australia, still here supporting his Leeward Islands. Picked up, but doesn't quite carry, fortunately for Jeremiah Louis.
During the World T20, Azari Joseph led the West Indies attack, bowled really quickly in a couple of spells, really quickly. I was informed that Secretary Ambrose has had a lot to do with some of the work he's been doing, but almost most of his work was self-taught.
Look at that delivery. No ball signal straight away. Don't get run out because you can still be run out on a no ball. It's going to be a free hit delivery coming out for Kofi James. I just wanted the sweat on the hands. Ball slipping out there.
I think he tried something. He was trying to bowl a slow delivery. The hand did not come over enough to bring the ball down. And by the laws of cricket, anything above the waist, the full length, is called a wide. So that's it.
Free hit. Jeremiah Louis calling him through. I just wonder if that was a smart thing to do because Kofi James may have wanted to face the last delivery in this innings.
I don't think at this stage it really matters because what the 2 batsmen are going to be doing now is just to make the last 2 deliveries, the last delivery useful, a boundary. 4, 6, at least runs on the board.
Gone high, but hasn't gone long enough. Jermaine Blackwood has lost it. I think he had to look into the sun. The umpire is just trying to figure out whether it landed in, but Blackwood completely lost it. The trajectory of that one. And it sums up the innings for the Leeward Islands. A bit of fortune, but of course, fortune always favoring the brave.
I actually think this was 6. The man at square leg did signal 6, and it was 6. Blackwood didn't see that at all. So after 50 overs, Dean Smith would be very disappointed with that last delivery. With it, a 6 scored, 270 for 9, recovering from 76 for 5. What a magnificent effort by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They blew away the second half of this innings. A really tremendous effort led by Rakeem Cornwall's 81.
79 runs coming in the last 10 overs, but it was all about that 120-run partnership between Rakeem Cornwall and Terrence Ward. A good start though, 61 came from the first 10 overs. Devon Thomas, after he was dismissed on the very first delivery in that last game, showed some good awareness of the situation to get to 38, was well supported by Ross Powell, who's come in for his first matchup. But they lost their way through the middle and then superbly recovered by the middle to low order. Cornwall 81, Hayden Walsh Jr. and Kofi James, both with cameos.
Terrence Ward, I think, was very impressive because he made 32 in that partnership of 120 with Cornwall. And that is the partnership that put this team in a position of having 270 for 9 at the end of 50.
Look at the bowling card. So, highlighted by one man, Odin Smith picking up 4.
This is a big West Indian medium fast bowler. I think he could bowl a lot better than he's doing now. A lot quicker, I think. Got to get fitter. But 4 for 46, including a 6 off the last ball from 8. Excellent return.
Well, let's hear from the man himself, who's down there with Matt Floyd.
Odin, 270 in the end. It was looking like it might be a bit less than that at one point.
Yeah, it kind of got away, at the middle part, when Jimbo came in. But I think the guys did well to bring it back.
You certainly put them in a good position with that burst in the middle. That line, that corridor of uncertainty was really working for you.
Yeah, there was an obvious spot on the pitch. So I was just trying to bowl the ball right there. Whatever happens, happens. And, I got 3 early wickets for my team, which was crucial.
What do you make of the pitch?
It's a good pitch. Very good pitch for batting. So I think if the guys go out and apply themselves, we shouldn't have any problem getting the runs.
It was tough, wasn't it, for the last 25 overs or so, particularly when Rakim Cornwall got in. He's a difficult player to bowl at once he gets his eye in.
Yeah, Jimbo is a very difficult guy to bowl at. He came and, he got the best of our spinners. So I think the Ola ball is harder to bat on the wicket, but I think Jimbo batted well.
You've got a strong batting lineup. You confident you're going to chase that down?
Yeah, I'm always confident in the guys. As I said, once we go out and apply ourselves, we shouldn't have any problem getting the runs.
Well bowled today.
Thank you very much.
Things developing so nicely here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The power-packed Jamaica Scorpions batting lineup with all their experience. They'll have to show it. They'll need 271 runs to win, and they'll have to go at 5.42 runs per over. Don't go too far, because after this break, we'll have some analysis.
Leeward Islands Hurricanes were in real trouble at one stage today, but then Rakim ran riot. 5 6s and 7 4s in a quick-fire 81, and that really got the home side going here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. They were 76 for 5. They ended up 270 for 9. Hamilton 81 off 72, put on 120 for the 6th wicket with Terence Ward, who made a useful 32. Then Hayden Walsh Jr. and Kofi James continued that momentum, 31 off 22 and 25 off 18. I'm sure the Hurricanes right now will be very happy with that score. Things were looking a lot better for Jamaica. They didn't get off to a great start, but the 2 openers playing well. But then those 5 wickets got them in a good position. They couldn't take advantage. It was Odin Smith who was the pick of the bowlers by far. 4 for 46 for him on his return from Australia. Makino Mindley was very good in terms of his change-up. Still went for 6 and over. They picked up 2 wickets. And in general, the spinners were fairly economical until right at the end of their spells, particularly Javor Royal. Now, at one stage, thought we might be talking about a score significantly lower than that, but as it is, Curly, it's 270. It seems as though the Leeward Islands will be the happier side right now.
I think they would be. I think that after that first partnership opening pair of 6-1, that sort of laid the foundation, and then had a bit of a wobble in that middle section where they lost 3 wickets for like 15 runs, and then Jimbo Cornwall and Terence Ward came to the rescue. 121 partnership that really propelled Leeward Islands Hurricanes to a decent total, and there's some good hitting at the back end as well.
There was some good hitting, which we'll see here, but does he also deserve a lot of credit, Cornwall, for actually pacing his innings really well? He took his time initially, and he waited for his moment, and then when he got going, he was unstoppable.
Yes, it wasn't the easiest of pitch to bat on, so he took his time, played the conditions very well, and then when he was set and feeling confident, he went for his shots, hit a few massive 60s as well, and it was a well-played innings from Rakim Cornwall.
He even showed us the ramp. He's got a bit of deft touch as well. He's not all about power.
Yeah, well, he did show some deft touches as well. Trying to say to us as commentators, for me, it's not all about power. I have the little fine touches as well. It was a good innings.
As you mentioned there, Jamaica did have their chances. Odin Smith put them in a very good position. He was impressive, wasn't he, when he got it in the right area, which wasn't all of the time.
He certainly had a good first spell. I thought maybe Captain Rodman Powell made a slight blunder by not continuing with Odin Smith, taking 3 wickets in 4 overs for no runs basically, and he was taken out of the attack. To me, that was a bit of a surprise, a bit of a blunder, and maybe had he bowled a couple more overs, Leeward Islands could have probably struggled. I thought that was a blunder on the captain's part.
I tell you, I think your waistcoat's been good luck today. He's got his waistcoat on, of course. He's got his Antiguan colours on because it is Independence Day. It is a massively important day here in Antigua and Barbuda. And to commemorate that, Nikhil Uttamtandani has been speaking to the Sports Minister and Education Minister here, the Honourable Darrell Matthew.
This is the 41st anniversary of independence in Antigua and Barbuda. And as the saying goes, life begins at 40. And so here in Antigua and Barbuda, we're really relishing and looking forward to the next 40 years while celebrating the past 40.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
This year we had, of course, our usual ceremonial parade, where as a nation, we really paid homage to all of those persons who have contributed to national life, national development over the last 40 years. The day goes on, we will have, of course, fantastic cricket here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It has now become a staple in the Independence calendar, and it really gives the public an opportunity to come out, to celebrate, to enjoy a celebration of food, festival, everything that is Antiguan and Barbudan. And of course, have a sprinkle of cricket in the midst. Sports tends to be a very unifying element in many countries. And Independence Day is a day when we put all things aside, we put all of our differences aside, and we come together. And so with Antigua and Barbuda having an amazing cricketing history, and we tie that into our independence celebrations, it just makes perfect sense. Having 2 internationally recognized and certified facilities really ties into the vision that we as a government and the people have for cricket. We have our 4 cricketing knights, Sir Andy Roberts, Sir Vivian Richards, Sir Richie Richardson, Sir Curtly Ambrose, and many other cricketers who have played a major role in West Indies cricket over the past decades. And so for us, cricket is a part of our DNA. And it only makes sense then to build the infrastructure, to support the development of infrastructure here in Antigua and Barbuda, to ensure that that legacy that we have of cricket continues. And so the partnership with Cricket West Indies has been a fantastic one. I must give kudos to the president, his staff, the entire management team of Cricket West Indies. They've done a major job here in Antigua and Barbuda to ensure that the Stanford facility is now transformed into a world-class facility. And I know the plans for the future of that facility, they're really phenomenal, and I'm looking forward to it.
Momentous day here and a celebratory atmosphere. It's got even louder over the last few minutes with that second half of the innings from the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They have got up to a very imposing score of 270 despite Odin Smith's best efforts. Will that be enough? Well, we're going to show you highlights first of that Leeward Islands innings after this break.
Catch!
Sweeps hard, and will be in the gap as well for Devon Thomas. These are the strokes this man is capable of if he gets in and builds an innings. Down the track. Mid on up in the circle though, and he'll get runs. Devon Thomas, not the most convincing of strokes, but he's got his innings off to start. Latched onto that one. Don't bother running, Devon Thomas. He's looked in really good touch to start this innings. Moves into the 20s.
Here's Jamie Merchant, off spinner. Starts with something very cuttable for Devon Thomas, and he puts it away. So already that drop proving slightly costly. Short and pulled hard by Ross Powell. Good effort on the boundary, but not quite from the man out there on the leg side. That was well hit.
Normally McCarthy is a much better fielder than that. He would have been very disappointed.
Oh, that's a huge slog sweep, which he's missed completely. And I think it's bowled him. Just clipped the off stump. That was coming, you've got to say, Ross Powell. He was getting so impatient.
Merchant just deceiving him in the flight and disturbing the stumps. And that's the end of Ross Powell.
And he's been nicked off. The Centurion from the first game, Casey Carty, not managing to put in a similar performance. A pretty good delivery from Odin Smith. Pitched just on about off stump, just a little wider. No real footwork.
That's
another edge.
Again, Odin Smith, confirming what I've been saying. He's quicker and bouncier than people give him credit for. Look at the extra bounce he gets here, playing away from the body again. The wicketkeeper takes the catch again. Well, not only helpful conditions, that's out. So Thomas goes. That's a big wicket for the Jamaican. He pulled the ball down a little bit. Good catch. Very, very good catch. He's gone. Same thing I was saying. Look at that. A little bit of outswing. Look at this. Pitched up. No movement of the feet. And a nice, juicy edge.
And that's it, stands up tall and just hammers that down the ground. Raheem Cornwall, 4 runs.
Now, technically, I think this is a return catch.
That time he's hit it and hit it well. Didn't even think of running.
Overpitched from Nkrumah Bonner.
Well, that's tickle fine. It's going to be another boundary for Raheem Cornwall, his third. And the score is 109 for 5. He just drags that one down short, and that's put away by Terence Ward nicely. He just had width there. All he had to do was beat the man behind square. Didn't try to overhit. Oh, pulled away hard off the front foot powerfully by Raheem Cornwall. That wasn't short at all. Dismissive. Again, he pulls off the front foot. This time he gets it behind square enough to beat that man out on the leg side boundary. Bang! That's gone a long way. Out of the park. First maximum of the day. What a shot. Full toss. Where's that gone? A long way. That's even bigger than the first one. 2 sixes in the over for Cornwall, and he's got to 50.
As Ward pulls away to a wide long on for 4 more. And this partnership continues to build.
That one is hit high and hard and far. Another 6 for Cornwall. When the big man loses those shoulder, the ball will have to travel.
Oh, it's going to be 6. Oh, 6. It's going to be 6 runs again. Raheem Cornwall, consecutive 6s. This one smashed again, way over mid-wicket. Up onto the bank. And the locals here are loving what they're seeing from their countrymen.
They'll be trying something like that, but he got hold of it. They'll be looking to bowl those wide Yorkers. But once you get bat on it with third man up, it's going to be 4.
That's a slow. Oh, and he's been bowled. Slower delivery again, that off cutter. Fabulous innings.
Just clipping the bails, just enough to clip the bails. Excellent bowler by Minley. He celebrates.
He's been done in the air. Oh, it's a fabulous catch. Odean Smith. Wow.
And Odean Smith back in the game again. Very good catch. Pace taken off by Mindley and running across, sticking that left hand out. Ball went in, stayed in.
Aerial. He's hit that really well here to Walsh Jr. Just stand and deliver stuff from the Antiguan. This time in the gap. Wow, as he latched onto that one perfectly here to Walsh Jr. Just continues to impress in whatever he does for the Leeward Islands. This is hit again in the air, but this time doesn't go all the way. It goes into the fielder's hand.
As I was saying, I don't think that he's holding that bat correctly. It is spinning in his hand. This one spun again.
Into the pitch. It's in the air. Chance of a catch. And well taken down at long on.
Again, this one going up more than going out.
Slower delivery, but over pitched. And Kofi James, who's played a brilliant innings here, says thank you very much. Great way to end the over. 1 remaining, 259 for 9. Gone high, but hasn't gone long enough. Jermaine Blackwood has lost it. I think he had to look into the sun. The umpire's just trying to figure out whether it landed in, but Blackwood completely lost it. The trajectory of that one.
Odean Smith will be very disappointed with that last delivery. With it, a 6 scored, 270 for 9, recovering from 76 for 5. What a magnificent effort by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
That is how things unfolded. The Scorpions will require 271 runs to win at just under 5.5 runs per over. It won't be easy if they're to pick up a win in their very first game of the CG United Super 50 Cup. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, in 50 overs time, will know if they can remain undefeated in this CG United Super 50 Cup. First, run out for Brandon King and what looks to be Jermaine Blackwood. But before we get to the Scorpions batting, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes were very impressive to start. 61 runs opening stand, and then 79 runs in the last 10 helped them get up to 270. Courtney Walsh alongside me, and he'll be very happy about one man there, Odin Smith.
Yes, he bowled very well today. 4 for 46 from his 8 overs. A little bit surprised when he came off after only 4, having 3 for 13, and still ended up not bowling his quota. But as you said, the Jamaica bowling was pretty decent in most patches. Mindley was a little bit expensive for his 62, and Gordon, I thought, was a bit unlucky for his 54. Merchant was got hold of by Cornwall, and he went for 9 for 51. But the pick of the bowlers for me was Odin Smith with his 4 for 46.
Interesting to see Jermaine Blackwood, the vice captain of this Jamaica Scorpions side, opening the batting. He usually bats at number 3 in list A cricket for Jamaica. I thought Aldane Thomas, the keeper, may have opened, but instead they're opting for Blackwood. Want to get an early start in this power play. Positive start. Brandon King, well, bats in the middle for the West Indies, but opening the batting as he does in the CPL. And he'll face Karima Gore, who has the new ball, the left-arm spinner for the first time in this tournament. Did bowl well in that last game. Was very economical in those middle overs, 1 for 31. Against the West Indies Academy. Slip in place in Raheem Cornwall, just the 2 outside the circle. Long on, deep mid-wicket. 271 to get. Bit of miscommunication, trouble at the keeper's end, but Blackwood probably the fastest of these Jamaican batters. Good evening to you officially, Courtney Walsh. You're Jamaicans, they're going to need to bat well.
Good evening. Yes, they certainly will. 270 was probably not what they would have been expecting to chase, but that was mainly due to the innings of Cornwall. But having won the toss and batted, Leeward Islands will be very happy with the score that they got. Jamaica now will have to start to try to build their innings pretty early and get something going. Look as if Hamilton, the captain, might be in some trouble. The physiotherapy is coming to give him some attention. I think that throw into the keeper is what caused the damage. Hopefully it's not too severe, because you wouldn't want to lose your captain, also your wicket keeper at this stage of the game.
Just getting some treatment. Looks to be the right hand of Jamar Hamilton. Not ideal to have an injury on the very first delivery, especially your skipper. They do have Devon Thomas, who can keep as well. This was the throw from Jeremiah Louis, a very strong man. And it just takes that bounce there, right before him.
Yes, he had a bad bounce, but what I liked there was that the person who was applying the spray was smiling. That means it's not the first time Jamar would have been struck on those fingers. And they saw the funny side of it. Gore to continue.
Just beautifully caressed in the gap by Jermaine Blackwood. Won't get to the boundary, but they come back for 2. And a good positive start. Interesting that he's been sent up the order. He usually bats at number 3 in 50 over cricket for the Scorpions. And of course would have just been part of the West Indies side for that tour against New Zealand a couple months ago.
Well, I think with him going off to Australia, they might not want to sort of upset the person who they have in mind to bat at number 3. And with his experience as well, a good move, I think, from Jamaica.
So quick between the wickets. Blackwood wanted 2 but sent back. Brandon King opting to retain the strike. They've had some issues, the Scorpions, coming into this tournament at that opening position. They selected Chadwick Walton, the 39-year-old, but not opting for him in the 11 today.
Oh, yes,
very quick from Kareem Agor. They've also got Leroy Lugg, who played in the Caribbean Premier League, not picked for Jamaica. A younger member of that Scorpions franchise.
Yes, Chadwick Walton is on the bench for this game. I'm sure he'll get this chance as the tournament goes on. But it just shows the depth in the Jamaica batting. So with the likes of Blackwood going to join the senior team, I think Shadwick will just get himself right into the mix.
Decent first over for Jamaica. They get 5 from it. Jeremiah Louis, 26 years old, impressed, picked up a wicket in the very first delivery he bowled in that first matchup against the West Indies Academy. A change of ends as well for him, coming from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Courtney Walsh, why might that be?
The reason for that might be because the wind is going across and his outswinger will come into play a little bit more or a lot better. And with Jamaica only with 2 right-handers, might be the big difference as well. But obviously with the wind as it is now, they're open to get the ball to leave the bat. He's got a slip in place, so they're hoping to make early breakthroughs.
Testing Brandon King straight away. Already seen spin and pace in operation in tandem. 4 options used in the last game for the Leeward Islands in terms of the spin options. They bowled 33 overs on the trot. 33 overs of consecutive spin in that middle period. And it just almost suffocated the West Indies Academy.
And that is something Jamaica has to be mindful of because the score is a very challenging one. So they want to make sure they execute well. And that's the way to go with what a fantastic shot by Brandon King. Waited on it, found the gap, and hit it with a lot of power.
So easy on the eye, Brandon King. Just on top the bounce. And he's timing the ball ever so well coming out of that World Cup. Or I should say World Cup qualifiers. And now into the CG United Super 50 Cup. Don't think it was a terrible delivery from Jeremiah Louis because you want to look for that good length, but maybe slightly full. And it's a tough game, this. You miss your length by half an inch. And the batters in today's game so quick to pounce. It is an interesting tournament for Brandon King. He'll have the luxury of playing the entire tournament, but you look at his year for the West Indies, 16 innings in 2022, average only 23. And after the way he started against the Netherlands, where he scored back-to-back 50s, didn't really follow through, or should say carry on from that good start.
So this will be a very good test, a good tournament for him for that consistency. And as you say, if he's playing the whole entire tournament, he would want to sort of set that right by putting together some good scores. He's a good player, touch player. He's one of them players that once he gets going, he can up the tempo for you, can be solid. So the experience and the exposure that he has taken in this competition, Jamaica will be relying on him to sort of set the foundation and also dictate the pace of the game as well.
Again, well timed. They'll get a single. A lot to be desired in the list day game as well for him because he's played 48 matches, only averages 23. He's picked up 5 50s, yet to score 100. And when you compare that to the fact that he scored 2 T20 hundreds in the CPL, we know that he's very capable. And now that he has more time, I think he'll relish being able to spend a lot of time at the crease. Scored the most runs for Jamaica in the Super 50 Cup last season, 195, averaged over 30. using those wrists really well. Jermaine Blackwood comes back for 2. Excellent awareness, excellent running. An even better start for the Scorpions. End of 2, 12 for none. $12 for none, Kareem Gore.
Oh,
firing them in, bowling very quickly. Gore, the left arm spinner. Interesting story for Kareem Gore. He's played at the international level for the United States, but picked up in the 2022 draft. Well, stopped at the edge of the circle by Jeremiah Louis. He's been drafted in by the Leeward Islands. I think he'll be featuring for them in the first class setup come 2023. Very talented, 3-dimensional player. Excellent fielder. His batting hasn't come to the fore yet in this tournament.
Well, clearly they have seen something in him and they have invested in him. And so far he's looked the part, as you say, he's very solid in the field and is very consistent with the line and length that he bowls.
Half-hearted appeal, no interest. Some people may be wondering, so then how is it an Antiguan born, well sorry, not Antiguan born, but Antiguan parents and roots, plays for the USA? He's got such an interesting story, Kareem Gore. Back in 2018, he played for the USA in the Super 50.
Come boys, come boys. Looking good, boy. We stay, finish well, finish well.
But it was prior to that that he was bowling in the nets to the USA. Another quick delivery. He was asked by his friend Hayden Walsh Jr. to provide some net bowling services, and from then they realized he was born in the Bronx, New York. The rest is history. 13 for none. CG United Super Cup. We have action all around. This one at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. The West Indies Academy suffering their 2nd consecutive defeat. And they'll be disappointed because they were 171 for 3 and only managed 213. 50s for Kevin Wickham and Keegan Simmons, but a strong start for the Barbados Pride. Roston Chase just picked in the test team, getting 86, and Zachary McCaskey also with 71. So work to be done for the Academy.
Must mention Ruston Chase 86 not out. Always good to see that star sign when you're closing out the game.
Louis continuing.
No, 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 no.
Well, Jeremiah Louis will want to aspire to be very close to the way and the manner in which Odin Smith bowled in that first innings. Picked up 4 wickets.
Come in, Jerry.
Inside edge, fortune for Blackwood. Sometimes it goes that way for you. He won't mind.
Nor with the Jamaicans. They'll take it any way they can at the moment. Going for that expansive drive, getting a little inside nick, 4 runs. And this is the start of Odin Smith's first wicket.
Yeah, one thing that stood out to me is that good length. His first 4 overs, 3 for 13, then came back towards the death and got that 4th. But I'm very intrigued to know how Courtney Walsh, one of the West Indies' greatest all fast bowlers, how he feels the development of his countryman Odin Smith is going.
Well, it was very pleasing to the eyes to see the way how he got his wicket. First three was caught behind. Hitting good areas, hitting good length, getting the ball to leave a little bit. And we know he's got a bit more pace than people might anticipate or expect from him. But once you hit those good areas consistently, then you're giving yourself the best chance. So I was very pleasing to see he wasn't afraid of carrying the ball up a little bit more and getting a bit of sideways movements, and to get three caught behind must give him some confidence to continue along those trends.
Louis will want to do similar in this innings for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. But I think in hindsight, Jamaica will look back at it and say, well, if they can get 5 or 6 on the trot from him, it's a success, because he only bowled 8 overs.
Yeah, I was expecting him to put the bowlers full quota at 10. I wouldn't have moved him when he was moved. Or some bowlers you can't get the ball out of their hands when they're on a row getting those kind of wickets. One like a Sir Curtly Ambrose, you could never get the ball from him if he's gone 3 for 13.
Tell me about that, Courtney Walsh. Sometimes when in your playing days, when Sir Curtly was in a good spell, how did you ever get back the ball from him?
When he's in a good spell, he doesn't put it down. Most bowlers are like that anyway, but once you know you feel the rhythm and things are happening for you, you want to make sure you enjoy what's happening, and you feel good within yourself. That rhythm keeps going, you don't want to put the ball down at all. And on a good day, Sir Curtly doesn't want to put the ball down, especially if wicket is going against his name. And who's going to argue with him?
Stylishly played. I just wish our viewers at home could have a look at these two legends outside of the commentary box. They've got such a interesting rapport, always at each other. Small digs here and there, but great to see that friendship has carried on so long. And I know he sent you a birthday message. Happy belated birthday, I should say. Courtney Walsh, you want to tell the world how old you've turned
I was
now?
pleasantly surprised to get a message from Sir Curtly by WhatsApp video. I don't know who got him to do it, but it was well done.
The man next to me may have had something to do with it. This one, though, in the gap. And a strong area for Brandon King through the extra cover region. Very prolific on the front foot in the offside. A really good way to end a big over for Jamaica. 10 from it, 23 for none.
Yes. Lovely, Gorey.
I think Kareem Agor, he's bowling very quickly. I just wonder, similar to Javor Royale, who was a lot slower through the air and got a bit of grip and purchase off the surface.
Yes, Gorey. Lovely.
Athleticism on display. I think he could be a bit slower, Courtney?
Yeah, I think with his height, he could probably take a little bit of the pace off to try and get a bit more purchase off the wicket. But maybe because the ball is new, he's banking himself to get it to skid on. But I would like to see him use a little bit more variation as well.
Oh, no, Johnny. Lovely, Gorey.
Well, he's bowling to a man that will want to achieve a lot in these first 3 matches he plays before he goes off to Australia, Jermaine Blackwood. He's had a really up and down journey in list A cricket. Last played in 2019. But of course has had to contend with West Indies duty and hasn't had the opportunity to play much 50 over cricket since. But in 2019, that Super 50, he only averaged 11. This was after he averaged 40 the year before. So I think that will be at the back of his mind, and also the fact that he played the first ODI back in August against New Zealand. So he's knocking on the door for West Indies place.
And I'm sure that he would want to try to get back into the West Indies ODI setups. So these couple of games here will be big games for him. He would want to perform, he would want to leave a score in the selector's mind, and also to get into some form so when he gets to Australia. So he'll be thinking a lot about that. And with the game poised as it is for Jamaica, they have a lot of time to bat. It's a good partnership starting so far. It's 24 without loss.
a look at what's to come. Andrew McCarthy padded up. New management and administration. Andrew Richardson and Nikita Miller, center of screen. Both young in their craft. Of course, past West Indies players.
And I might have both good friends of mine. Nikita and I play for the same local club in Jamaica, in Melbourne. So does Andre McCarthy. And we have a change of bowling in Archibald. Left arm seamer. At the age 26, he'll be hoping to make his mark in this tournament as well. The Jamaicans would be pretty comfortable with the start they've had so far, but they'd want to try to make sure that they get a solid opening partnership from these two. While at the same time, the Leeward Islands will be thinking of how can I break this partnership. They would want to try to make wickets to make inroads.
Off the splice of the bat. Very fortunate because Hayden Walsh Jr. was under it. Not a man you want under any ball that's in the air if you're the batting side. Gets away with it in the end though. May have got some extra bounce.
Got himself in a very awkward position and was very fortunate it eluded where Hayden Walsh was because he doesn't normally drop those. Didn't get the hand, so it wasn't a chance, but a good start from Archibald.
Yeah, huge responsibility on the shoulders of Colin Archibald, 26 years old. He's only played in 6 Let's Say matches. But now with the absence of Azari Joseph, who's not playing for the Leewards, and Quinton Boatswain, who in the last 2 seasons was very underrated, 34 wickets in 19 matches. Archibald and Jeremiah Louis have got to step up now.
And a lot is expected of him, and he wants to step up. He's keen to get him to perform.
In the gap, and again, that area that Brandon King knows so well. Extra cover is his. Picks up another boundary.
Once he gets a chance to freeze arm, he's going to be on the go. And he just waited on this. A man in form, just waited on it and picked the gap. And the rest is history. 4 runs all the way.
Will be an interesting tournament for King because he doesn't open the batting for the West Indies, but could easily be making a case in the 50-over format that he wants to maybe bat up the order there too. He's coming at number 4 and 5 in this calendar year.
Well, he's making a good statement and he would want to get runs here to support that. We saw how good he does in the T20, and I'm sure that the way he loves batting, it doesn't matter where he bats for the West Indies as long as he's in the team. But giving him an option if he can open as well is something that he'll be very happy to do.
More runs. Really well played, just well placed by Brandon King, and they come up for 2. Definitely is one of the more versatile players in the region, batters in the region, because even in the T20 format, he actually scores faster outside the power play, which is an alarming figure and a statistic, given the fact in the T20 game, the first 6 overs, so prolific. But it tells you about his ability to maneuver the gaps well.
And that's one of the hallmarks of his career, knowing how to find a gap, picking a gap, and not being afraid of going over the top from time to time.
Again, looking for 2 and gonna get it as well. Really good cricket overall by the Jamaica Scorpions. And a dream start really when you consider that they're chasing 271.
Well, King is on the go, and so too is this crowd. They are here enjoying it because of the food fair. We have got a very packed crowd in, and what a way to go about it. A day out with the family, everyone is just loving it.
Family, friends, cricket. The best relationship. End of 6, 33 for none.
And the Jamaica Scorpions 34 without loss, making a very good start here in chasing down that 270 for 9 made by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. But it's going to be Kareem Agor to continue from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. And it's been a pretty good start from the Jamaican Scorpions. Brandon King in particular, showing that fluency, especially like Nikhil said, through that offside region. That's probably just going down leg there from Kareem Agor. But Brandon King, his offside play has been a hallmark, especially playing balls on the top of the bounces. Blackwood comes down to Gore, lifts him high and handsome over wide, long on for 6 runs. The Jamaica Scorpions have made a pretty good fist of this thus far. Good evening, Curtly Ambrose.
Good evening, Mali. Quite right. It's a brilliant start for the Jamaica Scorpions. I mean, we all know how aggressive German Blackwood can be. And with him, you've got Brandon King, who is a wonderful player, very easy on the eye. When he's in full flow, it's a joy to watch.
I'll have to agree. Like Nikhil said as well, one of our most versatile players here in the region. Bats anywhere in the top 6. I think probably a bit unlucky not to be selected for that test team going down to Australia, considering what we've seen from him in the last year or so. Oh, that one just held a little bit, not quite as quick from Kareem Agor through the air. And it's the end of the 7th, of the 6th actually. It's 42 without loss.
Good steady start from the Jamaica Scorpions. 42 they are after 7 overs. 271 is the target. And I think the Leeward Islands Hurricanes need to break this partnership, Mali. Try to get a couple of wickets, get into the middle order, put some pressure on the Scorpions.
100%. We saw just how effective their spin-heavy attack was in that first game. It's probably even drier here. Drier conditions. You expect a bit more spin. I think they've probably just bowled a bit. It's been pace on too much, too consistent to these batters. The pitch, since the sun has gone down, almost seems like it's coming on even nicer for batting. Easy paced. And Brandon King and Jermaine Blackwood have taken full advantage of it thus far.
Doesn't seem to be any sort of problems whatsoever. No devil in the surface. Hardly any movement. So he's going to take extreme discipline from the Hurricanes bowlers, because nothing much is happening. So just try to contain as long as possible. Build pressure, the wickets will come. Force the batsmen to do something out of the ordinary.
And that's the key. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes here need to find a way to build some sort of pressure on these batters, because at the moment run scoring is just a little too easy. Even on that one, Sir Curtly. Oh, as we Hayden Walsh has a little shy at the stumps. Even on that one, almost hammered in from Colin Archibald, not really getting up. Easy paced. Live wire, Hayden Walsh almost getting a run out there. Blackwood loitering outside his crease, but he got back. He got back.
That was kind of close. Uppish from Brandon King. Just eluded the diving Raheem Cornwall at short extra cover. It would have been a brilliant catch had it been taken, but you needed someone who's a little more agile. But he did make a valiant effort for a big man.
Yes, possibly that one needed to go to hand. We know what big mitts Raheem Cornwall has. But on that occasion, not quite getting the hand to that one. But Brandon King still on the front foot here, not really being pushed back, no pace in this wicket to push him back. Let's see what Archibald has up his sleeve here. That's a poor delivery, poorly lined, easy pace, just swivel from Brandon King. 4 easy runs. Jamaica Scorpions, 49 without loss. Doing very well here in this first power play.
Quite right, Mali. Badly lined delivery. And with a fine leg up in the circle, all Brandon King had to do was get back on it. It was always going to be a boundary. You got a packed offside field, let him pace the offside field. Not good bowling at all by Archibald. Down the leg side once more, caller wide. That is not good bowling. Not with a packed offside field.
And that's what pressure does. It seems that he's just under a bit of pressure here from Brandon King. Brandon King on the front foot. He doesn't have that pace to push him back. Just straying down that leg side, Colin Archibald. And thus far, in a game and a bit, he just seems a little bit off the boil. Good diving save there, was that Casey Carty? But all too easy, really, for Brandon King. Just bit too full, bit too short, bowling both sides of the wicket. Leeward Hurricanes here need to pull it together.
Devon Thomas at the mid-off position. Wonderful athlete, Devon Thomas. Good all-round cricketer. He bats, he wicket keeps, he bowls, he could field. On the leg stump again, not a good delivery, but got away with it. The end of 8 overs, 51 without loss.
Leeward Islands think tank need to come up with a plan here. Jamaica Scorpions 51 without loss. Brandon King 30 off 27. Jermaine Blackwood 20 off 21. No wickets in the wickets column yet for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. It's going to be Kareem Agor to continue. And I think he's bowled economical. He's been between wicket and wickets currently. But in terms of the pace, what do you think about the pace that Kareem Agor is operating at?
I think the pace is decent. Ever so often he bowls a couple of flat ones and then hold it back a little bit of flight, forcing the batsman to come at him, and that to me is good.
Oh, yes, Gory.
Remember the Leeward Islands Hurricanes put on a partnership of 6-1 for the first wicket, and then they lost 3 wickets in quick succession. So could that be the case here?
Nadia, bat! Oh, lovely.
The Leeward Islands Hurricanes will be hoping of that. That's for sure. They'll want to go in a similar vein to what they saw from the Scorpions, O'Dean Smith in particular, picking up those 3 quick wickets to really set back the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. But we saw the rearguard action from a Raheem Cornwall and a Terence Ward as well. Hayden Walsh towards the end, so this game has got a long way to go.
Oh, Russ! Lovely. Let me go.
End of the 8th. 9th, sorry. 52 without loss. And we're going to go off here, it looks like. The umpires are leading the players off the field. We had light issues in the first game. I think when it's just as the sun sets in that twilight kind of period, the lights don't really take full effect and we've got to wait for it to get fully dark. So I think the umpires taking the players off the field, they're going to be off for about 20 minutes, half an hour or so. And then we'll come back for more action here in this CG United Super 50 match between the Leewards Hurricanes and the Jamaica Scorpions. Brandon King, 31 of 30. Jermaine Blackwood, 20 of 23. Still got Rodman Powell to come. Still a bit of batting, 52 without loss. Still 1 over left of the power play. Leeward Islands have been pretty good in terms of the extras, only just the 1 extra thus far.
The bowling has been tidy, except for Jeremiah Louis, who had 17 taken off his 2 overs. The other guys, and Archibald as well, bit expensive. Corey McGraw has been good, but no wickets in the wickets column. They need to break this partnership.
Leeward Islands Hurricanes 270 for 9 off their 50. Raheem Cornwall 81 off 72. Devon Thomas 38 off 56. Ward and Junior also coming to the party. O'Dean Smith 4 for 46. But it's 52 without loss, the Jamaica Scorpions in reply to the Leeward Islands 270. King 31, Blackwood 20. No wickets yet for Gore, Lewis or Archibald. We haven't seen Raheem Cornwall into the attack yet. Hayden Walsh Jr. still got quite a few options. Long way to go. Now we throw to the highlights of the first match between the West Indies Academy and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
And straight away it's a wicket. Jeremiah Louis has struck on the very first delivery of this CG United Super Cup.
Well, that's a fantastic catch. Couldn't ask for a better start. Having won the toss and put the opposition in, that's the perfect start they would have wanted. Louis hitting the target, spot on.
Well, it's Teddy Bishop who's walking back, and just 1 ball for him. A good low catch taken by Hayden Walsh Jr. Gone for none for 1. Goes aerial, hasn't quite got it, and there's a long off waiting, and the long off takes it, and it's 2-2 for the Leeward Islands. What a start this is after winning the toss. First Jeremiah Louis, now Raheem Cornwall striking.
And that's a plan that has came to fruition. You could tell that was the intention, and Kirk McKenzie succumbed to it. Clever bowling, giving that a little bit more here. Raheem Cornwall. And the fielder looked a little bit in doubt at first, wasn't sure where he was from the boundary ropes, but a very good smart catch in the end. And Captain Kirk McKenzie after facing 6 ballers gone. It's now 5 for 2.
He's latched onto that, but there is a man in the deep. May have just misjudged it. And in the end, I think it's hit the rope on the fulls. Kevin Wickham early, just breaking the shackles.
Well, he went for it. At some point in time, he must have been a bit concerned, a bit worried, because the fielder made good ground. But I think the power that he hit it with was just enough to clear the fielder. And the 6 runs, and it's now 14 for 2. Well, this is the last ball of the previous over. Well hit.
Gone away down to the backward square boundary there by Connor Wickham. 4 runs. It was in the air for a second or two, but in the gap. 4 runs, and the score is 27 for 2. Wickham on to 16 from 19.
Very loose delivery then by Raheem Cornwall. Just down the wrong line. The length just enough for the batsman to pull around.
In the air again, down to Ward, and oh, it looks like a good effort. Didn't manage to hold that one, but pushed it back. I think we're going to have a replay of that one to see whether he actually saved 6 runs there, Terence Ward. Took a good catch earlier as well down there on the long on boundary. But looks like he saved that one, Mr. Croft. Fantastic work.
Interesting how they're going to see this one, because I think that he actually had to lose the ball before he went over the boundary. Now, he's airborne, and therefore, right now, it's legal. But I think as his foot comes down over the boundary, I'm not sure that this foot is hitting the ground when the ball comes out of his hand.
Yeah, it's a bit inconclusive there with the boundary just obscuring the view of the foot, and the umpire signals 6 runs. Lots of open spaces, and just as you said, Colin Croft let that ball come on, found the gap outside that off stump, presented with width by Colin Archibald. 4 runs to Wickham. He's gone on to 26 of 23, scoring now at well above 100 strike rate. Good shot there. Long hop there from Colin Archibald, and dispatched by Wickham.
Pitch the ball up. That was a long hop, I agree with you. I mean, he had to work hard because it dropped so short, but he pulled it through that forward square leg position with disdain.
Innovative stroke there. Kevin Wickham, reverse sweep of Kofi James, 4 runs, moves on to 40, looking good.
This guy is pugnacious. I think he decided, I'm going to try everything I know. Reverse sweep, affects it very successfully.
Oh, chance. Taken. Poor old Kevin Wickham. He's batting so well, wasn't he? He was pulling so well. That ball was there to hit, but 3 men out on the leg side. He picked the man out behind square.
Spoke too soon. Shortage delivery from James, and Wickham, who was playing so well, didn't get a chance, didn't get a hold of it the way he wanted to, and held out. Disappointment in the face of Kevin Wickham. He's gone for 44. The score at the moment, 73 for 3.
Oh, bit of aggression there, and timing as well. From Keegan Simmons, he's been trying to get that shot away all innings. He's finally got his first boundary. What a glorious shot it was as well.
Certainly was. A bit flighted by Raheem Cornwall. Good use of the feet.
Swept well, and that's going to be another boundary for Simmons. The first one he made himself, came down the track, beautiful timing. That one was a bit more of a freebie. James erring in his line.
Badly line delivery that time by Kofi James, and was well swept away.
Oh, deft touch, really deft that from Auguste. Good effort by the fielder, but that's gone away for a boundary. Enjoyed that.
Very well done by Akeem Auguste. Took that right off the stumps, and the chase was in vain.
I don't think Ward's trying to turn too many. Oh, that's close, very close, surely gone. As I was saying, just trying to play square of the wicket from balls that are very close to the stumps, and that just skidded on from Ward. Had to be crashing into leg stumps, surely.
Good delivery. A little bit flatter, a little bit quicker. And he knew it straight away. From the time the ball struck the pad and the appeal went up, he just about walked away from the crease.
Keegan Simmons is gone. West Indies Academy, 4 down.
Bat on it, and the celebrations begin. A huge wicket, and persistent pays off for Kofi James. He's really put together this spell well, and he's deserved that wicket. Simmons, after an impressive start, has got to go.
And maybe this is why the Leeward Island Hurricanes have decided to keep on the off spinner, because he's been very, very economical. And when they get a ball to bounce like this, wrong shot, there is no future in that. The only thing that could be hit here is the edge, and it was hit. The wicketkeeper took a very, very good catch. Now he's going to go back in the pavilion and maybe curse. He's gone to 43. 106 to 5.
Oh, that's bold. Finally, the long vigil of Kevlon Anderson comes to an end. And what a strange way to get out as well. Again, the pace taken off that. And he's managed to glove that delivery, which looked like it was heading down leg side, back onto his stumps.
Yeah, I think that he might have just hit on the edge, maybe even his pad. This would tell us. I just had been clipped on the pad and pulled back onto the stumps. Cornwall couldn't be bothered about that. He's gotten the wicket. Kevlon Anderson's long vigil is ended. He's made 35. The score 148 for 6.
There's a big shot. Has he got enough on it? Yeah. No. Oh, he's done brilliantly well. So well there, Hayden Walsh Jr. Don't mind him not bowling when he's doing stuff like that in the field. I think he has got that absolutely spot on.
Well, this is what you do when you're a West Indian star. You might not be bowling. He gives him out. The umpires are definitely conferring, and they're going to go up to the third umpire, but he thought he was out. Now he's elevating himself. He takes the catch there. He's now grounded inside. He's going back out. He's gotten the ball out of his hand, and now he's come back into the playing arena. He's taking the catch. I think that's gone.
Just brilliant athleticism, wasn't it? And so casual as well. That's the key there, is not panicking, keeping the limbs nice and loose.
The casual is West Indian. We do that all the time. Good, bad, or indifferent. We are very casual. The umpires are not so casual. They were waiting for a decision to be made. But I think that catch was taken by Hayden Walsh. Well, it looks very much as if definitely not a no ball.
Absolutely nothing wrong with that. And Joshua Bishop knows it. He is almost over the boundary line. Just awaiting for the official confirmation. But that is a brilliant bit of work on the boundary by Hayden Walsh Jr. Out 151 for 7.
He's gone big, and he's just got enough on it. Straight back over the bowler's head, and what an introduction into the attack for Jeremiah Louis. As soon as pace back on the ball, the West Indies Academy looking much more promising.
What a way to go. First ball of the game, a wicket. First ball of his second spell. A mighty blow for 6. What a big contrast.
More fortune for Joshua James. Sometimes fortune favoring the brave. Over the keeper's head. And a first big over in a long time for the West Indies Academy. First a maximum, now a boundary. Doesn't matter how they come at this stage.
Disappointment for Jeremiah Louis. It was the decent enough delivery.
Raheem Cornwall continuing. James down the track again. Hasn't got it this time, hitting into the wind. And it's easily taken. Deep backward square says thank you very much. And after a couple big blows, Joshua James has to depart.
That's exactly the point I was making a few moments ago. Continue with the spinners. They've been bowling extremely well. And Joshua James hitting into the strong wind. Couldn't get enough on it to take it over the ropes, and he's gone. Made 16. Cricket Academy 172 for 8.
That looked good. And Gus Starr says yes. Raheem Cornwall's got 2 in the over. And McKenny Clark just looking to turn it into the onside. Misses a straight one.
Seem to be curtains for the Cricket Academy. Well-flighted delivery. A poor attempt from McKenny Clark. Hitting right in front of those stumps. He's gone for naught from 2 deliveries. Cricket Academy 172 for 9.
Out the middle, and almost like they're batting on a different surface, the Leeward batters. The way they've come into the game, just picked it up, made it look effortless, and holds the pose a couple of times as well.
He can hit the ball, Johan Lane, and I can tell you he fancies his batting as well.
Dot to end. 2 dots to end, and really good stuff from Jeremiah Louis after he went for 15 in his last over, just conceding 2 runs and a leg by in this final over of the innings. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes able to contain the West Indies Academy to 190 for 9, a position that Jamar Hamilton, Raheem Cornwall, members of that senior group will feel very happy about on what has seemed to be a very good batting deck.
And if my memory serves me correctly, the emerging players beat the same Leeward Islands in the finals. So there's a lot to play for.
Spot on. This is the scorecard. Early wickets going down for the Academy. The 2 openers went without scoring, but then a really substantial partnership between Kevin Wickham and Keegan Simmons. They just lost their way in the middle period, just scored at 3 runs and over. But a good finish to the innings to get up to 190. Leonardo Julian with a small contribution of 18 from 73 deliveries, but the Lord, 16 from James and 11 from Johan Lane.
Bowling has been very good throughout. Been led by the impressive Raheem Cornwall, taking 4. 2 to James, and a wicket apiece for Louis, Gore and Ward. Good performance by the bowlers from the Hurricanes. And there you go. You just called it Mali. Devon Thomas just fending something straight to first slip. It was a terrible stroke, really, or attempt. Well, that was an extremely wide delivery. Why did he go for it? And the Hurricanes losing the first wicket.
Fabulous shot there. Casey Carty showing his class. Presented with width. Young Laney just a little too short and wide outside that off stump, Sir Kirtley.
Certainly was, and was duly punished by Casey Carty.
Just to sneak another wicket here, just put a bit more pressure on the Leeward Islands. Edge taken, second chance, he parried it and then took the rebound. That was sharp from the first slip, and not for the first time Joshua Bishop has found an edge.
You must be a soothsayer. You called it. Bad shot. He's waiting and moving backwards to the leg side. Nicely caught there by Bishop. That's Teddy Bishop. Took a very good catch. And so Kieran Powell goes back. He's made 8. And it's 23 for 2.
There's the big shot chance. Taken, that's a good catch. Running back, never easy those. Just backpedaled the man at backward point. The ball was spinning as well. And managed to take it reverse cup. So this is a great start, isn't it, from the West Indies Academy. 3 down.
Well, I hope you have the lottery numbers because he called this one too. He's trying to hit that right out of the park. A big splice. Now, the bowler, he's waiting. Mr. Joshua Bishop, he just says, take it. He knows he's got his man. So, Kareem Agor, he goes for 4. It is 27 for 3.
Again, that's another drag down. That's punished by Carty. Not a good start this by Kevlon Anderson. Is it going to go to the boundary? Just. Bit of a freebie, you'd have to say.
The batsman smiling. I think he's trying to pull this down and quicker, but it turned.
You don't see that too often. With the floodlights on, he's going to put the light meter on top of the stumps and take a reading. Now, as I look around, it looks as though the lights are fully on. Maybe 1 or 2 of them are not fully firing.
Big shot this time. And good awareness from Casey Carty because the mid-on was up in the circle. Hitting against the spin, but he's backing himself. And that will help take some of that pressure off. Gone all the way for a maximum.
Well, he's picked his spot pretty well. And very good execution. After 16 over, it's 72 for 3.
Edge and just past slip, and it will run into the boundary as well. Some fortune for Casey Carty in the last couple of overs, but the runs are following him, most of 46.
Yes, I think the extra bounce done him again. Wasn't able to control it, as we'll see. Bit of extra bounce, went over the slip head. Can't really call it a chance, but from a bowling perspective, you'd say advantage to the bowler.
Straight to the man, and it's a wicket for Joshua James. At first, subdued celebrations, but Jamar Hamilton is livid. Seems like he's missed out. He's hit it so well, but picked out that field at point. And that could be the wicket the Academy need.
Certainly a very big wicket for them. Went in the air all the way. Well hold in the end. James celebrates. And that's a very, very vital wicket for the Academy. They'll be very happy. Jamar Hamilton, not very happy at all. It's 78 for 4.
That was a beautifully timed stroke. We almost lost that one here from the commentary box. It raced to the boundary. Casey Carty was quick onto that short one from Josh James.
Well, one of the things that I think the bowler would learn quickly from this is that the batsman is very quick on his feet on the leg side. Well, that man at mid-off takes the catch. Maybe he was not altogether sure that he'd taken it. The umpire is not sure either. But he definitely is gone. That's the wicket I was talking about. James is gone. He's gone for 7. He's going to go back very slowly to the hutch. But this is pressure. This is pressure allowed that shot. He's trying to get the ball away from an over that hadn't scored too many. He tried to hit that. It hit the top of the bat, the splice. Interesting there. Even Clarkey is not altogether sure if he's gotten the wicket. Well, Kofi James is gone. He's caught James and bowled Clark. He's made 7, 99 for 5. Now that one is airborne. This could be out. It is out. That is the wicket that they needed. The West Indies Academy, exactly the reason that Joshua Bishop was brought back, to get a wicket. And this is one of the big ones. This is Raheem Cornwall. He's trying to hit that maybe over long on. It bounced, and he just couldn't control it. So the bowler himself decides, I'm going to take this. This is mine. Perfect dismissal. Perfect recall for the bowler. Raheem Cornwall, he's gone. Caught and bowled by Bishop for 1. It's 102 for 6.
Shot up and over the offside. Didn't try to overhit. That is pure class from Casey Carty. Quite possibly the shot of the day.
Certainly was a good shot.
There is the possibility of going up and over cover, which we've seen once already from Casey Carty. Not an easy shot, though. Comes down and hits straight and hard. That is a proper shot all the way. He's a talented young man. Can he lead his side over the line here? 17 not out now.
A well-flighted delivery that time from Joshua Bishop. But he was right in the arc.
Yeah.
That's pulled up in the air, but quite a long way. All the way. I think that's just crept over the line. It has. Terence Ward getting in on the action. That's gone a long way, that pull shot.
It wasn't that short a delivery, but he really played it well. Didn't bounce as much either, and hit it to the longest part of the boundary, deep mid-wicket for 6.
Good shot there. Just what the Hurricanes need. Trickles into the boundary. Terence Ward, 13 off his 24 deliveries. He's played quite a good supporting role to Casey Carty. Occupied the crease, finding the gap, showing good wrists, good hands. James again in there, but inside edge goes away. Down to the fine leg boundary. Casey Carty has had a bit of luck tonight, but he's ridden that luck. And he now moves on to 82. Approaching yet another 100 here for the Leeward Islands.
Another good delivery that's from.
Sweetly timed. That's a shot. That's a man full of confidence, Courtney Walsh. The way he stood tall, hit that on the top of the bounce, over extra cover. That's what you call a shot of class.
Just slightly over pitch, the angle still coming in, but what Carty did was kept his balance. You could see there, good position, waited on it. Well, that's a full toss, missed, straight in the stumps, he's out ball. He's not going to be happy with that when he sees the replay, but that's a wicket that the Academy needed. Ward will be very disappointed. played across the line off a full toss, missed it, and he was out bowled.
And it's almost a hallmark of what we've seen from Wickham. Maybe a bit too full on this occasion, but he's getting the ball. He's got the ball to dip quite quickly all day here. And on that occasion, it looked like a fully, but by the time it hit the stumps, it was hitting the base of the stumps. Told you how quickly the ball fell out of the air. Ward goes for 23. Still need 33 from 101. Deft stuff from Casey Carty. Just use the pace on that one. And like he said, kept his composure. Allowing that ball to come on. Just open the face slightly, finding that gap. 4 welcome runs.
Gotcha.
Aerial, but all about the positioning from Hayden Walsh Jr. Too straight for that long on fielder. And well, that may just be the final nail in the coffin.
He struck that with some degree of power. Hayden Walsh Jr. Just out of the reach.
Crafty, and that will be it. The winning runs for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Heartbreak for the West Indies Academy. So close, they fought so hard towards the end. But experience reigning, and that man on screen, Casey Carty, leading his team from the very onset to the promised land. Take a bow, young man.
Well-deserved win from for the Leeward Islands Hurricane. They were in a spot of bother very early. And that was the winning run. Short delivery from Johan Lane, and very well played by Hayden Walsh Jr. over the top of the keeper's head for 4. And that man on the screen, Casey Carter, what a brilliant 100 that was for his team, getting them over the line.
Well, it was a tough start for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They lost Devon Thomas very early. Joshua Bishop caused havoc through that top order, but one man stood there and just ensured that he would guide his team, and that's Casey Carty. Second listed 100 from 116 balls for his century. A couple of stutters through the middle, but Terrence Ward, a crucial 23 to get them to that position, and then Hayden Walsh Jr., as he so often does, lowered a contribution 18 from 19. They win it in 39 overs.
Not a bad bowling effort from the West Indies Academy. Joshua Bishop stands out with his 4 wickets for 40 runs from his 10 overs. A wicket apiece for Clark, James and Wickham. But they really put in the good effort and push Leeward Islands right down to almost the end. Very well done to the Cricket Academy, and nothing to be ashamed of. They will get better.
Sir Curtly Amber is a happy man, and he has every right to be, because this scorecard says a lot more than the numbers. The Academy posting 190 in their 50 overs, lost their way through the middle period, but fought extremely well with the ball in hand. But Casey Carty standing out.
Well, that was on Saturday. Now on Tuesday, Leeward Islands looking to make it 2 from 2 against the Jamaica Scorpions. We're back underway. And a solid block from Brandon King to that Colin Archibald delivery. Jamaica Scorpions going well at the moment. 52 without loss off 9.1 overs. King's on 31, Blackwood's on 20 as they attempt to chase down this relatively imposing target that they've been set of 271 by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. This match definitely very much in the balance, but Leewards do need a breakthrough soon. Classic Brandon King on the up, and what a save that is by Devon Thomas. Not the first time, Colin Croft, that we've seen him jumping across the outfield and making a save.
Those kinds of feeling and saves would probably save a lot of runs. And look at that, Devon Thomas, the old boy, still sprinting and diving, doing exactly what is required. Let's say good evening to our viewers everywhere. It's spectacular how the cricket looks now. And I'm so enjoying these two West Indian batsmen at the crease. It really is nice to see Brandon King, who's been the West Indies form batsman in recent times, Jermaine Blackwood. For me, a kind of a throwback to the olden days of West Indies cricket. Somebody who grafts, who tries, who sometimes elongates himself, just does whatever is necessary. He needs the practice for the test matches in Australia.
Oh, good delivery from Archibald, right in that area where you're not sure whether to play or not as a right-handed batsman. Didn't really carry through nicely to Hamilton, but he did well jumping forward to that.
Well, I don't know, he might just have touched that because there was a very anxious look behind from Blackwood. He might have just touched it, but I think it died before it got to the wicketkeeper. Big total for the Jamaican Scorpions to get 271. 270 the Leeward Islands Hurricanes made after recovering from 76 or 5. But I'm sure that the Jamaicans have decided, well, look, these two guys, these are West Indian cricketers. They could carry us through, at least give us a good start.
Oh, Nick there, surely. Big appeal, the finger goes up. Brandon King stood there for a while, but that is a massive breakthrough for Archibald and for the Leeward Islands. King was looking so comfortable.
And this is one of those shots that you don't want to see again. That's a swipe. Because the feet are outside the leg stump. The ball is passing outside with the off stump. A nice, generous edge. The wicketkeeper does the rest. And that's a big breakthrough for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Brandon King has gone for 32, 54 for 1.
The very experienced Nkrumah Bonner walks to the crease at number 3, 33 years old, has established himself in the test side now, playing regularly. He's played 14 matches, averaging 37 in test cricket, but he's also got 4 list A hundreds, so don't count him out. This is why he's here. You kind of feel maybe Brandon King just lost concentration with that break for the lights to take effect. That was not the kind of shot we saw him play before that break. He just lost his shape a little bit, tried to go up and over and straight. Didn't work out. So 10 overs done, 54 for 1. And we're going to see Hayden Walsh Jr., who we did not see against the West Indies Academy.
Interesting that he's been used today. Maybe he was kept for this game because they knew that Jamaica's got such a good and long batting lineup. Did not bowl at all against the West Indies Academy. We all wondered if he was ill, if that was a strategy. Well, now we know. He's going to be the first change in this game, very important game. Leeward Islands Hurricanes won the first one. If they win this game, they should be sitting pretty in the zone.
Very full straight away, drilled down to long off by Blackwood. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, I guess he was being held back for this game. It's a bit of a risk because they only just got over the line against the West Indies Academy, but he should be fresh.
I think it was a gamble. I think he should have bowled in that game, but he would have had to be number 3 and number 4 bowler. You couldn't bowl him at the number 7 position, so they kept him back. It worked, just.
Oh, googly not picked at all.
by Nkrumah Bonner. First delivery, that was a perfectly landed googly.
Except I think it hit him just a little bit too high. The first movement normally of a batsman is forward. He went back immediately. That was pitched relatively close to the batsman, but I think it bounced a little bit too much.
Early encouragement for Hayden Walsh Jr.
Come, Johnny, come, Johnny.
It's an important series, this, for an important tournament, as he tries to get back into the international white ball side.
Oh, yes,
Hayden Walsh immediately
come, boys, come, boys.
causing some problems.
Work here, Johnny. You are the best.
Bonner always seems to start slowly though. He goes back before he comes forward. This is something he's done all his career.
Yours, Bobby.
And again, that's the one that skids on, or the googly.
Come in, Johnny. Come in, Johnny. I know his heart is, Johnny. I've seen it.
But
I've
now
seen
that
his heart, Johnny.
Brandon King has been dismissed, another West Indian cricketer to the crease, getting a wicket now would be very good for the Hurricanes.
Oh, yes, lovely, boys.
There's a lot of chat out there. That wicket has lifted the Leeward Islands. 11 done, 55 for 1.
Leeward Islands Hurricanes managed 270 for 9. Raheem Cornwall 81 from 72. Bludgeoned the ball everywhere. Thomas 38. Ward a very accomplished 32 to help Cornwall put on 120. And there's the big man, Raheem Cornwall. He is going to be the number 4 bowler. He's a very useful off spinner, does bowl the drifter. His spell is going to be very important in this innings, in the game against the Windward Islands Academy.
Leading edge there, that could have gone anywhere, could have easily gone back to Cornwall.
It's in that game against the West Indies Academy. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 42.
Come in, Jim. Come in, Jim.
So today he made 81. In the last game he got 4 wickets. A very useful all-rounder.
And a different role for him today with the ball as well. He opened the bowling against the West Indies Academy and then came on at the death as well. Still only went at 4 and over and picked up those 4 wickets. Maybe just having a bit of a rest today. Colin recovering from his exertions with the bat. That's short, but straight to the man on the leg side boundary.
But I think you're right. I think the Leeward Islands Hurricanes seem to be energized with that wicket. And they know that if they get one of these now, then it would put a further dent into the Scorpions' tail.
Oh, just a little fiddle, a little flirt from Nkrumah Bonner there, who started out a little bit nervy here.
But this is how Nkrumah Bonner starts almost every innings. He goes backward and then he starts coming forward. Then he starts elongating his drives to the cover area.
That's a genuine edge. Where's the slip? Had a slip in for Hayden Walsh Jr. Isn't one in for Cornwall. That may well have gone to hand.
Well, the captain, Jamar Hamilton, is the wicket keeper. That would have been a genuine catch for first slip, I think. Straight to delivery, just a genuine edge. Maybe they might investigate with a slip. No, still no slip.
They've done well to milk him there, though, the two Jamaican batsmen, 4 singles and a 2 from that first Cornwall over, 62 for 1. Searching first over from Hayden Walsh. Good to see quality leg spin that can spin the ball both ways. Lots of disguise on his googly. This will be a testing time both for Bonner and for Blackwood. They've both got their helmets off now. Don't see that too often. Two batsmen without anything on their heads at all.
Come in, Johnny. Come in, Johnny.
The resting at Wrecking Cornwall is standing a slip for Hayden Walsh Jr. But when Cornwall is operating, there's no slip. Hayden Walsh Jr. Probably thinking if I get some runs and some wickets, I could put my name in the mugs of the selectors.
Big appeal, the googly not picked again. I think this one did too much, was going down leg. But again, he's deceived the batsman.
Come boys, come
yes,
boys,
I think the bowler even recognized that this one would probably have missed the leg stump. That was more optimistic than forceful.
It bounced a bit as well, didn't it, Colin? Oh, he probably should have gone forward there. Tight run. Blackwood is quick though, he gets in, but that was very full. Decided to play it on the back foot.
But this is a get out of jail run, I think. I think Nkrumah recognized that he's having some problems, so he decided he's going to go for a run anyway.
Oh, get a run! Johnny, watch that rag.
Well, we saw in the game yesterday, didn't we, under the lights, not yesterday, but on Saturday rather, Joshua Bishop got far more purchase out of the surface than any of the spinners of the Leeward Islands. Are we seeing the same here with Hayden Walsh?
Oh.
Hard sweep, but doesn't beat mid-wicket.
It's a very strange shot because the ball is turning towards the offside. He's moving across the line. Could have gone anywhere, went to mid-wicket.
Oh, there's a real zip on that one too. Half an appeal from Jamar Hamilton, but just another quality delivery and another quality over from Hayden Walsh. 64 for 1. The yellow Jamaican worm about level at the moment with the white Leeward Islands worm, but a long way to go. 37 overs potentially.
You know, people talk about partnerships, opening batsmen, middle order batsmen, fast bowlers, but spinners also have partnerships. Cornwall and Hayden Walsh Jr. seem to be working in tandem. They're putting some pressure on the batsmen, making them plate almost everything. The slip has now been put in. Man facing is Jermaine Blackwood. He has edged the ball through slip and fine leg a couple of times. He's already faced 33 deliveries for his 25, 1-4, 1-6.
Reverse sweep, almost goes straight to the man that slipped, Kofi James, who anticipated well.
Come in, Jim.
That would have been a way to get out.
I think that this is a nervous piece of action. Nearly got there.
Oh, yes, Jimmy.
And then he just takes all of the pace out of that, doesn't he? Next delivery, clever bit of bowling from Cornwall.
Oh, no, no, rest.
Somehow I got the impression that these two batsmen running with each other, they're calling, no, there could be a little confusion.
Oh.
And that, I think, is brought about by the good bowling. There's no doubt the Leeward Islands spinners are their strength. They bowled 40 overs against the West Indies Academy. This is going to be a trial by spin. Are the Jamaica Scorpions batsmen going to pass it? Slip going out.
Lovely, lovely.
This is really good pressure building up now from Cornwall and from Hayden Walsh. Just the one off that over, 65 for 1.
Come in, Johnny. Come in, Johnny. Come in, Johnny. Come in, Johnny.
Well, this bowling card neatly illustrates both Leeward Islands' strength and the conditions, because the two seamers have gone at 7 and 8.5 and over, the three spinners 3.5 or less. I think that's what we're going to see a lot of for the rest of this game.
Come in, Johnny. Come in, Johnny.
Maybe the Leeward Islands captain, Jamal Hamilton, could just try to attack a little bit more. Both Jermaine Blackwood and Bonner, they have had problems with the leg spin. The man at extra cover could come in the circle.
That's well played by Bonner. Extra bounce there, he just dabbed down on it. Made sure that ball went down. Maybe could have come back for 3 there. It's 2 in the end. Good fielding by Carty.
Yeah, I think these batsmen are nervous, and because they're nervous, they're not altogether confident of their running, their calling, their shot selection. I think they're struggling out there with these spinners operating, and that's why I would have brought the man from the extra cover boundary into the circle in the catching position.
Lovely.
Oh, they have been good in the field so far, the Leeward Islands. Diving around, stopped a number of shots that were heading towards the boundary. Again, the feet just not going anywhere there.
Come on, boys, come, boys.
It's a really good exhibition of leg spin bowling, this.
Or maybe an exhibition of not picking, because I think what Bonner is doing is going back and waiting for the ball to pitch and then plays it off the pitch.
In the air. Dropped. He got there. Did a lot of hard work. Think it's Jeremiah Louis. No, it's not. It's Archibald out there. He did well to make the ground. He got 2 hands on it, but he couldn't grab onto it. 70 for 1. Here we go then. Archibald out a deep square leg. He had to run around a long way. I'm not sure he even got much of a hand to it, to be honest. He was pretty much at full pelt, but then it was there for him with 2 hands. He did get a hand on it, but not enough. He couldn't steady himself and take the catch. He was having to run at pretty much 100% just to get there.
Go!
Yes, Hayden Walsh was very disappointed with that catch, because he did get there, Archibald, and once you got there, then you almost always you should be able to take that. hit his hands and out.
Reverse again, this time from Bonner. Plays it better than Blackwood did in the previous over. Still going to be just the 2.
Yeah.
What the bowlers are going to have to do here is pitch the ball up so the batsmen could play everything onto the front foot or elect to go back at their own peril. But when you bowl that short, then it could be swept either orthodox or unorthodox, as that was done through the offside.
Come down now, Jim. Oh, come in, Jim. Come in, Jim. Come in, Jim. That's tight there. Get none. Lovely, Jimmy. Come, boys, come, boys, come, boys. Let's work here, Jim. Work,
Very
Jim,
interesting
work,
leg
Jim.
side field here
Come,
for
boys,
Bonner. They've
come,
got
boys.
3 players in the ring on the leg side. One of them is pretty much mid-on, and you've got a long on almost right behind him.
Oh, ball in, Jim. Ball in, Jim.
Really trying to block off that area.
Huh?
The Hurricanes need a wicket here to put a little bit more of a dent into the Scorpions.
Oh, ball in, Jim. There you spin, boys.
Nicely negotiated. It's 72 for 1.
No, you got this gun.
Call is 2 here, should be comfortable. Certainly for Blackwood, he's very, very quick between the wickets. You do sense, though, Crofty, that next 5-6 overs could be pretty important here. Next 6 to 10 overs, I would say. If you just get through this testing time, these two keep wickets in hand, and Jamaica, you may think, might become favourites the longer this game goes on, as long as they keep these two together.
They also have to stop these ones becoming 2s like that. Excellently done. Remember, Cornwall could only bowl 10. Walsh Jr. 10. Jamal Hamilton, the captain, wicketkeeper, he's going to have to make decisions as to how long he keeps these bowlers operating. He needs a wicket from one of them, maybe 2. 1 from each. That would be very good for the Leeward Islands.
Sure, and he's missed out there, Bonner. There's half an appeal from Walsh.
This is really optimistic. Down the leg side, too high, pitch outside leg stump. There's no way you're going to get that out.
Oh, chance. Oh, very close to that man at short mid-wicket.
Guy Walshy.
Again, no real confidence there from Bonner. That was airborne for a long time. A tease for the man at that short mid-wicket position.
Down the track. Can't beat that man at cover, though, and get it through for the boundary he so craves. Haven't had a boundary in a while.
I know you've heard this adage before. When in doubt, hit out. I don't think they could do that here. There's a long off, a long on, and a man on the cover point boundary.
Just content for the singles at this point, which works for Jamaica. Again, they've taken 4 singles and a 2 off that over. It's 78 for 1. Still a bit of batting to come for Jamaica. Rothman Powell, the skipper. Will he come in at 4? He might save himself for a bit later in the innings. Haldane Thomas, the keeper, has been in decent form. Merchant, the all-rounder, can hold a bat. There is a bit to come. McCarthy as well will come up the order.
Jimmy.
He won't be coming in at number 10.
Boys, come in, boys. Come in, Jimmy. Come in, Jimmy.
Reverse again. That one actually turned a little bit. Just the one.
Today is the Independence Day, 41 years for Antigua and Barbuda. And it's been a very healthy crowd here. I think they are almost all wanting the Leeward Islands Hurricanes to win this game, but they've been in trial. They haven't left.
Go!
Lost his shape a bit, Blackwood there, trying to drag it to the leg side. He wanted to, but Bonner sent him back.
And he's upset. That's exactly what I was saying. They're calling, they're running, but there's no real calling at this level with their experience. That doesn't show well.
Get! Jerry! Jerry! Jerry!
Or chance for a run out. Jeremiah Louis is wayward with his throw. It's going to go for 5. That wasn't a great throw at all. That's an understatement.
Yeah, Jeremiah Louis would be very disappointed at this, as would be his captain, the wicketkeeper. There's no way he could have stopped that. Should have been backed up, but the wicketkeeper could not have gotten to that. And even Cornwall is upset, of course.
Come, Jim. Come, Jim.
I think a direct hit there, and he was in business, but he had to go for the direct hit. Oh, there's a chance. Top edge. Should be a simple catch. Mid-on steadies himself, and Casey Carty pouches it. That's a big wicket. Jermaine Blackwood is very disappointed because he had a start there. He fought through a tough period, but he couldn't get through all of it.
Well, I think he's been put out of his misery here because the last couple of overs he's really been struggling. No timing, not understanding the bowling, tried to swipe his way out of trouble. Eventually holds out to the man at mid-wicket. And he's going to argue with himself and a few other people, caught by Carty of the bowling of Cornwall for 31, 85 for 2.
Jamaica Scorpions are 85 for 2. Apologies, Crofty. And they've got 2 important players back in the hut. The openers, King and Blackwood. Andre McCarthy comes to the crease, very experienced, former West Indies international. This is why he's here. Just got it all wrong, Blackwood. Might have been there to hit, but it's the extra bounce of Cornwall that does for you.
Well, there's a whole set of things I think that this missed him, John. No confidence in his own batting. He wasn't maybe understanding the bowlers, picking them. There were a couple of confusions about the running between the wickets. Should have been 2 when they just had 1. He might have been even complaining about that as he left the arena, Blackwood, and then tried to hit his way out of trouble and just spooned it up the mid-wicket. A big, big wicket for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. You were right. It is McCarthy has come. He's also a good batsman for the Scorpions. But right now, the Leeward Islands have gotten 2 big, big wickets. The 2 openers gone, Brandon King for 32, Jermaine Blackwood for 31.
Oh, McCarthy's first delivery was right on the money from Cornwall, but he negotiates it. wickets for the Leeward Islands in that 6 balls. It's 85 for 2.
Come boys, come boys, come boys.
Hayden Walsh to continue from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Just squeezed away into the offside there by Nkrumah Bonner. But we saw the last wicket of Jermaine Blackwood. Success for the big man, Rakeem Cornwall, in front of his home fans. A wicket that was almost desperately needed by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Brandon King first to go. Then the experienced Blackwood as well. Hayden Walsh, I must say, he's been right on the money in this spell, hasn't he?
Yes, didn't bowl in the last game. Understand that he probably had a niggle. That was made clear, but this one he's turned it on from the get-go. He's been on the money. A bit of turn, a bit of bounce, good control, good variation. And this is what you want to see because we know he's got it in him. So I was happy to hear that the Leewards didn't take any chance or want to risk him in the first game. They had him there just in case they needed him. But they sure needed him today, and he's come to the party and has been pretty consistent.
Stroked away again by Bonner. Bit of a fumble by Jeremiah Louis, but doesn't cost an extra run.
Come Johnny, come Johnny.
I think what's been quite impressive as well is how he's landed that googly. Yeah, he's landed it just about there, just about off stump or about just outside, and it's posed problems, especially for Nkrumah Bonner.
Well, not just Bonner, I think he's got all the batsmen pushing and searching and feeling. He's hitting good areas. That leg break googly, the googly as well, he's got it. Probably would want to get a little bit more turn, but I think he's gotten enough. Now they're making a field change here. Cornwall is moving from his very comfortable, accustomed position of first slip, and he's now going into the outfield. One thing I can tell you for sure, the big man, wherever he stands, is going to be blocking someone. They've got a very... He's on the drive, and they've got a cover point on the cover. So the plan now is to try to give Bonner, who's a good driver of the ball, they're asking him now to take a chance if you want to. It's 89 for 2.
$89 for 2. Jamaica Scorpions looking to chase down this target of 271. Rakeem Cornwall and Hayden Walsh doing a very good job, but it's going to be Cornwall to continue. As we've a bit of miscommunication here for the umpteenth time today. We've seen a constant miscommunication with the running between the wickets between these Jamaica Scorpion batters. The basics not really being done to their best ability, but it hasn't cost them a wicket just yet.
You're right with that, but this time he's a single. But there seems to be some miscommunication going on between the batters at the moment, these two Jamaica batsmen. Not just these two, but even with Bonner and Blackwood as well. They've got to get that right, because the last thing you want is a misunderstanding and a run out, especially when you're chasing such a challenging total.
No.
Unforced errors. Can't afford to have these unforced errors. Giving wickets to the opposition, especially with such an imposing total here on the board for the Scorpions to chase down.
Come in, boys. This is good here, boys.
What I like as well now is Leeward Islands to smell blood and they're zoning in. They've got the fielders in the ring, saving one, putting the pressure on the Jamaicans for the rate to go up. A big appeal from Cornwall. He's disappointed. Umpire said not out. Bonner stood his ground, but Rakim is not happy. You could tell by his body language. What do you think of that one, Malik?
Well, we know what Rakim thinks. Oh, that looks stone dead, to be honest. Height is always an issue with Rakim Cornwall. Did the umpire signal that he possibly got an inside edge? I'm not sure. It's the only thing possibly that would save him. Looking at that one again, we've got the luxury of the replay. The umpire is seeing it in real time. Oh, once again, Rakim Cornwall getting one to hold outside that off stump, taking the edge of an Nkrumah Bonner. Testing stuff here. But no slip once again. I am very surprised, Courtney Walsh, with no slip. We've seen the ball go down there a couple times. Rakim Cornwall still can't believe why the umpire hasn't given that one. It's the end of the 20th, 92 for 2.
Come in, Johnny. Oh, okay. Hey, go back now, man, and come take up. Go back now, man, come take up.
Hayden Walsh stringing these dot balls together, creating pressure on these Jamaican Scorpion batters. We saw Jermaine Blackwood succumb to that pressure being applied at both ends, actually, between Rakim Cornwall and Hayden Walsh. Not only do you need to bat in partnerships, you need to bowl in partnerships, Courtney Walsh.
You certainly need to do, and they're doing that, Leeward Islands Hurricane, and as you can tell, the run rate is now creeping up. It's gone over 6 for the first time in this innings, and that's something the Jamaicans will have to keep an eye on. And these two can run well between the wickets, but they need to get that communication going well. Brilliant in the outfield again. This time they get 2 runs, but that was brilliant work in the outfield by Gore.
Saved 2 runs there for sure. Sweetly timed through the offside by Andrew McCarthy.
Stay in line and hit that pad. Stay in
Faced the 9 deliveries now. As we see Karima Gore slide across. Fantastic athlete. Googly again, it looked like. He's bowled quite a few of those googlies here to these right-handed batters. Hayden Walsh. In terms of creating an opportunity, I know it's easy to talk, you know, we're up here in the commentary booth. These guys are out on the field, under pressure. And he's been given. He's been given. Sounded like 2 sounds there in my ear, but the umpire, I'd love to see that replay again. Hayden Walsh over the wicket. Ooh, it's probably doing a little too much.
He might have hit it as well by his reaction, but I'd like to see that again if we could on a close-up. But the umpire wasn't any doubt there. And I'm afraid Andrea McCarthy has to go. 5 in 11 balls. It's 94 for 3.
The skipper, Rodman Powell, strides to the crease, age 29. We've seen just how much he's improved his game in the last year or so. Especially from a leadership perspective, as we see this decision again. I think Andrew McCarthy's a little unfortunate there to be given out. That one just seemed to be sliding down the leg, slightly Courtney Walsh. I don't know what you think about that one.
Yeah, look as if it was missing a leg from here, but we are not right behind the umpire. I also thought he might have had a nick on it, but that wasn't the case. Might not have. But maybe a touch unfortunate. Anyway, the umpire decision is final.
Definitely. And great reward for Hayden Walsh, considering how well he's bowled, the pressure he's applied. We know Rodman Powell tends to struggle early as well in his innings against the leg spin, so this final delivery, a key delivery to Rodman Powell. Hayden Walsh will be hoping to land it. Oh! Close again there, not quite getting over that one. Rodman Powell just drifted in the air for what seemed like an eternity, but not quite to hand. That's the end of the 21st, 95 for 3.
When you look at that batting card there, doesn't look up as if there's a lot of batting to come. There's Thomas, there's Smith, who we know, Merchant and Gordon.
Ladies and gentlemen, change in bowling from...
So it's not a lot of depth left in it, but these two, it's important that they try to have a partnership going. It's still a fair amount of runs left, 176. And they would require a rate of just over 6. So a lot of cricket left to be played, and there's a lot of batting for the Jamaicans to do.
Okay.
Kareem O'Gore, the new bowler, actually coming in from the Sandy Roberts end. Left arm orthodox. I think he's just bowled a little too quick on this pitch. You heard Matt Floyd, Nikhil Umchandani actually talk about the pace that Joshua Bishop would have bowled and the purchase that he would have gotten out of this wicket. I think Kareem O'Gore would be best served to mix that pace up.
I'm also a little surprised that they've moved Cornell out the attack with a fresh batsman in Powell in. You'd want to try to get that pressure. Cornell has bowled well, he's pick a wicket. And you want to see him continue at least for another over or two to Powell. But I guess they're looking at someone taking the ball away from Powell.
Yeah, sometimes I think these matchups are overplayed. I'm all for analytics. The analytical aspect is definitely a big part in the game now and will be even bigger moving forward, but you don't want to try and reinvent the wheel. Rakeem Cornwall bowling well from that end, wickets needed. I'd have kept him in.
Me too, for sure, for at least another over or two to the new batter. Especially if I have the leg spinner from one end, then on the off spinner, so you have two different balls for him to face or think about. It's 97 for 3.
after 22 overs, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes were 85 for 5. In comparison, Jamaica Scorpions 97 for 3. So from the stage of the game now, Jamaica Scorpions are ahead, but you don't get that feel in the dressing room. Would you agree, Courtney Walsh?
Certainly, because 270 is a lot of runs to chase down. And when you lose 3 wickets and for the start they know they have a long way to go. You still require another 173 runs, and the rate has gone up to over 6 and over. So you know that you're not in full control. Another wicket or 2 and the rate is going to escalate a lot more. And then you get scoreboard pressure coming in. So it's important that these two try to build a partnership. Well bowled again by Hayden Walsh. He's just hitting the right ears consistently with the leg break, with the googly. That figures could have easily been 3 for 23.
I have to agree. He's been absolutely fantastic here. His consistency, he's been threatening. He's bowled to his fields. He's done a fantastic job. This one just played easily.
Keep working,
long on for another single. But just looking at the scorecard, you see Odin Smith scheduled to come in at, what is it, 9 or 10? I'm not sure, considering what we've seen from him in international cricket. He's definitely better than that.
They could have putting us in a false sense of security. I'm sure Odin is better than that, and he will not be batting 10 today unless I've got it wrong. But if he bats at 10, that means Jamaica has a lot of batting. Captain Powell knows he's got some work to do, and he's got to try to beat here. Dead ball, as Bonner wasn't ready. Signal by the umpire. But as you say, at the halfway mark, Leeward Islands was 87 for 5. Jamaica is now 101 for 3. The 100 is up, but you don't get that feel as if they think that they're in control.
It's just been a little frantic at times. Once again, not quite hitting the middle of the bat there from the bowling of Hayden Walsh. A little sloppy fielding.
Get the ball!
As we hear the skipper, Jamal Hamilton, having a little go at Jeremiah Louis here. The pressure getting to these players. High-level sport.
He's just reminding them that this is a tough game. Can't give anything away. Hit in the air. Didn't carry. One bounce, but living dangerously, the Jamaicans. At the end of the 23rd, it's 103 for 3.
This is the situation here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium on a 41st Independence celebration at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Food fair in the back, festive atmosphere. Jamaica Scorpions still need 168 runs to win from 27 overs at 6.22 runs per over. It's going to take some batting to get there.
That's for sure. But you mentioned about the food fair. Yes, it's the 41st anniversary of independence. I'm still waiting on you and Sir Curtis to bring some of those goodies, the local merchandise over for us fellow commentators so we can sample what Antigua has to offer in terms of the food and all the delicacies. I'm sure there's a lot. Looking at the crowd and the way they've partaken and enjoyed it, look at that atmosphere. Nothing can beat it. I'm still waiting because every time I see the camera over there, those plates and the guys, they've got something in their hand. They're enjoying it. And it's a big plus for them to enjoy the cricket as well.
Oh,
Just clothed away actually into the onside of the inner half of the bat there by Bonner. But yes, I think you need to have a word with Sir Kirtley about that actually. To be honest, he's made a few stops over there, and even myself, he hasn't even brought anything back for me. So I've been working pretty hard all day here and not really gotten a chance to take in that food fare. But it's from all the pictures that we've seen, it's been a fabulous afternoon, now into evening. And the spectators have come over. They've lended their voices to this atmosphere, and we just have a great occasion here this evening.
Well, what a wonderful spectacle that is to see the crowd over there, cricket in the background, people parading. It's just something to behold. So it's can't spend a better Independence Day away. They're watching the cricket, there's music going on, they're having a wonderful time. While on the middle, Jamaica do battle with Leeward Islands, and a lot depends on both Bonner and Powell as to the way this game could go. If these two bat another 10-15 overs, then Jamaica might get themselves in a very comfortable position. Another wicket or two, the Leewards could take charge because the rate keep climbing.
But also make no mistake, the Jamaican Scorpions also would have pretty vociferous support here in Antigua. Quite a big Jamaican population as well. As we see Rodman Powell advancing down the ground to Kofi James, smoking that over long on. 6 runs. Pressure being applied back onto the Leeward Islands bowler here. Rodman Powell advancing. When he hits them, we know they stay hit. 6 beautiful runs.
He's decided that it's time to go to get amongst it. Don't want that rate to go too high, and still wants to dominate Rodman Powell. As long as he bats the way we know he can, he's giving himself a chance, he'll give the team a chance as well. It's a very, very important partnership, this one. It's 1-11 for 3.
Sharp ball from Hayden Walsh, pulled into the deep wicket region by Nkrumah Bonner, and he now moves on to 30 of 45 deliveries. Soaked up a bit of pressure, but he's still there, along with his captain. These two, like you say, need to bat as deep as possible. Short again, just pulled down again from Hayden Walsh. Probably the first really bad delivery that we've seen from him in 7 overs. And it was put away. Captain Rodman Powell, we know how clean a hitter of the ball he is. He's got 2 maximums now.
And as you rightly said, that was the first poor bad delivery from Hayden Walsh, and he was punished. A much better comeback. Only the single, but Jamaica would know that this is the partnership. This is where they've got to try to control the game from. They'll be having one high on the run rate, but also they know that if these two bat, Hayden Walsh only has another 3 overs to go. If they can seam out, then they'll have others to face.
Which poses another dilemma for Captain Hamilton. Do you bowl out Hayden Walsh here, or do you hold him back for a couple overs?
I was surprised when he gave him this over. I thought they would have pulled him now and keep 3 up the sleeve just in case, but he's decided to give him the extra 1. We'll have to wait to see if he bowls him all 10 straight. I think what's on Captain Hamilton's mind is that he wants wicket as well.
Stroked away, lovely shot by Nkrumah Bonner. He's just growing into his innings now. Beautifully timed. Oh, it's Rodman Powell. Beautifully timed. Almost reminiscent of an extra cover drive by Nkrumah Bonner there, but Rodman Powell there stroking that lovely through the cover region. End of the 25th. 124 for 3. If you see that 4 again, over-pitched delivery from Hayden Walsh. Stroke through the covers. Looks like a man in good control of his game, Rodman Powell.
Yeah, that was well timed, well executed. Didn't try to overhit it, just waited. Sheer timing. And he's got power as well. So if you time it with your power, then it's going to travel. And it did. In the last couple of overs, we saw Gore came on to bowl 1, then James came on bowl 1. And it looked as if James is going to continue. His first over went for 8. He would want to correct that. Bonner looks a lot more settled now, picking off a single, doing the right thing and just rotating the strike. And once you do that, the rate will come down, because we can notice it was 6, almost 6.5. It's now under 6 again, with just 2 lusty blows and proper running between the wicket.
And just to echo the sentiments of Crofty earlier, Nkrumah Bonner is a slow starter. He tends to start his innings slowly. Stroke down as well. Again off the back foot there for 1 run. He starts his innings quite slowly. Takes him a bit of time, especially when Hayden Walsh was in the attack. He wasn't quite picking him. But after now being there for 47 deliveries, he's gotten acclimatized to the pace, bounce of this wicket, and he's looking good.
Yes, and his job is to bat. I saw when Chadwick Walton went out and was speaking to him, he's got to be there at the end. He's got to bat deep for Jamaica, because then you can bat around him. You have the power player like Rodman Powell or Dane Smith to come, and others. Bonner's role in this team is to bat and bat long.
Oh, Jerry! Jerry! Oh my goodness.
And he exudes such calm, doesn't he? Never looks flustered, regardless of what's going on. Especially from the dressing room, he gives that element of calm, no real panic. And it looks like, oh, Rodman Powell, he's been given out caught behind. He's still standing there. He's very disappointed. Fair play. We've got the stump mics in our ear as well. Didn't hear a massive sound. Might have been a thin one. But Rodman Powell is very disappointed with that one. Jamal Hamilton seems absolutely convinced.
Well, he stood his ground for quite some time. Very disappointed, Rodman Powell. So by all indications from him, he doesn't think he has hit it. But the person who matters the most is the umpire. Think differently, and he's got to go on his way. He's gone for 24 in 17. It's 127 for 4.
New batter Aldane Thomas comes to the crease. 27 years old. Massive, massive wicket there for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Captain Rodman Powell now back in the hutch. Seemed very disappointed with that decision. May probably be having a word with the match referee.
Now that is the dismissal of Rodman Powell. You see him now marking the crease. He stood there for quite some time. But if you look at the reaction of Jamar Hamilton, he's very confident. He's jumping, he's bouncing, he's up in the air. And Rodman Powell is still in disbelief. Did he really give me out? That's probably what he's asking himself. He thought about it? Still thinking? But he has to go. That has brought Thomas to the crease. Yet to face a ball. You're not missing any cricket at the moment. But the Jamaicans are in trouble again. King made 32. Blackwood 31. Powell 24 and McCarthy 5. Bonner still there on 33. Thomas just joined them. And at 127 for 4, at the halfway stage, this game is still widely exposed. Here are the wickets that went down today. Brandon King giving Archibald his first wicket. Miscue from Jermaine Blackwood, went nowhere. Easy catch in the end by Carty. This one could have been going down. Not so in the umpire's estimation. McCarthy had to go. And the last wicket that fell was that of Captain Powell, who by his reaction doesn't think he got a bat on it, but by Jamar Hamilton's reaction, he thought he did. And the person who mattered the most was the umpire, and he had to go. We saw Bonner having some treatment here now. Not sure what it is, if it's lower back or hamstrings or probably a combination of both, because when the back goes, the hamstrings get tight. And Carter probably saying to him, come on, young man, you should not be doing this now. You're too fit and strong for that. Come on, you got to get fitter.
I think Carty's saying, oh no, not again, Bonds. Not again. It's good to see the camaraderie between the players as well. As competitive as it is, you know, it's always good to see. Thomas here at the crease. Like you say, Courtney hasn't faced the delivery just yet. 2 deliveries remaining in this over. Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Well, from my vantage point, I get the feeling that they're on top in this game.
And they would feel that way for sure, having got all the, well, most of the big guns of the Jamaica batting back in the hutch. They must think that they're in for a good shout in this game. Bonner has to bat very deep for Jamaica to get close to this total. We know what Dean Smith can do, but a lot rests on Bonner's shoulder. He needs to be there and bat deep for them to give them a chance of overall in this game.
And it's good to see young Kofi James in the wicket column again. We saw how good he was in that first game. Economical and picked up 2 wickets. Here he's picked up yet another. Proving quite dependable for his captain. But it's the end of the over. It's 127 for 4.
Middle. Middle.
So it looks like Hayden Walsh is going to bowl his 9th over. Is he getting bowled out here by his captain, Jamal Hamilton?
Bowling, Johnny.
Maybe. Leeward Islands just wanting to go for the jugular here. They sense blood. They get Bonner, or even if they get Thomas, they'll feel that they're well on top. Required rate over 6 now. Grima Bonner's been in for 49 balls, hasn't hit a boundary yet, but he's just got to stay there now. Expect that run rate to keep going up. Required rate, that is. Interesting decision, Curtly, to keep going with Hayden Walsh Jr.
Well, why not? If you're bowling well and you're keeping the pressure on, continue. I thought that was a mistake that Robman Powell made when the Scorpions bowled. When had that period where Otis Smith was bowling well, got a couple of wickets, had the Hurricanes under pressure. He pulled him out of the attack after 4 overs and 3 wickets. And soon after that, the game sort of got away from them, where the Hurricanes really started to build on a momentum and got to a decent total.
Come boys, come boys. Can't hear us here, lads, can't hear us.
Walsh 1 for 40 off 8.4 overs. Short on that occasion, a bit wide, but do you think he's bowled better than those figures suggest?
I've always believed that as a leg spinner, it is a difficult art, and you have to bowl and bowl a lot to maintain good form.
Come Johnny, come Johnny.
And I think he's bowled pretty decent today here in Walsh Jr.
Oh, bowling Johnny.
Well, there was a period, and he certainly looked like he had Bonner and Blackwood on toast. Bonner's still there, though, and Walsh has bowled 9 now. It's 128 for 4. Scorecard may tell you that Jamaica Scorpions are 27 runs ahead of the Leeward Islands side at this point. But that's not taking into account what happens at the end of the Leeward Islands innings. The last 4 wickets put on 194 to get them up to 270. That's dragged down and heaved away by Bonner. Is this going to be his first boundary? No, it isn't. Good fielding by Kareem Agor, got round quickly, and they only pick up 2.
Come Coffee. Back stiff. Nanda, Jerry.
I wonder if he's just struggling a little bit, Nkrumah Bonner here with his lower back. We saw it get clicked into place by the physio a couple of times during that break. And when you do have a lower back problem as a batsman, it's hard to play certain shots. It's hard to really put your back into it, literally.
Nanda.
Well, I wouldn't know about it, Matt. I never had that problem.
Come boys. Let you walk.
Definitely harder to bowl with a lower back problem, that's for sure.
Lovely.
Good delivery from Kofi James, that. Put quite a lot of revs on it, got a bit of bounce, and it's a good over, just 2 from it. Required rate keeps going up, 130 for 4. Walsh to bowl his full quota of 10. Can he winkle one more batsman out for his skipper? I'm sure both Jamaican batsmen will be well aware this is his final over. Shouldn't really want to take too many undue risks here.
Oh!
That's tossed up and the googly again, I think.
Come boys, come boys, come boys. Come Johnny, come Johnny. Oh, bowling Johnny, bowling one.
Really searching, homing in on those stumps with that googly.
Come in boys. Come in Walshy, come in
Thomas,
Walshy.
who just got to the crease, still trying to find his way. Yet to get off the mark. Already faced 6 deliveries, but maybe his plan is to make sure Walsh Jr. finishes over.
Oh! Ball Johnny, ball Johnny, ball Johnny. Come boys, come boys, come boys.
Haldane Thomas, a wicket keeper, topped the averages for Jamaica in the 4-day competition this year off the back of his maiden first-class century against Guyana. Not vastly experienced, but he's getting better. And he's away. At the moment, they just need him to stay with Bonner, but they do have to keep one eye on this required rate. They can't let it get too high. It's up to 6.61 at the moment.
Going in the wrong direction if you're a Scorpions fan, but if you're a Hurricanes fan, you're quite happy with that.
As I can see by the smile on your face. Oh, confusion, confusion. Lucky in the end, though. Just got it together in the nick of time there. Thomas, he's not happy with his partner, though. Bonner has had a couple of situations like that. 132 for 4. Well, they just stopped at the middle of the pitch and had a bit of a chat and then carried on. Luckily, neither of them going back to the pavilion after that. Tall off-spinner Kofi James to continue. He's bowled well too. Got the big wicket of Rovman Powell. Whether he actually edged that delivery, I'm not too sure. But a big wicket nonetheless. Short and pulled hard. Straight to the sprawling Jeremiah Louis. Coming back for 2. Well run. What do you made of Kofi James, Kirtley? He's an off-spinner that we perhaps weren't expected to speak about as much as we have so far the first 2 games, but played a big role against the West Indies Academy. Got the 2 set batsmen out in that game. He was economical, and he's come in today and been pretty much similar. Got a big wicket. Reverse sweep, but it beats the man at short third, but it's not going to get to the boundary. Hayden Walsh mops up. 2 more to Bonner. Still no boundary for him. 63 balls in.
Kofi James, decent cricketer, decent all-rounder in the making. Has been around the local circuit for a while. Also represent Antigua national team.
None there, bowling, Kofi.
And now the Leeward Islands team. So he's been around for a little bit.
Come in, love. Come in, boys. Come in, boys.
Still early days in his first-class career.
Bowling.
doing a good job for his side today. 4 off that over, 1 for 17 for him, and after 30, it's 136 for 4. Just 5 overs of seam so far for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They bowled just 10 overs of seam in the entire 50 overs on Saturday against the West Indies Academy. And they've got another off-spinner to come as well. They've got Terence Ward as an option. I wonder how much more seam we're going to see. And if it does come on, that may be the opportunity, or that may be what the batsmen think is the opportunity to up the run rate a bit. It's going to be Kareem Agor back into the attack for his 7th. Very economical.
Oh, lovely, Johnny.
What a fielder he is.
Come, Gory, come,
Here
Gory.
the Walsh Jr. Touch hold that backward point region so well.
Gory.
Such a critical position to be fielding, and in most teams you generally have your best fielder in that general backward point region. And Hayden Walsh has done a fantastic job.
Lovely.
In general, the fielding's been pretty good. The ground fielding from Leeward Islands. We've seen a few sprawling stops. Devin Thomas has been a real live wire. Hayden Walsh took a great catch as well against the West Indies Academy on the boundary. Chance! Oh, I don't think that carried. Walsh was the man there. He's the man you want in that position. He did his best. Think it dropped just short.
Oh, agonizingly short.
Just died on him, didn't it? Had a bit of drop on it, like an off-spin delivery.
Huh?
To save it in the end, goalkeeper style. I'm watching David De Gea. He really fires him in, Kareem Agor. 4 off his 7th over, 140 for 4. Required rate creeping up towards 7 runs and over now. The squeeze is on from the Leeward Islands spinners.
Nanya. Going low, going low, going low. Come boys, come boys. Nanya. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh,
Played that shot a number of times, just can't get it past that man.
I think a bit of pressure is building on both Bonner.
Oh yeah.
Try that reverse sweep again. It's just not working for him at the moment. And Kuma Bonner. Pressure is building, and that's what you want as a bowling team. Build the pressure, force batsmen to do something out of the ordinary, and the wickets will come.
Aerial, but well short of long on. Just another single. I just wonder, Curtly, whether it might be a good option to send someone like Odin Smith in next. If they lose a wicket quickly,
just to see if they can wrest the initiative back, make sure this rate doesn't get too out of control.
That could be a good option, just to take the attack to the bowlers, because at the moment runs are hard to come by for the Scorpions. It's worth a try. If he comes off, all the best. If he doesn't, go back to normal.
Raheem Cornwall's back in at slip, which might open up an opportunity to score elsewhere. Big slog sweep from Aldain Thomas, and played really effectively as well. There's a big gap out there. He spotted it immediately, and he didn't hold back.
It was a good strike from Thomas. Flat delivery from Kareem Agor, and was put away quite convincingly. And immediately, a field adjustment. Fielder now goes into the deep mid-wicket boundary.
And then a nice control pull for a single, so it's a good end to the over. Bit of aggression from Aldain Thomas, that's what Jamaica need. It's 148 for 4.
Keep going.
.83 runs per over required for the Scorpions to get their first win of the season, first win of the tournament in their first game. Leeward Islands on the hunt for 2 from 2. Down the track, lofted to the man at long on, who takes a comfortable catch, Kofi James, and then he does a bit of juggling. So the pressure telling, and Aldain Thomas wanted to up the ante. We saw that slog sweep 6. He tried again, this time not enough on it.
That is exactly what pressure does. Force you to do something out of the ordinary. Used his feet, got to the pitch, but couldn't get the power or the elevation to go over the top of the fielder at the long boundary. Aldain Thomas is gone for 10. Jamaica Scorpions 148 for 5.
Time for a bit of Odin. Strike rate in his 5 ODIs, just the 192. They could do with a bit of that right now, couldn't they? Bit of long handle. I don't mind this move at all, just to try and take the sting out of the situation. This is why he's there. Didn't really go all the way through with the shot, did he, Aldain Thomas? He just kind of checked his shot, went for timing, but he didn't time it well enough. Maybe he'll be kicking himself thinking, if I went through with it, I could have muscled it over Kofi James. As it is, he's back in the pavilion.
Get! Oh, come and Gory, come and Gory.
How's Odin going to play this then? Doesn't often come in with so much time
to go in the innings. Oh, what a delivery that is. They're going to go upstairs. Jamar Hamilton is convinced here. That was a big appeal, wasn't it? That turned as well. Classic delivery from Kareem Agor. We haven't seen him turn too many, but that drew Odin Smith out of the crease, completely deceived him. This would be a big one.
Certainly would be. And the Leeward Islands players looking really convinced. Smiles all around.
I think he's got it down. I think he's just about got back there. Just slow that down slightly. Looks like he's just got that toe down. It did come up briefly. Jamar Hamilton was pretty quick too. But I think Odin Smith was quicker.
And that's the confirmation. So the excitement didn't last very long.
Well, it's taken until Kareem Agor's 8th over for him to turn one. Encouraging signs for him. Just gives the batsman something else to think about. And the slip in. In Cornwall. Just think now. Oh, I better just be on my toes here. Might be coming my way.
Another good delivery by Kareem Agor. And that's what it takes sometimes from a spinner. Just need to get one ball to turn, and then you put doubt in a batsman's mind.
Eddie Smith starts off with 5 dot deliveries, 148 for 5.
Change the ball off. Right hand. Are you? Jerry. No.
We're fast approaching crunch time in this game. And Nkrumah Bonner is still there, still fighting. But his side could do with him hitting a couple of boundaries, I think. Still yet to find the fence after 72 deliveries. Having said that, if Odin Smith bats how he can do and hits a few out of the park, and Bonner will just want to stay there and knock it around. He might just want to put away the reverse sweep. It's not really working for him.
Certainly not working for Nkrumah Bonner. He's tried it on quite a few occasions and hasn't connected.
Wide.
Maybe need to put that in his back pocket and think of something else.
Bonner wanted wides given there, but byes were given. I think that's because he went for the reverse sweep early, and James probably spotted him and then fired it down the leg side.
Coming low.
A real examination from all of these Leeward Island spinners.
They bowled very well in tandem in the first game.
Big appeal. Is he outside the line? No. Nkrumah Bonner goes finally. The reverse sweep was his downfall. He kept trying to play it, having a conversation with his partner, but it doesn't matter. You can't review that. I think he wants to review it. Got to keep walking.
Well, that could be up for debate, Matt. But that brought about his demise. He's been trying that reverse sweep for so long. It hasn't worked, and he ended up costing him his wicket. His good knock of 44, and Kumabana, he's gone. The Scorpions 150 for 6.
The all-rounder Jamie Merchant walks to the crease. Had a decent first-class season for the Jamaica side this year. 241 runs at 34. Now let's have a look at this. Yeah, I don't think he's. I don't think that's hit him in line. I think he's just outside the line there. And Nkrumah, he wanted that to go upstairs. It's not a test. Nkrumah, I'm afraid we haven't got DRS. Just have to keep on going. Maybe, though, Leeward Islands have been lucky here with a couple of decisions. 2 big wickets, Rovman Powell and then Nkrumah Bonner.
At this point, you have to say that the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are in the ascendancy. They're closing in on victory, only 4 wickets to go. Run rate is getting closer to 8 and over. It's getting harder for the Scorpions. Someone needs to step up and play a good knock here.
It's a good Independence Day so far for Antigua and Barbuda. Still a bit of a way to go, though. It's not have the party started just yet.
We know Odin Smith can be very destructive when he gets going, but this is a different situation altogether. The pressure is mounting.
Jamie Merchant's off the mark, second ball. But it's another wicket in another over for a Leeward Islands spinner. 150 for 6.
Leeward Islands Hurricanes in the ascendancy here. Jamaica Scorpions still need 120 runs to win from 16 overs with just the 4 wickets in hand. Leeward Islands Hurricanes on this 41st independence celebrations, doing the crowd very proud here. This one's been lifted. Oh, easy catch. The procession continues. Merchant goes soft dismissal, just facing his 3rd delivery. Yet another wicket to Kareem Gore, and the Scorpions staring down the barrel.
This dismissal, though, I think was a little bit with lack of intelligence. Now you've got a senior batsman at the other end, Odin Smith. You don't try to do that. Get the ball in the spaces, run 1s, run 2s. What is this fascination about hitting 6s? Just stay at the crease, give some help. He's gone for 1, Merchant. 151 for 7.
151 for 7. Kareem Agor picking up his 2nd wicket. It's been economical and picked up wickets. As we see the wicket there, just a nothing shot almost. Didn't really give it the full backswing. Just picked out long on. Easy catch. Played easily down to a deep mid-wicket. 1 more run to the Jamaica Scorpions. But I must say, a hallmark of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes is how they've rung the changes, how they've mixed the spinners up, pulled them in, pulled them out, kept the batters at times off balance.
Agreed. I also think that the Jamaicans helped them out a little bit. Some of the shot selections really didn't make any sense to me. Well, Dean Smith, I've been touting his batsmanship, thinking that he could be a better batsman that he gets credit for. But here is his chance. He's got 15 plus overs, but that shot did not give me the impression that he wants to stick around a while. He's got a lot of time if he wants to bat this out with the rest of his batsmen coming in.
Good delivery again there from Gore, in between wicket and wicket.
So all he has to do is score 5 or 6 running, and then get a couple of edges down to 3rd man like that. He might get 2, maybe even looking for 3. And so you try to get as many runs in the outfield. You get a boundary here, you get a boundary there, you end up with 8 runs per over. Now requiring 117 to win from 91 deliveries. Very possible if you keep your wickets in hand.
Good finish to the over there from Gore. 154 for 7.
A big partnership this. Giovor Royal, first time I'm seeing him play. So he has a chance to impress not only me. Now that could be claimed, it is claimed by Jamal Hamilton. And look at his team run with him because he's taking a catch off the reverse sweep, maybe inside edge, on the edge, onto the pad, diving. The captain celebrates with his team. The 8th wicket goes down. Look at this. Again, James onto the batsman, probably hit the bat and then might have clipped the pad, but what a catch by the captain. There he goes. He's going to his right, then he goes to his left. Spectacularly taken. What a good catch, Jamal Hamilton. You have a right to celebrate with the rest of your team. That's a very good wicket to get. Royal goes. He's gone for 1. It's 154 for 8.
154 for 8 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Jamaica Scorpions still need 117 from 89 deliveries. What we saw there from Jamal Hamilton, fantastic agility, fantastic awareness to find the ball. Got that big mitt down and scooped it just before it hit the ground. Fantastic athleticism. As we see it again. Reverse sweep from Royal, hit the glove, then onto the helmet. And Hamilton was there to scoop that one up with his left hand. Great awareness to find the ball, Colin Croft.
He was moving to his right initially and then stopped mid-movement and moved to his left.
Come! Come there!
That's a handsome stroke. Beautiful shot off the back foot from Nicholson Gordon. Just used the pace. Found the gap. A bit too much pace on that one from Kofi James. And Nicholson Gordon good enough to find that gap. Just standing tall. Good shot there. I think a few batsmen would have been proud of that shot.
Well, he is a batsman now. He has to somehow or other partner Odin Smith. Keep the partnership going. 113 required from 86. Still possible if this partnership could start slowly, get 50.
Oh.
End of the 36, it's 113. I mean, it's 158 for 8.
Good evening. There's a missing voter's ID and a driver's license, a food handler's certificate, and a voter's ID for Kasai Emil Shaw George. If you found it, report it to the DJ, please.
That Jamaican worm had a couple of bumps in the wrong place.
Just one.
So Dean Smith is now going to try to corral as much of the bowling as possible. He is definitely the senior batsman out there. So the fact that he's coming earlier than the batsman on the striker's end now, Nicholson Gordon, he's a West Indian cricketer, so he has more responsibilities.
We saw earlier when the Leeward Islands Hurricanes 61 without loss, then 76 for 5. We saw the way that Cornwall and Ward played. What are these two gonna have to do in order to do something similar here, Colin Croft?
Just like this, get singles, get twos. Every over you get maybe 7 runs without a boundary. You might get a boundary. It will go up a little bit more. That equation will expand itself. But once you have the 2 wickets in hand, then perhaps you could explode in perhaps the last 10 overs or thereabouts. So they've got to keep themselves together. It is not going to be easy. 110 to get from 80. You've only got 2 wickets in hand. So this partnership has got to carry it very, very close.
I thought the break came at the right time for the Hurricanes. The Scorpions were in the ascendancy. Brandon King playing through the line, looking so good. But then the break came and that wicket fell. And ever since then, they've really been struggling to put a partnership together.
That's the end of the 37th over, 161 for 8. Of course, there's a correction, 162 for 8. The Jamaican Scorpions. Good starts for Brandon King, Jermaine Blackwood, Nkrumah Bonner, Ruffin Powell, Not bad starts, but not carrying on. And that has been the big bugbear of West Indies cricket at any level. 30s, 40s, 50s.
No!
Nobody remembers that you made 50. They remember when you get 100. There are very few half centuries that anybody remembers at any level.
No!
Well, if you're a Scorpions fan and you saw that batting card, you wouldn't have been happy with what you've seen. Just as you say, no one really going on and getting that big score. Already losing 8 wickets here.
So looking at the game yesterday, the Guyana Harpy Eagles versus the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Same thing, a lot of scores, double figures, not carrying on.
Oi! Yes. Yeah.
Young Kofi James, Antiguan all-rounder. Really prolific domestically with bat
Oh!
and ball. Hasn't quite gotten off to the start that he would have liked yet with the bat, but a player full of potential. And if he can realize that potential, he'll be an asset to West Indies cricket as well.
38 gone. 162 for 8. Leeward Islands Hurricanes bowling so far. Gore 2 for 29, 3 for 30. From Kofi James.
I think it's fair to say from that scorecard, pace has disappeared, Crofty. Spinners doing the job here.
Well, you have to use what you have. And if they have been effective, 3.7 runs per over for Kofi James, 2.90 for Gore. So you know that they've been very, very tight. Kareem Gore.
Pace on. It's going to be Colin Archibald from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Slightly looked below par. Colin Archibald, aka Kezi, hailing from the island of Nevis. Good all-round prospect.
Yes, Stuart Williams, the coach of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, a good friend of mine. He is from Nevis. Tremendous coach. He's done a very, very good job in these parts. He's been around a long time, a lot of knowledge.
If you think Keith Arthurton, Renarco Martin as well, Warrington Phillip, all Nevisians, for a small, very small place, they've produced quite a few international cricketers of repute, high repute.
In the old days when you go to play in Nevis, the pitch used to be like glass. It flew. It didn't bounce, it flew. It was probably the fastest pitch in the Caribbean in those days, the 70s and 80s.
If you think about the battery of fast bowlers in that time as well, it must have made for scary stuff if you were a batter.
But coming to that game we were talking about earlier on, Windward Islands Volcanoes versus Guyana Harpy Eagles, we've got to talk about Alec Atenas. He made 133 There's Stuart Williams, the man to the front and to the left. He should be pretty proud, but he is one of those guys is never satisfied. He always wants the finished product. You could do better than you've just done.
100%. And like you say, need players to go on. Just drifting down the leg side, Colin Archibald not starting well here into his second spell. Just drifting onto the pads. Easy 4 runs down to fine leg. From a Leeward Islands perspective, they'll be a little concerned with what they've seen from Colin Archibald thus far, considering he's one of the go-to players in this team.
Yes, the spinners have done a good job, but when the faster bowlers are brought back, then they've got a job to do too. Even if they don't get wickets, they got to keep things tight, bowl straight, drifting down the leg side. This is a time where if you can't get these last 2 wickets, you've got to be as frugal as possible so that the batsmen will then panic and try to get things done. You got to bowl straight enough. The fine leg is now coming from inside the circle to down to the orthodox position.
And with a pitch such as this, an easy pace, pitch to pace, the margin for error is so small. One has to be in great control of the variations, changes of pace, and I think it's fair to say Colin Archibald has just been a little too inconsistent here today.
Might just have been a half chance. A couple of screams of catch it, but it just hit the top of the bat for Gordon. I think Archibald might just have thought he had it. He smiles, which means the ball might have just gotten back to him. It was airborne for a long time, but just dropped in front of him. Good effort. And that's what you want to see your bowlers do. Dive around in the outfield, do some work. You haven't yet won this game. You got to get 2 wickets. Things are better on your side, but you've got to complete the job.
That's a good one. That's a good one, Crofty. That's what you want to see. If you are going to bowl a short ball, really bend your back and hit the pitch hard, Colin Archibald, creating some discomfort or an uncomfortable moment for Nicholson Gordon. Very well bowled from the youngster.
I just wonder though, why does he bowl around the wicket? You know, he could get a little bit more pace. They suggest bowling over the wicket, and he might get the direction a little bit better, sliding across the right-handed towards slip.
Edged away through that vacant first slip area, 4 runs. Nicholson Gordon goes on to 10. Not a bad delivery. Very well bowled by Colin Archibald, but it's gone for 4. It's the end of the 39th. It's 171 for 8.
Yeah. 9 runs per over required. It's possible, probably unlikely. The Cornwall is back, Raheem. I thought he might have been, and then they've changed their minds.
That's the second time they've done that.
I don't think he's pleased. I think he wanted to be at the bowling crease. And then Jamal Hamilton, maybe. Well, let's give James his due. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 30 so far. Kofi James.
He's also got the opportunity of a 5-for. young Kofi James, who's been absolutely fantastic with ball in this tournament thus far.
Oh, ball in, Kof. Come boys. Let him know here, boys.
The resting field has got a backward point.
Let me walk.
Cover. Extra cover in the circle.
Ball on.
That's one's bowled him, gone right through him. He's tried to hit over the top on Odin Smith, and that's the end of him. Odin Smith goes. That is disappointing to me. Smith gets his 4th wicket. He should be celebrating. He's now got 4 for 30. But that was a very disappointing dismissal for me, for Odin Smith.
A bit of a swipe there, really, across the line. Poor shot from Odin Smith. You expect better from a player of his reputation and experience, but he goes for 5 of 14 deliveries. It's 171 for 9.
Sorry sight for the Jamaica Scorpions. Still in need of 100 more runs, and with that wicket of Odin Smith, you think that could be curtains. Good evening and happy independence for the final time to you, Sir Curtly Ambrose.
Thank you very much. And it certainly was a great independence. The good crowd has been here. The food, the drink, the music, and of course the Leeward Islands Hurricanes on the verge of winning the 2nd game.
Sir Curtly Ambrose, you have given West Indies cricket fans gifts for so many years. And on this independence, I have to give you a few gifts. I brought you some things. I went to the Independence Food Fair and I've got you a bun tart. So they tell me it's got raisins. It's nice, so that's the first thing. And then some sliced up fried coconut with sugar on it. You will know more about these, but a small gesture from me. You know, you've given us gifts for so long. Happy independence.
Thank you very much, Mikhail. I mean, it seemed like you want me to put on some weight. Yeah, thank you very much. And I do have a sweet tooth, so I think I'll enjoy this.
Marquino Minley to the middle. Really has been fantastic, though, Sir Curtly, to see the atmosphere here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. On both sides, the moles filled, the stands. And if you see the amount of people in attendance at that food fair, just behind that northern stand, it really is fantastic to see. And I hope we get a similar turnout for the remainder of the tournament. Maybe sliding down the leg side.
This is just really a formality. It's all over for the Scorpions. I can't see this last pair putting on 100 runs. Strange things have happened in cricket, but This time, I doubt it.
So Curly, where's your friend Courtney Walsh? He's disappeared. His Jamaica Scorpions are in trouble and he's left them.
That's very unlike him. I know he's a warrior, he's a fighter.
Oh, bowling.
Probably had enough and decided to go get some food. The end of 40 overs, 171 for 9.
The final power play, and really has been all the Leeward Islands in this middle over period. After being 54 for 1, just 117 runs scored in 30 overs, and really has been a disappointing showing in their first game. Colin Archibald. It was in the air for half a second, but just over that man at point. Should come back for 2. Consolation at this stage. And while it's the first game for the Jamaica Scorpions, Sir Curtly, I think they'll be slightly disappointed when you look at that top 5. All have played for the West Indies within the last 2 years, regardless of the format. You expect more from them.
Never really get going. Hope the pair put on a decent partnership. But after the partnership was broken, not much to write home about.
Center.
See Power there, right of screen. Brandon King will be disappointed, especially the way he begun. That break, though, it came at such an interesting time, the twilight break. Since then, it was all the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
It's only the first game for the Scorpions, but at the same time, it's not what they would have liked. They wanted to start with a win, build some confidence going forward. But the Leeward Islands had different ideas.
They've got a young coach in Andrew Richardson, Nikita Miller, of course, the assistant coach, and then being in their first game, it's sort of a familiar situation to where your team was in terms of the Jamaica Tallowas. It was sort of an up and down road in the group stages, but you guys got there in the end. What would be your advice to them?
This is only game 1 for them. It's only the first game, and I believe that they will get better. They've got a good team. They just didn't play well today. I thought they allowed the Leeward Islands Hurricanes to score too many. Had a period where the Leeward Islands was stuttering at 70 out of 5 and ended up making 270. I thought some blunders were made, but you have to give the Leeward Islands some credit. They got some good totals as well. Raheem Cornwall with 81. Then they got a few players who got into the 30s. Good finish as well. So you have to give them credit for sticking through those difficult periods. A 70 out of 5. I'm quite sure the Scorpions thought small total, and that wasn't the case.
Dot to end, 175 for 9. spin continuing to be very prominent at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 8 of the 9 wickets taken today by the Leeward Islands, again by spin. A very similar case where 9 out of 10 were taken in the first game. And Kofi James, who probably has been the standout of the bowlers, 4 wickets to his name, bowling his final over. Getting a bit of turn there. Should be an easy 2. So currently you look at these 2 matches now. In that first game, 13 out of 16 wickets taken by spin. We know it continues to be a prominent issue in West Indies cricket where we struggle against spin. But here again, and I think it's something the Leeward Islands are going to be using against teams going forward in this competition.
So far, it is working for them. A healthy diet of spin. And I'm a firm believer that if something is working, you stick with it for as long as possible. And so far, in 2 games, has worked well for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
I think it's been a bit proactive from Jamar Hamilton. I'll tell you why. I was observing him when I was not on commentary a couple overs ago. Before he handed the ball to Colin Archibald back in the 39th over, he called to Casey Carty and asked him if he wanted to come and bowl. And I think he wants to keep his options ready. Carty, a medium pacer. And as this tournament goes on, they play a game at Coolidge. They may require his services. Good thinking from the skipper. End of 42, 177 for 9.
Good-looking scorecard. Good-looking bowling card for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Kofi James, 4 for 32 from 10 overs. Brilliant.
Will be a bit of revenge, you could say, for the Leeward Islands, because last season when these 2 teams met at this very venue, it was the Scorpions who got the better of them in a rain-affected matchup and won by just 6 runs. Today, margin of victory much, much bigger in favor of the Hurricanes, of course.
Colin Archibald looking to finish off the proceedings here. Can he do it?
Well, Colin Archibald, 4th list day wicket he picked up today. It's only his 7th match. But I was impressed by this. Bowling around the wicket, may have just got a bit of a in-swing and then just let the ball tail away.
That was a brilliant delivery. Came into Brandon King, hit the turf.
Will be runs. Good thinking from Archibald, trying to use that short delivery. I think it may have come off the body of Nicholson Gordon.
Yeah, just to finish off. Short delivery. Just came off the back of the helmet. And the umpires are waving for the medical staff, maybe. This concussion thing. When you look at this, started to drift in, hit the pitch and just let go the other way, just enough to take that outside edge. That was a brilliant delivery. And that's one of the benefits of bowling around the wicket to the right-hander. You tend to play deliveries that you're not so sure. The angle is normally coming into you, so you're looking to play. That was a brilliant delivery.
Yeah, I was going to make the point. What I love about that is probably on a day where there's not much lateral movement, you see how wide of the crease he was. And he got that bit of inward movement with the angle. Good thinking, and it sort of tells you the signs of what we could expect from him in the tournament. This is a young man, Colin Archibald, that the West Indies selectors have seen something in. They picked him in that A-team tour against Bangladesh A back in August. So it'll be interesting to see how he develops across this tournament. I think Gordon is okay.
Yeah, that ball only barely glanced off the back of the helmet. That wouldn't have caused any damage, but the way it is in today's game, once you're struck on the helmet, whether it's the glancing blow or not, medical staff got to come out and make sure you're okay. Oh, how cricket have changed.
Good follow-up from Colin Archibald. And I saw that made you laugh, Sir Curtly. I want to ask you, when you were in your playing days, batting, you remember getting any hits on the helmet? Were there any medical team running out to save you?
Well, not too many bowlers were brave enough to bowl me short deliveries. No, but I've had my fair share of bouncers, but I could handle myself pretty well. I've been struck on the helmet twice, I can recall.
Attacking the stumps, Colin Archibald.
Coming Archie.
So Curtly, whatever happened to Fast Bowlers Union? I've heard a lot about this. Nicholson Gordon, a fast bowler. Colin Archibald, also a seamer. Still hitting the dirt and the mud against him. Long on comes into the circle.
Oh!
182 for 9. Cornwall, man, that such a good performance with the bat in hand earlier today. Getting some turn there, and he has that tendency. He's such a smart bowler, Raheem Cornwall. Knows that this surface is very dry, no dew, and he just completely slows up the speed. I don't think he intended to come back and bowl, but these two put up some resistance.
None there, none there.
Now been just over 4 overs without a wicket.
Come in, Jim, come in, Jim, come in, Jim.
Easy single. One thing though I think the Scorpions will concern them is the fact that after 3 matches they're going to lose Jermaine Blackwood and Nkrumah Bonner. And yes, it's only the first game, but they're 2 integral members of that top 5.
That is why it was so important for them to start with a win.
Help me, help me.
But it's not going to be.
past Archibald, who was inside the circle. You never know, Sir Curly. You never know. This partnership now 14 from 28. Fortunately, the asking rate has gone up to 14 and over.
Well, I am not as optimistic as you are. Quite frankly, if the Scorpions win this game, Leeward should just abandon the competition. 185 for 9.
.185 for 9, and really just one wicket away. You can see they're just peeping out under that tent is Odin Smith. And we joked in the last over about this one not being over. Last year, this Jamaica Scorpions side played against the Barbados Pride. They were 87 for 8, and Odin Smith, who made 68, led them to 218. Unfortunately, I don't think these two are of same prominence, but that will be a boundary. And that's similar to Odin Smith. Nicholson Gordon has played a few good strokes.
Attempted Yorker by Colin Archibald. Turns out to be a low full toss. And very well played by Nicholson Gordon. Stroke it well, good timing, good placement. And he's having fun.
You would have seen him in the nets for the Jamaica Tallows. Was he playing these strokes? Did he even get a bat?
No, he fancies himself, trust me. Every single day we go to the net session, he's always saying to me, coach, I need a hit. You know, so he fancies himself.
Playing a few flamboyant strokes. Nice punch there, but straight to Cornwall.
Yeah, but, you know, we believe in giving everyone a chance to bat. Because I don't believe that because you're a bowler, you should not bat. You should always get a chance to bat in case you're called upon in the game.
Again in the air, but that deep cover fielder. Gordon wanted 2. Not sure what he was thinking there. Suicidal, but now he'll get it. This is not the most disciplined cricket in these last couple of overs from the Leeward Islands, and often we see this. The foot just releases off the gas pedal.
Very sloppy. Yes, they will win this game, but they got to keep that high standard. And that to me was sloppy cricket, and that's not the way you should do it. Maintain a high standard right to the end.
Bringing that deep cover fielder into the circle now, Hamilton, so he's trying to be a bit more aggressive. Interesting, the ground staff are getting busy by the covers. Not a good sign.
No run!
And I see members in the stands scampering. So you just think that rain may be coming. Duckworth Lewis total is 257, so way behind. And they're going off. I think the ground staff head curator Anthony Merrick may have just signaled to the umpires that it's going to come. So 191 for 9, but Jamaica Scorpions survive for now.
I think we should just call it a night. Because there's no way Jamaica Scorpions is going to get back into this game. But there's a bit of a drizzle. And the groundsmen are coming on. Make sure that the pitch doesn't get too wet. So they could stretch the net out a little bit, Nikhil.
I just wonder though, given the fact that you only had 1 wicket to take, could they have potentially stayed on the field a bit longer? You see the Leeward Islands fielders, they're still there. Casey Carty, Colin Archibald, because the rain hasn't actually begun as yet. seems more as of a precaution from the ground staff. But I'm telling you, you say Nicholson Gordon fancies a hit. He's 21. He will be saying, no, no, no. He wants to bat all of these remaining 5.2 overs. Will be disappointed after such a good start. 54 runs put on by the opening pair. They went off of that twilight break and things got a bit dicey. Persevering knock from Nkrumah, 44 from 76. No boundaries in that one. And then a start from Robman Powell, 24.
Very, very good bowling card for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Kareem Agor thought bowled splendidly for his 2 wickets, only conceding 29 runs. And look at Kofi James, 4 with 32 from 10, brilliant. A wicket apiece for Archibald Walsh Jr. and Cornwall. Good bowling card.
Still requiring 80 runs from 32 deliveries, the Scorpions. And you really think this one all but over, but unfortunately the covers are on. Still no rain as yet, but caution taken by the ground staff. We'll take a short break and we hope when we return we'll have some action.
We have a last child here. We have a last boy, 3 years old of age. His name is Casey.
good news for you at home and for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, who will get their opportunity to take this last wicket and win this game, pick up their second win of the CG United Super 50 Cup. Starts for Blackwood, King, and Nkrumah, and to a lesser extent Robman Powell. No one though putting their hand up and guiding this Scorpions side to this target of 271. And it's already been spin again. 8 of the 9 wickets. That was the first. Colin Archibald wide of the crease, angling the ball in and just getting it to seam away. Jermaine Blackwood, after another good start, gave it away. Easily taken by Carty. Hayden Walsh Jr. bowled well. Just picked up the 1 wicket. Caught Andrew McCarthy with what seemed to be a googly. Then, big wicket. Kofi James getting that of Robman Powell. He looked clueless at first, but I think may have been guilty. Kareem Agor then followed. Just 1 maximum from Aldane Thomas before he found the throat of Long On. And the wickets just continued to fall. And Nkrumah trying to play a reverse sweep. Thought he got hit outside the line. But was given, tried to review it, but no DRS in place. Then Jimmy Merchant trying to get a move on. Javor Royale, that was a superb catch. A contender for the MasterCard prize this moment, my oh my. And he went off in celebration, and then Odin Smith, when really you think the game was all but over. However, this last wicket partnership at the crease, 20 from 32 deliveries, led by that man Nicholson Gordon, 21 from 35. Colin Archibald will want to add to his tally in this over. So currently, if you are one of these 2 batters at the crease, what is your thinking?
Very few times during my days I found myself in this position, but quite frankly, when it gets to this stage, it's all about having some fun.
I think the umpire may have just signaled penalty runs for having 1 extra fielder outside the circle. I am seeing 5. We will get confirmation for you very soon. Ends, sorry, not ends, 1 delivery remaining in this 45th. So confirmation, Rakeem Cornwall is not taking the field, and the umpires were not informed that a substitute fielder was on. So because of that, Jamar Hamilton and his team facing 5 penalty runs. It's all happening still here at North Sound.
Still happening.
Asking the question, Hamilton though, who's the most boisterous player in this CG United Super 50, was quiet. That tells you all you need to know. 196 for 9.
Come back. Change the ball up. Right hand. Go, stop.
Scorpions, they will come up short tonight, but a quick turnaround for them, playing the Barbados Pride, who picked up a win today against the West Indies Academy. So that will be a big test for Robman Powell and his group. Terrence Ward, first time into the attack today. Was kind of interested that they didn't give him the ball sooner, but probably no need.
quite sure that if he gets this final wicket, he'll be saying to his captain, should have been into attack long time ago.
There'll be many in the Leeward Islands camp that will be sort of getting a bit frustrated at Nicholson Gordon, but I agree fully with this approach. You have the overs, use that time out in the middle. Get your average up a few notches. And he's enjoying his batting too, holding the pose for the photographers a few times. When he takes a wicket, he runs around the field, so enjoys his cricket, enthusiastic about what he does.
He certainly does enjoy his cricket, I can tell you that. He's a hard worker.
Oh, Bolente.
And why shouldn't he try to bat out all the overs?
Come in spinal.
They bowled 50. Let the Leeward Islands bowl 50 as well, if it's possible.
Oh, bowling spinal.
Good first over for Terrence Ward. 1 run from it. 197 for 9.
Center.
It will be Colin Archibald's continuing, still looking for that second wicket. 1 for 37 in his 7 overs. Oh, beauty. Absolute beauty, but still frustrating the Leeward Islands. You think about turning points in this game. The Jamaica Scorpions were on top at the halfway stage, 124 for 3, but you think this may have been the turning point. Rovman Powell, he didn't think he hit it. Kofi James, one of his 4 wickets, very short. And you can see Powell looking to cut, but may have got the bottom of the bat. And Hamilton knew how important that wicket was, because since, it's been carnage.
I think that Archibald should at least go back over the wicket and look to slide across Minley, who's on strike. Would also bring the LBW into play.
Beats the outside edge again. And it's interesting because with this angle, you think he's targeting the stumps, but he continues these on that 4th or 5th stump line.
Bowling from over the wicket now, put a slip in, and then that angle. That is what I would do. But then again, I left cricket 22 years ago.
Earlier today we were on commentary and I asked you about going around the wicket to the left-hander. In your day, what was your approach? Even someone like a Courtney Walsh, what was the approach when you had that left-right combination at the crease?
I usually go around the wicket just for a change of angle, or if the batsman keep missing the deliveries, just to do something a little different.
Over the wicket now, Colin Archibald. Much straighter in terms of his line. He may have heard you, Sir Curtly. Right on cue.
I still think just put a slip in, because you're not in any danger of losing the game. If a few runs are scored, you're still okay. Just put a slip in. I believe you could nick one off.
The 200 up for the Scorpions. And at one stage, 151 for 7. You may have not thought that they would have got there. So consolation prize in the end, but still, I think encouraging for their lower order to know that they have something there, a bit of depth. And remember, Sheldon Cottrell will come back into the Scorpions team very soon. $200 for 9. Interesting, I saw Raheem Cornwall bowl that 44th over, and he was extremely slow and just seemed to loop the ball. You got two lower order batters. I wonder if that could be an approach for Terrence Ward. Instead goes very quick down the leg side. He's got long on and long off in place. At the end of the day, Gordon's batted well, but he's still a number 10. Maybe enticed to play that big shot if you just float one up.
And apart from the long on and long off, you got a deep backward square and a deep mid wicket as well. So just toss it up a little bit and entice Minley or Gordon to go for the big hit. If they hit it well and it goes for a boundary, it won't hurt you. Chances are, you toss it up in the air, the eyes will light up and it could hold out.
I think Jamar Hamilton behind the stumps will be a very happy man, even though they've taken a while to get this last wicket. The way his spinners again have shown up. Hayden Walsh Jr. being utilized tonight, 1 for 43 in his 10. This will be more runs. And could just get to the boundary. It slows up. And just 2. Nicholson Gordon though. Impressive stuff, must say. Impressive for the number 10. Three boundaries as well in this 24. And the 48 overs, 2 remain in this innings, 202 for 9. Skipper Jamar Hamilton, and to go 2-2 in what I think is a very tough Zone B. Will be very happy with that. Both these zones really. Yesterday we had 2 matches in Zone A. The first, and it was the Guyana Harpy Eagles, a team that many have seen as favorites. They went down up against the Windward Island Volcanoes, and Trinidad and Tobago side defeated the CCC. So interesting things happening in that zone in Trinidad. But for the Leewards to go 2-0 would put them in a very comfortable position at the top of the table. Beautiful delivery again. He's beating the outside edge a couple of times, Colin Archibald. So currently one thing I'm thinking about, now it's really good that spinners in 2 games have put their hand up, but Archibald and Louis have only taken 2 wickets in the 2 matches. We haven't seen much dew here at North Sound because of that breeze that constantly blows across the venue. But I wonder, one day when that dew does form, and you have to call on your seamers a bit more, do they have enough in the tank?
Well, they should. They haven't played a huge amount of cricket, so they should have some petrol in the tank. So whenever they call upon, they can deliver. But I believe throughout this tournament, we'll see a lot of spin from every team, because that seemed to be the trend in recent time.
Another short delivery, good line there at that neck area, just above that left shoulder. Marquino Minley's played a good supporting role, mainly a red ball player, 7 from 27. Fast Bowlers Union, what has gone on? May have hit him on the glove.
That's not a good way to play short pitch delivery. You got to keep eyes on it all the way. And too many players have done that. Even West Indians front line batsmen, from the time the ball pitched short, they just take the eyes off, and most times that's where they got hit or get into difficult sit positions. You got to keep eyes on the ball right up until the end, and then you take evasive action if you have to.
On the bright side, more celebration time for the Antiguan faithful here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Probably about the 10th delivery in the last 2 overs that has beaten the outside edge. Still though, no success for Colin Archibald. Boza Maiden, 202 for 9. Well, for the final over of this innings, it will be Terrence Ward, just the 2 overs for 3 runs. Nicholson Gordon, he'll want a not out. He's done all the hard work, Sir Curtly. This will help his average in a big way. Probably the one that he least focuses on in terms of his batting and bowling average, but still, runs are runs.
He might be saying to Captain Rodman Powell, you know what? I had a good knock. I need to go up the order a little bit.
Maybe in the 4-day championship. But I do think this is an underrated approach from Gordon. Many people will look down on this knock, but I think for a number 10 to come in 154 for 8 is when he came in, and just ensure that they get to the 50th over. He's been at the crease now for just under 15 overs. A small positive to take for the Jamaica Scorpions.
A much better showing from the Hurricanes. than the first game, where they're a little bit indifferent. But today they look a much better team. Won the toss, batted first, post 270, which is a good total. And the Scorpions really struggling.
And there it is, victory for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, who take a strong hold of proceedings in Zone B. Now picking up their second win in 2 games. Jamar Hamilton will be a happy man, alongside Raheem Cornwall, who put up his hand up with the bat today, and then Kofi James, who picked up 4 wickets. It took a while, but in the end, getting over the line. And winning by some 68 runs. Good to see that man on screen, Hayden Walsh Jr. with the ball in hand, picking up a wicket as well. And you think this is a win that would help the confidence of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in a big way going into a tough game against the Barbados Pride.
This should give them a lot of confidence going forward. 2-2. Great start for them. Like I just mentioned a few moments ago, they look a much better team today than they did in the first game. Congratulations all around. Jamar Hamilton and his troops would be very happy. Coaches Stuart Williams and William Cornwall must have had a good chat after that first game, and they came out that they look a much better team. 2-2. Well done.
And more importantly, a win for the Antiguan crowd here, who's shown up in their numbers on this 41st Independence. So a monumental day in the history of Antigua, and good to see that helping the Leeward Islands get over the line. Wasn't the most convincing at times, 85 for 5, but again, they're more experienced players putting their hand up, getting them to 270. And then their bowlers, the spinners mainly, did the rest. For Robman Powell and his crew, just their first game, but they will lose a couple of their players, so thinking for Powell, Andrew Richardson and others to do. The many variances of this beautiful CG United Super 50 Cup. So many things play a part in planning for teams. And look at how things unfolded. A good start, 54 runs at the top for Brandon King and Jermaine Blackwood. Nkrumah Bonner showed some persistence, 44 from 76, but other than Robman Powell, who got a small start, no one else really putting their hand up in that middle order. And disappointing, really, when you think of those top 5 all playing for the West Indies in the last 2 years.
Good bowling all around from the Hurricanes. Everyone stood up and did a wonderful job. Kofi James, 4 wickets, 2 to Karim Agor, and a wicket apiece to Archibald, Walsh Jr. and Cornwall. All played a big role in restricting the Scorpions to 202 for 9.
The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they continue to show under pressure that they back their experienced players to produce. They're one of the favorites, big favorites in this CG United Super 50 Cup 2022. And they'll be thinking after going to the finals in 2019, if they can put in performances like this, they could get one step closer, easily winning by 68 runs in the end. Cornwall with 81 and Kofi James with 4 for 32, being the main standout performers for them today. Well, so many interesting highlights and things to watch during the day, but only one can win the MasterCard priceless moment. How could we look past this? What a grab. Look at the instinct and the reaction. He reacted a bit late, Jamar Hamilton, but just showing the athleticism. All those young keepers out there at home watching this. Unbelievable. And he went off in celebration as well. It'll be hard to beat that in this tournament. Don't go too far, because after this break, we'll be hearing from the 2 captains. day's work for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, and it puts them and keeps them up top the table. A win for the Barbados Pride today takes them to second place. And when those two teams face off, that will be a big matchup. But right now, unbeaten, the Hurricanes, and a healthy net run rate as well. Let's go down to Matt Floyd, who's got the two captains with him.
I do. Welcome along to the presentation of this CG United Super 50 match between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Jamaica Scorpions. And congratulations to the Leeward Islands. That's 2 from 2 now. Already, they are in a good position to get through to the semi-finals. I'd like to thank our sponsors, CG United, Betway, Fan Craze, MasterCard and Blue Waters. And before we go any further, you may have noticed we've been joined by the Sports and Education Minister for Antigua and Barbuda, Daryl Matthew, and he is going to present the Player of the Match check to Jamar Hamilton, because Raheem Cornwall, who always won it, unfortunately, is just resting his weary bones. I'm sure Jamar will pass it on and he'll accept it gleefully. First up, I'd like to talk to Rovman Powell, losing captain of the Jamaica Scorpions. Where'd you lose that, Rovman?
I think somewhere in the field. And I think to get 270, they did really well, you know. I think they batted well. Raheem have to get a lot of credit, you know, but it wasn't a 270 wicket, so that put us under some pressure halfway in, and I think in the middle overs we lose some crucial wickets.
And you had a chance, didn't you, at 76 for 5? You might have been one or two wickets away from busting it open.
Yeah, that is something that we have to talk about, you know, killing games. You know, if we should look back on last year also, we didn't kill those games. But hopefully in the coming games, the guys can rectify that.
What did you think at halfway then? You got a very strong batting lineup. Did you think 270 was still chaseable? You got off to a good start too.
Yeah, obviously we'd fancy our chance because of the type of players we have in our lineup, but we always know that 270, to chase down 270 in the Caribbean and a second innings wicket is always difficult. You know, so at the halfway stage, you know, if we're gonna get it, a lot of things have to go well, and it didn't went well.
Is it a positive for you that you haven't got much time to dwell on it? You're straight back on the horse against Barbados in a couple of days' time. You can rectify that.
Yeah, but, you know, in between that, tomorrow we'd have to sit down individually and then we sit down as a team and, you know, just to come up with some better plans, see how best we can put some plans in place for Barbados.
One positive from a player's point of view is Odin Smith with the ball. That was some performance to get 4 wickets on that pitch as a seamer.
As a seamer, I think it was very good, you know, and 3 of those wickets were caught behind. You know, it goes to show the channel that he bowled, you know, encouraging, and the pace that he bowled with on such a flat, deadish wicket, you know. So that's encouraging sign early out in the competition. Hopefully he can just take the strength and take the performance from this and carry it to the very next game.
Well, hard luck today. I'm sure you'll come again in the next game.
Thanks a lot, man.
All right, Jamar. Second time I've spoken to you and you've won the game, but was this a much better performance, really, than the win against West Indies Academy?
Definitely. We lost a few other wickets, and, you know, our Leeward came in and held it up for us, so it shows the depth of our batting also.
76 for 5 in your innings. What were you thinking at that point?
76 for 5, you know, just start over, build a partnership, one good partnership, and that is what we got in. Just try and bat all 50 overs, and I know we got a respectable total.
What an innings that was from Raheem.
Definitely. Once he's at the crease, you know, runs is going to come.
Do you always feel, I mean, sometimes he can start a little bit slowly. Do you always feel that if he stays in, he will catch up with that power?
Yes, definitely, without a doubt. Without a doubt. You know, as long as he had the crease, you know, anything is possible. So the longer he's at the crease, the more runs we're going to get.
It's not just the power, is it? He got the ramp out today as well, a bit of deft touch.
Definitely, all touches.
And I suppose we should also mention the guys that stuck with him. You know, Terence Ward, second game in a row, Hayden Walsh, Kofi James, they all scored quickly at the end.
Yes, definitely. As I said, we have a long batting, and it's just to trust that batting lineup, you know. They got through our top order a bit fast today, but as long as we have partnerships building coming down today, and we have batting right down to number 11, so it's just about staying in and just creating 1 or 2 good partnerships.
And how about your spinners? Again, they took most of the wickets. I think only 1 wicket went to a seamer today. Do you feel on this pitch that you can strangle any team with your spin attack?
Definitely. We have quality spinners, you know, Raheem Cornwall, Hayden Walsh. We have Go that came in today. Terence Ward didn't get to express himself today, but Kofi James also, he came in and he did the job for me once again. So it's kudos to my bowling attack.
And just a final word on the atmosphere here today. Independence Day, you guys have sent a lot of people home. Happy, did that inspire you looking up and seeing the stands almost full?
Yes, definitely. When Cornwall came to the crease, I just told him, give the fans something, just make it special for Independence Day, and he did that. So the fans are happy, and we're happy as well, 2-2. So just to continue our good form into the tournament.
They're still partying, You guys going to go and join in the celebrations?
Maybe. We have a few days off, so trying to sort out our niggles and get some rest and get prepared for Barbados game.
Well earned. You enjoy the rest of Independence Day. Well played.
Thank you.
2-2 for Jamar Hamilton and his Leeward Islands. A bit of a rest because on Thursday, we got a very important matchup between the Jamaica Scorpions and the Barbados Pride. The Pride winning today, the Scorpions losing. So a lot to play for on Thursday, live from North Sound here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Don't miss it. Well, on the momentous 41st independence in Antigua and Barbuda, it's a win for the Leeward Islands, a win for cricket. It's goodbye, but we'll see you again in 2 days' time.
Here's Jamie Merchant.
Keep going, Pop. Bowl him, Jimmy. Bowl him, Jimmy. Bowl him, Jimmy. Bowl him, Jimmy. Bowling, goalie.
Ladies and gentlemen, Terrence Ward has been dismissed for...
Catch him, Richard! Goal! Come here, Gory. Say guys. Nothing! Hey! Oh.
One to the one. Keep going. That's right.
Oh.